Leviatan, right? So for them to actually start that aforementioned fight, we're kind of dogging on Cade a little bit here, but you need a lot of things to go right for Leviatan to start a fight, and I think they're perfectly happy just kind of winning the objective game, right? It's like the gold graph, right? We saw it. The gold spikes directly line up with an objective, and then it kind of goes down ever so slightly. They lose 100 gold, they gain 500. They lose 100 gold over the course of 5 minutes, they gain another 500. Still a whole lot of zeros here, but some pretty big item spikes coming through here. Everybody's pretty much on 2.5 items, and that's another thing, RMC, right? I mean, as far as choosing one to take a fight, another condition of that is item spikes. But because this game has been so close, you can't really rely on that.
Yeah, and like we said, the spikes have come, they've gone at this point. And I like the point you bring out that Leviatan is having problems engaging, right? We talked about it in draft, the fact that the only setup for CEO is Pro Delta. So Pro Delta's got to run face first to engage, and he's done it before. We think back to Cade last year. Prods literally did that multiple times with Rel, to the point where Rel almost became a signature champion.
100%.
But he's actually been remarkably measured this game. And not just this game, I feel like this entire split, right? Him and Scary, we've said, criticize them for not being aggressive enough and really making plays around CEO. Unfortunately, this game, it feels much the same, right? Scary is looking for stuff, but it's not with CEO.
Oh, Scary. Taking really, really low. Finally, the first Cyclone of the game. Rejoice, LTA South enjoyers. Not only that, he's going to do it twice, but he's left out to the woods to dry here. Kissy going to get taken down by Cody. He gets onto him. Trimby going to eat the shuriken, and there will not be any further engaged there by Cody. He got out kind of by the skin of his teeth there, but he's able to grab an all-important kill here. Now the million-dollar question, what are we going to do with it? I fear the answer might be nothing, RMC.
No, don't ask that question. just savor the one kill we got in the last 10 minutes.
Right. Like, I'm being ungrateful.
Oh, we get more Cody TPing right back into it
here. That is crazy. Yeah, he went right back in, but the rest of the team's got to go in here. Zothvi taking a ton of damage. Gwen is immune. That'll buy them some time. So will the stopwatch. Going in there with the crash down. Zothvi gets grand challenge. He has to hop out of the fight. Trimby not able to go forward and take much damage. Bull going to be taken very, very low. The Ignite ticking down. If Cody can get onto him, that's going to be another kill for the Akali. But Trimby might be the sacrificial lamb. He will not be. First kill of the game going over to Cade. Hang on a second.
Wait.
Cody gets forward, flashes over the Q, and another kill comes through. CEO is finally on the board. Kissy TPing in, like you said, RMC. Stopwatch gonna buy Cody some time here. The aggro resets. Kissy. Shurima shuffling, kind of, his way out of that Krug pit. 2 for 1. Leviatan, that was so weird, RMC. And finally, they're gonna start the Baron.
We hit the limit of their patience, and both teams decide to pull the trigger. But it's better for Leviatan, because, like we said, they're the skirmish team. They're the skirmish composition. If the fights aren't being set up properly, they will benefit. And we saw that. We got to see Zothvi. We got to see Cody really kiting around in a lot of those fights, immaculately played from them. And for Cade Stars, it's just, what did we just do? Like, you tried to gate crash the party, you drove in the backyard over the fence, and you missed the whole damn house and fell to the gully behind the house. Like, just why? Like, we're gonna look for team fights. Get the setup properly. Instead, it was like Desamis just trying to make a play on his own into a skirmish fight. And then the resulting fight, the re-engage from Cade Stars, was the really baffling part. Giving 1 kill over is okay. Giving that many kills is costing you. You've lost Baron now. You're going for Dragon, and even this Dragon's gonna cost you. Because if Lev respond to this, they probably win. If they don't respond to this, they go for turrets and they get the Baron push instead, which is the better macro move, the better strategic move. And Leviatan is actually using their heads.
Well, and RMC, I think this is going to be really big for kind of my perception, for me, of Leviatan, because that's something that we've criticized them for, is they get early game leads, right? They've got kind of hands in lane and whatnot, but their mid games and their transitioning, even in split one, this is a criticism we had of them. It has not been good, to put it lightly. But right now, they seem to be really decisive here with this Baron push, right? That Baron power play is creeping up on 4,000. Bold might be next on the menu. Very nice riposte to ward away what would have been certain death. Trimby has to pop a Glacial Fissure just to be sure, but Grand Challenge blown as well. No real, actually, pretty much every summoner is down aside from Desamis' Smite right now. Leviatan at a really good spot.
Yeah, Levitan, unfortunately, their sums are down as well, so they're a little bit cautious about how they want to push this. Zothvi on the side with Needlework, threatening a flank. Thankfully, Kissy did manage to get back to base in time, and Cade Stars, they should be able to hold this, but Levitan still have quite a bit of time on this Baron. If they want, they could just reset, go for the 4-1 again, except this time setting up the 4-man push on the bot side. It would guarantee an inner, and frankly, with supers pushing tops, or with the damage they did on that topside turret, no supers just yet, they might even be able to get another inhibitor turret. Cade Stars, though, delaying the backs, trying to waste as much burn time as they can.
And that's about all they can do, it feels like, at this point. The lead has grown to 7,000 right now. In the blink of an eye, just a couple minutes ago, we were making small talk about God knows what. Thank God that's over. We're going to get another look at the way that initial fight started. This feels like eons ago.
Yeah, and the thing is, you Cyclone, and you're trying to buy Kissy time to get out. But the hard commit kind of baited the rest of the team in, and Kissy actually did kind of manage to get out. Unfortunately for them, though, that was fine. This the part which I think was the unforgivable sin, right? You're looking for the re-engage without vision, by the way. You'll notice here, there's no wards from K-Stars. They actually don't know what's really happening. Their only ward is over the wall, where it's not seeing anybody whatsoever. And that gives them all the space they want to make that play. CO gets to get an uncontested, without setup bullet time, by the way. There was no big out from Pro Delta to set him up. He was just able to get sat there because K-Stars already burnt everything early. They're in a choke point.
Yeah, that can't happen, right? We pointed that out in draft, right? How boom or bust a spell that is. But if you can just farm damage like that, like you said, it's borderline unforgivable, especially when you have backline access, right? You have dashes from Bull. You have a Cyclone, right? The double Cyclone and a Flash from Desamis. You've got a Stream of Shuffle for crying out loud. You got Chains of Corruptions that can ward something off. The Glacial Fissure has immense range. You cannot let this MF get a free bullet time off. They train up Pro Delta, but Zothvi says, you forgot about me, son of a gun. Stop left pop there by Kissy to buy more time after the Stream of Shuffle is the gateway by which Leviatan entered, and another unopposed bullet time. Tribute gets the wall up, but it is too little, too late. Leviatan with a much needed win over a K-Stars squad that got a lot of thinking to do after they get their first loss of the year handed to them.
And question what you want about Leviatan's early game. Say what you want about the non-existent mid game. But the late game, Leviatan knows how to make decisions when it comes to late. And if K-Stars, you're just going to sit back, lie back, and let Lev do whatever they want, they will eventually come to the late game. They'll eventually start making the right decisions, and they will close out. What a shocking upset. Let's call it an upset. It is an upset. Cade lose their first game against Leviatan, and such a dominant style from Leviatan. It's mind-boggling.
No, it was the loss, but to kind of repeat what you're saying in different words, it was the manner with which they lost, right? We did not see any proactivity from Cade, and the one time we did was not the time to get proactive.
No, not at all. He already lost the fight, and then you just kind of go right back to it with a man down. Yeah, I don't know what this means for Cade, because we already said in the pregame, right? For Cade, this week is the big challenge week. You're up against the upper half of the standings, the teams that, you've had the easiest run of it till now, strength of schedule, and now you're actually facing the strength part of your schedule, and you're losing to Leviatan, who's the weakest on the docket. You're up against Furia Nix, who has been absolutely stunning. Okay, game one today, they were a little bit messy, but they still won, right? They still look better than Leviatan. Yeah, and yet Payne, who just closed out super clean against 2W7M. Like, if you're K-Stars, you're probably going, okay, what did we just do? CL's probably like pulling out the belt right now because he's got to whip them into shape for tomorrow.
Yeah. Someone's gonna get some chanclas in some places that they don't like, dude. Chanclas is Spanish though, so that's I guess kind of appropriate. Yeah, it's just cinto or the Havaianas, right? That's what my mom used to do. She used to threaten me because you know the flip flops that are the Brazilian ones, right? The ones that like they Okay, everyone look up. I'm going to put it in the Twitch chat. Just take a little Google. Havaianas. They have a retail store here in SoCal, actually, in Huntington Beach.
Wow, okay.
But they're very easy to slip off, right? And you can just, in one motion, slip it off and backhand somebody. Anyway. Yeah, this was not it from Kate. I don't know. For me, it doesn't really change my opinion of them that much because I think I had the strength of schedule in my mind so much, right? But like you said, the manner of the defeat was very uncade, right? It almost felt too controlled, right? It was very, very risk averse, and to a certain extent, I get that because this is kind of the early mid game is the power point of this Lev composition. So from one respect, I get that, right? But I don't know. What would you have done differently? I guess. Give me something to cling on to here.
If you flipped the nameplates, or you just hit the nameplates and told me that Lev was K-Stars, I'd have believed you, right? Like K-Stars look like Leviatan and the struggles they've had, where they just weren't doing anything. And Leviatan was incredibly proactive this game. I really, really like that look. Like you said, maybe for you it doesn't convince you anything for K-Stars. For me, it worries me a lot that K-Stars kind of dropped that, and it brings into question whether they or not they are actually a top 3 team. I think it proves a lot more for me for Leviatan. I think Leviatan is a very variable team. Some weeks they're really good. I mean, week 1, 2-0. Week 2, 0-2. Week 3? I mean, they could be improving, right? They did the same thing in Split 1. And I think if you're a Leviatan fan, if you're a LATAM fan, you're very, very happy that Leviatan is starting to actually perform and looking pretty good right now with the chance of even doing better into the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, Leviatan, the rest of their schedule, I mean, it's no... I mean, well, they've got Pain tomorrow, but then IE, that'll be the last match of the weekend. Lev versus IE, El Clásico Latino. That should be very interesting. Because unironically, if you go 2-1 this week, right? I mean, if you drop one against Pain, no shame in that, right? But then you beat IE, all of a sudden, you finish the split, 4-3. Given how things started, that's all right. We're going to take it to a quick break. For now, though, we've been blabbering long enough. Coming up next, IE versus Loud. Boy, oh, get your popcorn. Take your pee break right now. Get your popcorn ready and strap in, because I have no idea what's going to happen in the next game. You should be here for it, though. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody. 4x4 and RMC going to take you through the last day, or last match, I should say, of the first day of 3. We will be here on Monday, guys. Don't forget. And if you haven't followed us already, if you're watching us on the LTA Fantasy app, by the way, welcome. We do this every single day that we can. We do this for the love of the game. We appreciate the support from Riot on the Fantasy app to follow what we think is the greatest region of all time. We've been doing this in some way, shape, or form since 2021, end of 2020, depending on who you ask. So it's been a long, long time we've been doing this. And RMC, over that time, before the merger, when dinosaurs roamed the earth, Iserus Estrol and Loud, those two teams emerged to become stalwarts of their region, standard bearers for their region. And these two teams, they're a combined 1-7 right now, but historically, I think that's what we're going to cling on to for this matchup. Historically, these two teams have done a lot for their respective regions.
You know what? Depending on how it goes for by the end of today, the rest of the LOA might start sharing the generational trauma that is 7-1 that Brazil already struggles with. We do start with Isurus Estrol, of course, currently sat at 0-4. Guys, this is the split 1 first seed. They're the only team who took a game off LTA North during the playoffs, and
they were one Bertle miscue away from not letting the team that got to first stand even out of the first round. And I will die on that hill.
You know what? And that's fine for because Bertle died on that hill, and Bertle is no longer giving the opportunity to miscue anymore. Summit, you can see his picture there. That's a promo picture and a half for Summit coming in. He stepped in last week replacing Bertle. I've got to be honest, he has not yet performed, unfortunately. I mean, first weekend, he had no time to prepare for the team, no time to practice the team. He's just in, plug and play. Understandable. But today, he does need to show up for Iserus Estrol, because you look at the talent on this roster, this is the super team. It is also, by the way, the guest team, which means they'll have to play against relegation regardless of how they end. But Jose Deodo, Miryu, Korean import, Snake or Ackerman, a bot lane that's been to multiple international events and held their own against some of the best in the world. And they're 0-4, they can't hold against Brazilian domestic teams? What?
Yeah, with all due respect to Brazil, I mean, this team was built for a lot more than that. And like you said, they will have to fight against relegation, which in Split 1, I still think is hilarious, but in Split 1 was infinitely more funny than it is right now. Right now, it's not looking so funny if you're an IE fan, and you've got to go up against whoever comes up from the Circuito Desafiante in the second division. You got some teams down there. You got some teams, some literal CB LOL teams down there to try to take that spot. Loud. You know these guys, you love them, most of you hate them. That's okay. Robo, Shinny, Tinones, Root, and Redbird. And most, if you hate them, it's because they won 4 titles in a row, something that had never been done, and really established a hegemony here in Brazil, and really painted, I think, unfairly our region as a one-team region. But the fact of the matter is, they did something that no team had done before. The great teams of CBLOL's past, none of them had won 3 in a row. Loud won 4 in a row. And RMC, this team has taken on a bit of a new identity now. This is the retirement home. This is the unction, if you will. Shinny and Redbird have come in as the jungle support, but when it works, RMC, it actually works out all right.
Yeah, I mean, you can call them the unks, but at the same time, the experience does show. And when they're hot, they are hot. And we saw them last Sunday absolutely pop off and crush. It was phenomenal. She went like, what, 9-0 or 9-1? Like that?
It was like 9-0-13. It was an absolutely god-tier performance. The likes of which I have them on my fantasy team, but let me tell you, boys and girls, it's not because I wanted to. It's because the resources that I had on my fantasy team dictated that I needed a cheap jungler. It worked out great for me last week.
Yeah, and he paid off huge. And now coming into today against Iserus Estrol, Loud going to be on the red side. We're already seeing, a kind of split bans coming through from IE, not too much of a focus. They do get their hands on the Gwen, though. It feels like Gwen has become that top prio. But I think Loud's fine with that. Robo's never been a huge Gwen player.
No.
Tristana, sure. Rise, we'd like to forget about that, sure. But, you know, like, they play more standard. They play more for the team. And I feel like Isurus Estrol, that's just bread and butter for this team. Team fight, front to back. Simple as you please.
I would like to see them grab the Robo, or the Jax for Robo. Excuse me. There it is. Yeah. No, but one thing that Robo is very good. All right, we talk about the counter into Gwen, yes, but Robo historically, he can play this MF champion. He is so good at this champion.
Yep, and he's literally. You were talking about if you hate Loud for their 4 straight wins, I'd say you're probably a Pinseshi, because you remember the Jax where Robo single-handedly zoned out 5 members, and he wasn't even that far ahead. So it really feels like Loud are taking this game very, very seriously to start the Super Week.
I think you gotta, dude. Like you said, the Super Week is starting. This is not the game. You're not allowed to lose this game, right? The next 2 games are Fluxo and Furia. Okay, you're not allowed to lose the Fluxo either, to be fair. But Furia, they'll probably lose that one. You got to get some dubs here, man, right? Try to salvage some self-respect. Again, no one's getting eliminated. This is just for positioning for the group stage, but still, dude.
Yeah, I think Loud, they're setting up well for it. They're still looking for their bot lane. Both teams looking for their bot lanes. I think took a lot more of an aggressive stance with the Gwen, and they're going with Silas and Xin Zhao. That's not necessarily team fighting. Again, feels very kind of skirmish heavy. They do, again, have good skilling, but a lot of AP damage to come through, and not really a true tank. So depending on what Loud want to opt for their AD carry, it might just shred right through IE. This is an angle where you could probably pick a Jhin. I don't want to see Root on a Jhin. I want to see Root on a carry. But it does mean that Root can pick anything under the sun at this point.
No, the Jhin shout is not a bad one, honestly. Short range composition, don't hate the Corki into it. I don't really like Corki as an AD carry in general, but I understand why. Again, you can just, the true damage will help out. It always does. But on some of these shorter range AD carries, man, I don't know, dude. Look, Root's got the Kaisa, right? She's kind of short range as well. But this is really a disengage kind of wait and see sort of composition here. You've got a little bit of dive kind of going forward, right? But you can kind of hold your own. You've got disengage here as well. And into this bot lane, the Snaker and Ackerman are playing. It'll be Ashe Braum. They'll definitely have a range advantage into whatever Root and Redbird end up picking.
Yeah, it's interesting to note as well that this is the first time the split Snaker's actually picking the Ashe, which surprises me, because when I think of Snaker Ackerman, I think of a utility bot lane, and the premier utility bot lane is Ashe Braum. Yeah. So it's kind of surprising to me that this is the first time we've seen it. I do think it fits perfectly their composition, though. You've got engage, you've got, more importantly, disengage, and ways to kind of reset the fight to allow for Summit and Mirio to find alternate angles in with the Silas and with the Gwen. Loud, though, yeah, it's just, super basic composition from the Redbird with the Rel. Great full up for the Sejuani. Incredible front to back. I do want to go back to the Corki a little bit forward, because one of the other things I think that is a strength of Corki is he's got very high burst damage. His problem is actually range. Since they took away sort of the strength in his missiles and put it into things like his Philosopher's Bomb and the Gatling gun. He does need to get a little bit close to pump out the damage, but when you're against a Xin Zhao and a Gwen, to do damage, you need to be close enough anyway.
Yep.
So I actually kind of like the Corki pickup here. It just comes down to whether Root's hands are good enough to be able to dodge out critically those sort of skill shots that would absolutely punish a Corki for stepping into that sort of range.
No, absolutely. You know, they've really got their work cut out for him on that champion. Root, he's going to have to put on a masterclass. And Root, I mean, he's been, Mr. Consistency, right, over the course of basically his entire time here in Brazil. I think this will be his last split. Did I make that up before last year, before military service?
Yep. Yeah, I think that's what he has been said, right? Croc unfortunately left us last year, and Root have it this year. And that's why Loud went with this Unk roster. Right, like they picked up Shinny and Redbird because they needed immediate results. Now, if you're a Loud fan, you know that the beginning of the split's always kind of rough for them, so that's fine. The question is now they are accelerating, they're starting to scale up. How far can they scale? Can they scale up into the first place Loud that we saw that built a dynasty in Brazil? The first time Brazil ever had a three-peat, much less a four-peat in a row.
Yep, and it was on the back of those two solo laners who Loud ripped from Pain. From Pain's last championship before last split, Robo and Tinones, they got relegated with, well, Tinones got relegated with Pain, I should say. Robo joined after the fact. He was on Flamengo in 2019. He's got some stories from that Flamengo roster, by the way, which are hilarious. I'll sprinkle one of them in right now. He had mentioned that, because Flamengo, right, for those that don't know, it's the most widely supported soccer team in Brazil. And if you know anything about Brazil and soccer, it's like a religion down there. And they had, when Flamengo got their League of Legends team, and they were in the final against INTZ, I believe it was in 2019, and Flamengo ended up winning it, they had the Ultras, right? They had a bus, right, with the Ultras from the soccer team show up for the League of Legends team. And that final was played in Rio de Janeiro, which is where Flamengo is located. And Robo, he gave an interview where he was like, yeah, that was the most insane final I've ever played in, because I was thinking to myself, as I saw like the flares and the noise and the Ultras, I'd be like, I gotta win this one. If not, I might not leave this place alive.
Fair enough. I think that set him up really well to play for Pain Gaming after, because I feel like the Pain fans are like that sometimes. And
they are. This is a results-based business, and no one understands that better than Pain fans, man.
Well, for Loud, though, I wonder if Loud is in a similar position, right? Because they really only started showing up in 2021 after franchising, and they only really started to find success in 2022, 2023 after, as you pointed out, the whole Robo and Tinon swap over or take away from Pain Gaming. So Loud as a franchise doesn't have that sort of same base. It feels like a lot of their success or a lot of their following was built on success. Win and everything's good. Lose and who knows what's happening.
Yeah.
So I do feel like for the org, like winning is priority. And granted, right now it's still not clutch time yet. Nobody gets eliminated from the positioning phase, but they do start needing to clean up their act. And having a good day 4 or round 4, last weekend, almost raises the expectations for this Loud team once again from like zero to the stratosphere.
Yeah, this is the first time they're going to be experiencing losing on the League of Legends side, right? In kind of this serial fashion. The Valorant team obviously won a world championship for Brazil in 2022, and the Valorant team is going through similar struggles right now. This Loud fan base, right? Like you said, they've been around effectively in kind of these two major esports for Riot, only really the last kind of 3 or 4 years, and this is the lowest ebb that both of their teams find themselves right now. And you could kind of say the same for Iserus Estrol, right? I mean, it's Ace, right? They've been at some international events, but for the better part of the 2020s, it's been either Isurus or Estral.
Yeah, and if we look at the LLA teams that are left after the LTA merge, right? In the north, there's Lions Gaming. And if you're a recent fan of League of Legends, of the LLA, you might not recognize the Lions name, because I think the last time they were around was back in 2017.
And that was actually there were 2 LLA regions. There was LRN and LRS.
True. Yeah, the North and the South leagues. I forget what their actual names are. And then if you look at Leviatan, they're a new organization who hasn't been to international. So if you're looking at LA, i.e., the fusion of Isurus and Estrol, like you said, I think they have 6 trophies between the two organizations. So, yeah, they are sort of the flagship team of the LLA. And in Split 1, they absolutely delivered. Here in Split 2, there are just way too many questions that have not been answered.
No. And Summit, you can see him on your screen there. He's been brought in to answer one of those questions, which is, what the hell do we do in the top lane? Because Bertle, I mean, look, basically, Bertle was not taking things seriously, and that was reported and verified by multiple sources. He was just kind of, to use a British expression, he was taking the piss down here in Brazil. It was a rough one for him, so they brought in Summit now out of retirement, went to Worlds with Leviatan, with R7, excuse me. Yes, it was R7. Yeah, we'll mention R7 as well, because where Jose Deodo got famous. Redbird had to flash out of here. Snacker and Ackerman making it their problem. At level 3, just abusing that advantage. That is so much damage taken by Root and Redbird.
And that right there is why I'm shocked we've not seen Snaker on Ashe on this split. And I do feel like, i.e., this is their comfort zone. Give Snaker something that can play so much utility. Robo with the gank from Shinny here.
Able to get their Summit, flashing away. Robo doesn't have much mana, maybe, right? I mean, these early cooldowns on the Jax, we talked about it with the Gwen, but the Jax is similar, especially with that Leap Strike and Counter Strike, right? That is his bread and butter. With both of those down, can't really do much, but you do get the flash out of him.
Yeah, and now the counter response from Jose Deodo into the bot lane. They will see Tinones coming down. They know the timer is up. They get the plate, and I think that's all they're going to be able to get. Maybe a second one. For top lane, though, I didn't want to highlight the big reason why the gang didn't work. Shinny didn't get an auto off. He had red buff taking, but he only got the knock up, not the slow, and therefore they couldn't chase down. If the slow lands, even with the flash, Summit is probably dead to right. So big mistake or a small mistake with massive results for Loud, and it gives IE a huge advantage.
Yeah, very much on the margins here in this early game. And I mean, even in the bottom lane, right? I mean, the fact that Redbird and Root held on to both their summoners, that's big, right? I mean, with a little bit more, you probably could have burned something there, but the advantage, it's in the CS right now. And even then, right, Snagger taking the call, right? He's not opting to kind of dumpster this lane right now. He's happy to play for the late game, which, look, with this composition, I suppose that's fair enough, but both sides have pretty monstrous late game threats. I give the edge to Loud on that front, but Isurus have a number of champions that can take over a game.
And it just reminds me a little bit of the Pain game we saw last week on Sunday as well, where Pain just went with 4 damage threats, i.e. not quite there, but Xin Zhao is much more of a damage threat than something like a Sejuani. So as much as the scaling in terms of if we are comparing role to role probably favors Loud ever so slightly, IE are going to scale up perfectly fine as well, and their late game is going to be massive. Their split push threat could be huge as well. It really does come down to whether or not Robo can kind of handle Summit, and that was a big question we had after last week, because we don't know how good Summit is.
No, we do not. Let's see if he can play out a 3v1 dive. Gwen is buying a lot of time here. Yeah, Redbird taking an absolute beating on the tower. It ended up working out. The Ignite burned there. He didn't lose anybody, but Summit playing that pretty well. It's so hard to dive a Gwen, dude, especially in 2025 when these towers hit like trucks.
To give credit to them, Summit didn't have flash, so he was much easier to dive than usual.
Fair enough.
Still, he played perfectly. Ring around the rosy, hardly takes damage. Chasing Root down. Root is a level down as well. Has to be careful. If Summit hits 6, that Corki's going to have to blow flash.
Yep. Yeah, no, exactly. No, if Summit was 6, then something valuable is being lost on the side of Loud, 100%. Redbird trying a cheeky little lane gank here. If he could show up here on this rel, he does have Hex Flash. He can't count on the fact that there is no ward on that Tri-Brush. We can see that with God Vision, but able to put down the control ward there. I think they still don't know, but Ackerman probably going to pop something down here. He has the Hex Flash. Again, right, we talked about it in the last game with Pro Delta, how he can clear so much space with that champion. And Redbird absolutely can do the same. Yoink! Very valuable to take away by Miru.
And going to be able to zone out Loud. They don't want to deal with this just yet. I was laughing as well at the fact that Redbird walked into that bush with the control ward in, and he doesn't hit either the ward, nor does he zone Snaker out. So he's kind of hesitant. He's paralyzed by choices right there. And this is a little bit concerning if you are a Loud fan, because this is how Loud was playing in the first couple of games, in the first week. Where it felt like they had a lot of opportunities that they kept letting slide through their fingers. They were playing for a late game without any sort of consideration given to the early or mid game, and that's not ideal. IE, on the other hand, if you're a fan of them, they're probably very happy with how this is going. Their rotation this game, they're showing signs of life, and it's not just Jose Deodo. Specifically, it's Snaker and Ackerman who have probably been the most sluggish part of this Iserus Estrol team so far this split.
Yeah, well, and it's sort of like we were saying, right? In a normal, if everyone is kind of hitting their peaks, you're okay if Sneaker and Ackerman are the more quote-unquote sluggish, right? They don't have to be incredible, right? Because you've got Jose Deodo, the LLA's, prodigal son, their superstar, as the ult there just goes very, very wide. But Summit and Miru, right? They've shown their chops in different regions, playing different sorts of champions, right? They don't need to be unreal. And in this composition, Snaker and Ackerman don't need to be carrying this game, but they can. And that's really all you want in life and in League of Legends is options. But RMC, I want to go back to something you said earlier. right? Loud, we talked about it. Shinny and Redbird, they won a title with each other. They've played on a championship roster in 2020, upsetting Pain Gaming in the finals that was on top of the building in 2020 with names you might remember like Tay and Mikau. And who's there? It was Envy. Oh my goodness! Wow, what a Mad Lib! I love that roster. Insane. Yeah, they took down Robo and Tinones actually on Pain Gaming in 2020. But they're going to start with the Dragon here. But RMC, zooming back in, Shinny and Redbird are the engine of this team, right? You talked about it, how like this passive play is very reminiscent of week 1 of the second part of the split, Loud, and that is not that's not a place you want to find yourself if you're Loud. Robo able to counter strike, do a little bit more damage back onto Summit. But yeah, because again, when you follow the mother duckling, Shinny, Robo and Tinones are good enough, man. They are such good team fighters. They have really good game sense. That's how, when they won all their titles, right? That was what was so frustrating about Loud, is that they show up to a team fight in the mid game. For 4 years, they did this. They show up to a team fight in the mid game, having just like, oh, are we playing League of Legends now? Great, let's ARAM this, this what. And then they just killed them.
Yeah, literally, we used to joke about a 40-minute timer. As soon as it's 40 minutes, Loud's just going to win the game. Like, it'll be 1 or 2 team fights, but they will win the game. Now, with Shinny, though, in the first couple of weeks, to be fair, I think there was a lot of hesitancy about whether Shinny should gank because he wasn't sure the team was with him. Now, after last week, he should have the confidence that Robo and Tinones will move with him. I assume that in comms they've figured that out. So, having seen Shinny not gank, besides that one gank at the top lane so far, that's on Shinny, and he's double 7. He's got the ultimate ready to go. I would love to see him try and make some sort of move, even if it's just a gank. You don't necessarily have to go for the objective. You can already see Robo is developing a significant lead on his own. Continue to accelerate him. I think Robo has been the best performer on Loud. If you get his jacks ahead, not only can he team fight like a monster, but he can split push like an absolute beast. And if he gets ahead enough that he can start diving Summit or actually threatening kills on Summit in this 1v1 situation, it makes the split push option for Loud so much better. And that's the other win con they used to have was, hey, even if we can't win a team fight, we can get to 40 minutes because we'll have somebody split pushing, whether it be Robo, whether it be Tinones, or for better or worse, Croc sometimes.
Yeah, real. Yeah, Croc. he was that X factor, right? I mean, and you get so like, I don't know, how different do you think Croc and Shinny really are, right? Because they are they were the go buttons for their team. I feel like Croc is just a higher variance version of Shinny. Do you think that's crazy? This is a little half baked by me.
No, I agree with that, which is why I liked it when they picked Shinny up as their jungler. I actually thought he'd be one of the better options in terms of a go button. Shinny has also never forgotten to buy items level 1 at an international event, so we'll get to that as well. True. But Croc is higher variance, and I think Croc had the higher carry potential. This game, it's 100%. Not going to matter. Shinny's on Sejuani. If you're carrying a Sejuani, you're either a lower in tier 2 or something's gone horrifically wrong. So, yeah, I think that's perfectly fine, and it fits their play style, which is why I want Shinny to engage. You're on an engaged champion. That's what you do. Where's my glacial person?
Yeah, you got to start ripping that bad boy, right? You're at level 7. We haven't really seen much of it. TP coming in here now by Robo. He's got the item. Trinity Force coming in hot. I'm not sure they're going to start up these grubs, or maybe they are. Just poking it with the end of the spear there. I feel like a fight's going to break out here, RMC. Summit going forward, able to chop up Shinny there, get the sweet spot, but only 2 charges on the Q. Root on the side. He's all alone. He's got to be careful with his positioning here, RMC. Root very vulnerable, able to Valkyrie away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And now with the stun going in, they delete him. Summit gets obliterated from the map. And now Jose Deodo buying a little bit of time there with that Crescent Guard, but now everyone has showed up for IE. Maybe there's a little bit more of an even fight. Shinny gets out by the skin of his teeth, just barely able to escape. Redbird traded out as well after he blew the Ignite. Root, my brother in Christ, what are we doing so far? Past the flash away.
It's Easter. It's the Easter weekend for our brother in Christ is looking for a res. It's fine though. He doesn't actually go down, even though, well, it's not Good Friday, so he doesn't die today. But yeah, Loud. Well, I just have so many questions about how that fight played out. Shinny had the angle to try and catch Jose Deodo or Summit out. He didn't go for it. And Loud played the counter engage beautifully. They got the outs out of Snaker and Ackerman. And that gave them the advantage on the turnaround fight. But it wasn't quite enough. Shinny didn't get a priority target. Snaker on this Ashe is just not being threatened. He has so much range and safety to play with. And the slows from his arrows are just giving him so much more space in these team fights. Now, they didn't win the fight though, and Loud does get the grubs. So as far as the game overall is concerned, as much as we're concerned about some of the micro in this fight, Loud is perfectly happy with how it goes. We get to see a replay of how it goes. And right there, these angles are great, right? Redbird had flash. He could have gone in for a Magnet Storm. Shinny could have looked for the engage. Instead, they waited out. And I was scared when they did this. But it worked out, right? They got all the big ultimates out. They should have turned around. But look at Snaker's positioning here. At no point is he under any threat whatsoever. He just gets the free fire from the side with the slows. The only person who can really threaten at this point is kind of Robo. And Robo already burnt his Leap Strike prior to that part of the fight where Snaker was getting free fire.
Yeah, and the Leap Strike, right, that's not as big of a tool into the Gwen as the Counter Strike, right? Just eliminating all those autos, that's such a big reason why it is a counter matchup. But, yeah, I mean, with both these champions, with the Jax especially, right, there are a couple of abilities you really need to watch. Otherwise, this champ is not useless, but unless you're strong, it's the big 5-man ultimates, right? Not 5-man ultimates, the 5-man Counter-Strike. We talk about how, as a Pain fan, you've got images seared into the back of your eyelids. You wake up in a cold sweat thinking about Robo just standing there, menacingly zoning off the entirety of Pain Gaming, because that leap and Counter-Strike is so powerful on this Jax, and if you know how to play around that, you can do absolutely unholy things with this champion. A lot of pings coming down here onto this Dragon now, RMC. Vision's shared all right here, right? I mean, now you know exactly where Loud are, but Loud in control of the pit. Tinones and Summit, neither one of them have their TPs up here, so I'll be interested to see if the Dragon does get popped, but both those champions are kind of locked into the top lane for the time being.
Yeah, and Miru being present rather than Summit, I think, is not a bad choice necessarily for the team fight with the ultimates that you can pick up. I'm much more happy with the fact that both teams are looking to get action here, as the supports kind of both get caught out a bit.
They do go forward. Deleted! Redbird gets sent into the gray screen with alarming speed. Root can't get in. He's not long enough range to be able to do anything about that. Now Robo picking a fight here with Miru in the bottom lane. There. Grandmasters might pop here. A lot of resistances one way or the other. This is just a pure hands fight right now, but with Shinny showing up, Robo getting a little more confident, but he's able to flood away as Ackerman and Jose Deodo, hop in.
Honestly surprised Miru actually winning that trade out with the ultimates. I guess the AP skilling on Grandmaster's Might is a thing, because it felt like he was taking less damage. Tinones, though, able to answer on that top side. And 4-4, for all that IU won the fight, they don't get the prize. They don't get the Dragon, and Tinones got a free turret. So Loud, again, finding small advantages.
Little by little, yeah, the lead is essentially nothing right now. But you're looking at things like item spikes right now, and everybody's kind of at that one item, right? There's no kind of big advantage. This has shades of the last game, RMC, right? Where it feels like the vision control has been even from both sides, right? Some skirmishes are won. The fight, the prize on this side, not being able to take, right? Not even being able to be taken. But Loud, right, again, they can team fight as 5 better than anybody, and with this composition especially, they can play really well. And they play the counter engage as well, pretty well. And that's sort of what IE's composition we highlighted as a strength of theirs. So there's a couple ways, there's a lot of ways. Again, we talked about it at the end of the last game. This is not exactly a game where I could tell you what's going to happen. I have absolutely no idea. I expected more blood than this, to be fair, but Root is playing with my freaking heart. How is he 1-0? Double TP's coming in here. Glacial Prison goes out. Robo gets the follow-up stun. The CC share on Ackerman might be too much. Glacial Fissure, gonna buy a lot of time. Redbird in the backline with the Magnet Storm. Summit has finally shown up. They didn't even need him, as Snaker just guns him down. Lots of arrows in the back of the dome. Robo next on the menu. Isurus Estrol almost absconded there. Was Shinny. Miru wanted more, and now that might be enough for them to get this Dragon.
And by the skin of their teeth, Iserus Estrol is winning these fights, but they're always lacking to be able to really follow up after the fight. Even now, Jose Deodo doing that Dragon is a little bit risky. Loud is calling for a counterplay on the other side. They find Herald to boot, and it does feel a lot like what these teams specialize in. Loud, stalling team. They've always been good at getting to late, finding these sort of trades, even when they aren't winning the mid-game. Mirio Snaker, though, can they get a little bit cheeky here?
Able to swipe away that Dragon. Jose Deodo on the bottom side. Objective traded. Let Redbird with the snap engage there. Tino's going forward. Shuffle. What? Holy what? How did he do? Was that an abscond?
Yep.
Must have been an unstoppable. He must have buffered it immediately.
Yeah, he hopped over the wall with the abscond, and that put Loud in a rough position. They thought they found the catch. Jose Deodo now on the hunt on the back end. Ackerman with the slow onto Redbird again.
Miru's got the Magnet Storm. Yeah, thought the better of it, of going over the wall. Yeah, I don't know if Miru did that on purpose, but it worked out. I don't think that was a bug. I think that was an intended interaction, right? Silas is a tricky, Robo, my goodness, getting the big old stun there, has to flash away. Redbird trying to provide some backup. Blowing 2 flashes for that? Come on, Loud, we're better than that. Oh my goodness.
Robo is too angry to die, to quote Trajan. Like, he went 1v4 under a turret, and because of this is actually huge for Loud, because they've messed up the tempo from Iserus Estrol, and where Iserus Estrol should have been able to get that free reset and free sort of tempo and the turret damage onto both mid and top, they only find top. Loud is able to answer back and able to keep up this pressure. So Loud, they are not going to go out quietly. They're going to try and make plays all the way down, and that's what you want to see from them. Even better, though, is we're seeing IE be awake, alert, and actually making plays and actually winning right now. They're up 2,600 gold, and they look like they know how to play with this lead. They look like they know how to set up for these objectives and force Loud to the situations.
Whew. Imagine that. I mean, that would be really something. I.e., awake and alert, because they looked like they sleepwalked through the first 2 weeks. They looked so limp, no onus, no momentum, no nothing. They looked straight up bad. But this is the best we've seen them look in a while. Granted, it's probably an equally underpowered Loud composition. But Robo following up with that chain CC, pretty good. But Ackerman, big ult to get off there, man.
And it felt like this fight really played in the margins. I think both teams did the micro fine, but there was a level mismatch. Redbird was level 7 to Ackerman's level 8. And because of that, Ackerman lives, Redbird dies. And you can see the Loud fans, like how close that fight was. And I think for a lot of the Loud fans, they realize as well, that could have been the turn in the game. Either way, and them losing means that now Loud is firmly on the back foot. Redbird again doesn't make it over.
Oh no, he's on the wrong side of the train tracks, bud. Didn't check in on O-Block, and he got one in the back of the dome. IE get another easy kill, and now RMC, we got to start asking some uncomfortable questions here. Is Isurus in a really good spot in this one?
Yeah, it's just playing fantastically. I love how aggressive they are, and that they're making a lot of these plays, making it work out for them, at least in the fights. They are slightly falling behind, it feels like, in terms of macro play and in their rotations, but with the meta we're in, it's all about the objectives. Jose Deodo just walking in. Thank you for the leash. Smites away the blue buff, able to secure that for the team. The uncomfortable questions for me, it comes down to one player, Redbird, for Loud. And we look at Redbird's history as well. Redbird got dropped by Loud, and they brought in Winsome, a NACL talent from North America, Korean import or Korean player as well. They brought him in to replace
LCS
Redbird.
Veteran Winsome.
True, he did have some time in the LCS as well, but he was coming from Tier 2 NACL, and he wasn't the most hyped support there either. And they dropped Redbird for that. Now they pick Redbird back up again to try and make this split work, but he's now 0-4, and Redbird has been the whipping boy for Loud fans in the past. After this game, if Loud don't win this, if they win this, Redbird is going to get lynched.
Yeah, the pitchforks are coming out for Redbird, man. This has not been a great game for him. 4 deaths. And again, some of it is just like, okay, you're a support on a losing team, right? A little bit, because usually that's the cope when you are the only way to start a fight for your team, and that is not the case for this Loud composition.
Yeah, that's on Shinny, and Shinny has been very hesitant to pull the trigger. He no longer has that option. There is no Redbird engage option. It's a Redbird die option if he goes in. So now Shinny has to find the perfect angle. And I'm looking at this composition from IU right now with the strength that Jose Deodo has, the fact that they are accelerated as well in terms of that. He's likely to hit his 2-item power spike. The hit-on option is no longer a safe one. Even if you do get the engage, as long as Jose Deodo is nearby, he can always disengage with the Crescent Guard and reset the fight, and you now don't have the engage option from Shinny again. So Loud, they've already been very selective with their fights, but they actually... It's now no longer a luxury. It's a necessity that they're selective.
Yep, and that is not a place you want to find yourself. I mean, especially when you're trying to get back into this game. This is a cheeky Sejuani gank angle going forward there. They got the catch onto Ackerman, and now Shinny. He's got a responsibility to press R on somebody in the back line. He just kind of stood there and auto-attacked people, and now into the back line goes everybody, but the CC chain actually pretty good there. Tinones with a very nice Shurima shuffle. All right, fair enough. Caster's got to eat his words. I thought that was so cooked for Loud.
Well, we said they had to be selective, and they were. The patient play to wait for the teleport, and IE weren't willing to press the advantage they had in the initial parts of the fight. They waited till all the teleports completed. Robo shows up, and that is the massive monster. Robo, the GOAT of Brazil, most championships under his belt, wants another one. And with this, Loud are back in the driver's seat. It's not 40 minutes, but they're looking like the late game Loud we remember.
Yeah, this is o coisa ruim voltou, né? The bad thing has returned. This is very just like, are we kidding? We're doing this again in 2025 with 5 players that were born in the last millennium? Yes, we are. They grab a dragon as a result now. And again, we're probably not going to see a sole win condition, but the game is still tied as far as gold is concerned. 3-2 in terms of towers, 2-1 in terms of dragons, tied on grubs, right? So this is very, very close, but Loud have seized what little bit of momentum has gone either way. Loud have definitely grabbed some of it back. And again, in these team fights, I was very impressed there, right? And I mean, you have to give Loud credit, right? Because again, we're going to get a replay of this, and thank goodness. But this feels to me a little more just like IE with some boneheaded TPs.
Yeah, and it also, the start's different from the other fights in that it's not Redbird getting caught this time, it's Ackerman getting caught.
Yeah.
And the space that they were kind of creating was huge. That was Miryu's ultimate, wasn't it? The shuffle there.
I miscalled that, yeah.
It didn't really even help them, unfortunately. You can see he was trying to disengage, but he was already way too deep in. And it's a rare mistake from Iserus Estrol where they weren't fully coordinated. But Loud were just absolutely wonderful at being able to punish that. And we focus so much on Shinny being the goal button, but that wasn't Shinny. That's old Loud. That's Robo and Tino's creating space.
Yep. And now getting caught out. Okay, just look at the bottom right of your screen to see what happened there. Be nice to him on Twitter. If you get the temptation to DM him something nasty, don't. It's just like write a strongly worded letter and then burn it. That's what you should do.
Yeah, and it's just really, again, Loud fans, their hearts are being played with right now. It's like, oh, good play, bad play, good play, bad play, bad play. And for IE fans, it's not quite the same. Like, as much as IE screwed up the fight prior to this, they still feel very comfortable. And now with this play, IE fans are right back up again. They're not sweating, they're not worried. They're able to pick up the Atakan, a permanent buff to come through. And it feels like they've regained control over this game. The start of the fight was really good. Again, it feels like a pick from IE. They just know they're stronger. And we talked about how Robo was a monster with that teleport in that previous fight. The moment Robo showing up on the side lane with no TP, IE are just pulling the trigger immediately. They know, they see Robo on the bot side, and they're saying, okay, you've got a turret, we don't care. Miru kicks us off before the turret's even down, because they know they're stronger, and they know they can collapse faster. And even here, they're thinking about potentially diving the turret. If they had a wave anywhere nearby, they're going in.
No, absolutely. You knew that was on their mind, and you saw that, which is the way they were kind of going forward. Snaker 100% KP here, not for nothing. And we talked a little bit about it in draft and kind of in the beginnings of this game as they grabbed themselves the Atakan buff, got themselves those mini GAs. How much Robo and Tinos, they love to play in side lanes, right? But that's the thing about these, side lanes, right? It's kind of starting out in that side lane. It's much tougher. And you got to give credit to Isurus Estrol. Again, this is a team with a lot of veterans on it, right? Miru's kind of been in and out of tier 1, right? Summit. He has a lot of opinions available on him as a player. I'll leave it at that. Snaker, Ackerman, and Jose Deodo, they have been, doing this at the top for a long, long time, right? And again, it was Miru kicking it off, right? He's stolen some very high value ultimates. That Shreemish Shuffle didn't work out in 2 fights ago, but for the most part, he's been kind of ripping R on cooldown, and he's got a bevy of good ultimates to take here from the side of Loud. And now they have regained control in this one. Baron is up and running. Should they want to go for it? I do not think they should. Even though you do have Snaker on 2.5 items right now, the Ash isn't kind of that turbo, like Balloon's tower defense, just rips right through you sort of turret. Robo's found a home in the side lane again. Let's see how this one works out. And
I think Robo's the problem. That's why IE have to look at the Baron. They are not winning the split push war right now. Summit is not able to hold his own against Robo. Robo is up a level and absolutely abusing the advantage. Miru getting caught out in the jungle. I don't think there's really kill threat here. I don't think Loud can really get in there unless Miru turns. If Miru turns, he's looking for it.
Unless Miru starts clicking on the right side of the screen, then maybe. But Jose Deodo was waiting in the wings, right? I mean, there was potential for that. Yeah, that was very much just sort of, hey, what are you doing on my lawn? Please go away. But Robo's still kind of doing his thing in the bottom lane, getting a little bit more out of that in the jungle, the south jungle quadrant. Dragon going to spawn here in a little bit, but 50 seconds is a long time. IE kind of sneaking this one. Robo's got TP. He can get to this fight really quick. I think we're going to see some blood here, RMC.
Yeah, TP being commented by Summit up here to try and rush us down. They have the buff of life from the Atakan, so losing here would not be a big issue if they can snag the Baron. The worst case scenario is that they get wiped. And Loud managed to win the coin flip, and they are looking for it. They have a controller in the back of the pit. Jose Deodo left in there alone to solo.
Miru's low. Somehow he's able to grab another Sejuani ult. That is not what I thought was going to happen. Jose Deodo goes in. The ult doesn't land. Glacial Fissure doesn't really do much either. Into the backline. Robo gets a lot done there. Summit has to flash away. Shoulders follow him. But now Robo turns attention onto Summit. And Isurus Estrol get bullied off the Baron. Jose Deodo and company turning tail and running. RMC, like you said, the worst case is they get wiped. But the Angel Wings are gone from their nameplates. Tino's into the backline. Big old stream of shuffle. Snaker has nowhere to run. All he can do is watch as his team gets obliterated obliterated. The shutdown for Robo to boot on top of all of it. Only a 2-for-1 to be fair, but if they can get the Baron off of this is a huge, huge swing.
And if they can get Snaker, if they can kill Miru, that's a guaranteed Baron. IE don't have what it needs to be able to finish the fight. They find Snaker. Miru's still running for the hills. Robo is chasing as a Jax. Can he get away? Can he abscond? He's trying.
Ooh, able to get onto some minions. Very nicely done.
Robo
can jump onto minions as well. Stun, bonk. He's able to dash away. Now with some help from Ackerman. Goes back in. He's got the Stolen Grandmander's Might. He's got a lot of healing. And he gets the shutdown onto Robo. It's a disaster, but waste his time 2025. That means that Loud get the Baron. That is a worthwhile trade in my book, RMC.
Definitely Loud winning that one out but my heart was going back and forth with how it started. I said the worst case scenario is they lose the Baron, but the worst case scenario was they don't have buff of life anymore, and that's precisely what happened. The initiate from IE, the idea was good, but when it missed, we've seen Loud be the better team at counter engaging. They punish your mistakes. Mess up once, and you're pretty much dead to rights. So this part for IE, they're just running for the hills. They're trying to get to safety. They knew they were going to lose it, and I actually really appreciate that IE did turn for the fight right here. If they kept running, they'd have run into that flank coming in from Robo on the side, and you'd have been completely wiped. As it stands, you managed to at least trade back on to Redbird by a crap ton of time, and that was what allowed Ackerman to come back out and actually help Miru on that mid lane, stop the worst case scenario from completely coming through, and buy yourself a bit more time to shove out these waves against the Baroned up Loud.
Now for the first time all game, Loud with a substantial gold lead here. The Baron power play at about even. Reminder, that starts at about 1,500 gold. Actually, no, exactly. I don't know why I said about, but that is what they're working with here. And again, they've got a couple of side lane threats, but Miru and Summit, right? We talked about the side lane from the perspective of Loud. IE have good answers here, right? And the gold lead isn't such that, way, what a goal. Just from 30 feet away, nailed it right between the uprights. But Miru and Summit, right, the gold lead between the solo laners isn't insane to the point where there's going to be like a clear winner one way or the other. Again, Jax is a counter matchup to the Gwen. Summit is just, he's not kind of who he used to be. Robo, not sure what he's doing over there. Maybe Loud could get something out of this, able to ward hop away. Summit going to grab it. Looks like his first kill of the game. Able to actually kind of get the edge there, but Robo again.
Oh,
no way! RMC, he can't keep getting away with this.
No, he can't. No shot.
Summit going to burn.
Okay.
There we go. All right. Finally,
it's a high price.
It is a high price to pay. They get 2 towers out of a Glacial Fissure. Now IE want more. Miru going forward, able to get Shinny into the back line here. Ackerman's got to be careful. Staker not able to get close enough to do damage. Shinny very nicely to be followed up by Redbird, and Tito's just free firing to a scattered IE. When IE get broken apart, RMC, we've seen this a couple times now. They get split up, and Loud just tears them apart.
I was wrong. I thought it was a high price. It was actually a discount sale.
Emily, we got LTA North, the waiting room.
That's the wrong show, buddy.
Wrong building.
That's later. I have
Get
my
out of
laptop.
here.
It's gonna record. I'll watch it later. It's gonna be fine. But we got a lot of fun LTA action. It's the Super Week. Woo! We got 3 days of games, and also this is the last week of the positioning phase. That means we got best of threes right around the corner. That's gonna be pretty exciting.
Yay! I'm excited. Look,
Emily's
I'm
like,
not best of one, not the biggest best of one enjoyer.
Well, I'm actually really excited for it just because it means we actually get Fearless again, which I
Yes.
think Fearless is super
exactly.
fun.
True.
And we're having lots of Fearless best of one right now.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of Nefiri picked, a lot of Mbessa. But we also have something new, patch drop, so we're going to be playing on the new patch. And we're going to start off by talking about that because a couple of changes that we want to highlight. Emily, what's catching your eye first off here when you're taking a look at it?
This guy,
Yep.
Oh!
Jungle Brand, could be back because his passive was buffed from, I believe, 215% to 245.
Okay.
So yeah, if you're looking for a nice AP jungle option, he does a lot of damage and passive was buffed. I think that could move him into a position where, as drafts go on, especially when we move into Fearless best of threes, people eyeing him as a potential jungle pick.
And that's a big thing. Like 25% tick upgrade is a huge thing for him in terms of just his clear. Because that has always been the big thing about Brand. He has a really strong clear speed.
Yep.
He's a really strong team fighter. So if he were to come back, this would be the way to do it. For me, my eyes would go towards some of the mages that have been changed. The biggest one I would say is Ahri. So Ahri being
Right there, yeah.
adjusted, honestly, it's more of a damage nerf. I think she was really, really strong with Rod of Ages. When the Rod of Ages changes came through,
Yeah, they're
now-
trying to nerf that tanky build.
yes, she was really tanky, really mobile already, so it was really difficult to really impact her in lane. The one that I'm genuinely interested in is Hui. Hui is a pick, getting buffed, both in his passive and in some of just his like damage numbers, I think is pretty significant. He was already a pretty good team fighter. I remember like last year we were seeing it pretty excessively. So like seeing Hui back in the meta, I think is a big win. So those are a few things.
In general, a lot of AP mid laners with the AP brand, so I'm curious what that's going to do in best of 3 Fearless next week. This week, I don't imagine we see that much changes. Annie, is it even worth talking about? I was excited for the Annie changes.
Annie's dead. They
She's
murdered
dead.
a small child.
She's
But
done.
You know what I want to actually talk about is someone over on the Riot Balance team thinks they're slick.
Yeah?
We clearly have a Team Liquid fan because this is just the Impact section of the patch. The #1 most played champion for Impact all time, the #2 most played champion for Impact all time, and his undefeated pocket pick in the Singed. So this is the Impact corner of the patch right here. Just throwing him some
That's
buffs.
true.
Shen also got buffed last patch
Yeah.
or the patch before that as well with a little bit of more damage on towers. The Q damage now works on towers. It's really not that impactful because the percentage HP doesn't work, but still some pretty nice buffs unironically for Impact. And I'm kind of curious to see if any of those might prompt him to pick up some of these champs again.
Mordekaiser recently got his new Exalted skin, is all I'm saying. Someone's trying to make him happy. They're trying to make the old man happy. So like some of those changes, I think Shen in particular, whenever we see Shen in the meta when he's strong, it's like, oh, it's a flex pick. You can actually play in both support and top lane. So I do love the idea. And
A little Shungle action too.
Yeah.
that's true. How could I forget? And to your point, Kangas, like with all of these picks being buffed a lot, like AP jungle, AP mid, whatever, that just means options. Especially if
Yep.
you go into a best of 3, we're going to be seeing a lot more options that are available, and that'll make it a lot more exciting.
Yeah, with the Rumble, with the Gwen top lane, that's where I'm looking at a lot of those mid lane mages being adjusted to. And that's where I'm like, I don't think we'll see Brand right away, but Impact clearly slipped to 20 to Freak. I think that's, we don't have footage of it right now.
Last few notes is Zeri back in the meta?
Okay, I think she was like kind of an option that teams over.
We're already seeing Zeri
specifically-
from the LTA.
I mean,
It was
that's what I also
It was
said. Like,
all damage.
she was
Fair.
already here,
Barely
and
matters.
Renekton was actually already also getting picked.
Fair. As
in
long as
best
this
of threes.
didn't hit, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm imagining. Patch 25.8 is the last patch of Season 1, though, so be sure to get those ranked games in before we travel to Ionia for the Spirit Blossom Festival.
Because from beyond disappear tomorrow. Up and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers and spirits haunt the restless mind. But seek to find, we'll meet again. Can't you hear the wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. The wind is calling my name. A whisper of the souls who never leave me. Collect your silver tears. Pray I reappear tomorrow.
We're going to Ionia! Let's go! Beautiful cinematic, first of all. Incredibly well animated. The music was great. That was my first time seeing it, because I didn't want to be spoiled, Azale. You were flaming me on that. Like, you don't watch it ahead of time.
He's like, oh, what's this?
I'm like, I'm going to
Yes,
have
brother.
live reaction.
It's all I see on my
Yeah.
Twitter feed.
Literally everywhere.
It's just constantly getting reposted. Like, ooh,
People
who's
breaking
that?
it. People breaking it down frame by
Yeah.
frame.
Yeah. Just like, look at all these Easter eggs.
Yeah, it's all WrestleMania again.
It is what
That's
it is.
the last plug for that one for this show.
WrestleMania is to you what golf is to jazz.
Exactly.
Right, now I need my time to start talking
Figure
about the Stanley Cup
skating.
playoffs.
There we go. Yeah.
Figure skating's over.
We don't want to
sadly.
learn about Raz's hobbies. We'll leave that one.
Basketball, I haven't even
What?
mentioned it.
It's time to talk about fantasy.
One hobby we all have is fantasy. Let's catch up on all of our fantasy teams for this week, because it's a new week, new teams to draft. Raz, you're up first.
I changed things up, baby. This time around, I put in some 100 Thieves flavor in here, Quid and Sniper. I think they both have like a pretty decent schedule here.
Yeah.
My focus is going to be on Jan. Because at some point, you just have to recognize this man has been balling all split long, all year long up until this point. So, and I even put him on the Kaisa. We saw his Kaisa, just last week. So there's a few things to make note of. I think all of these guys have a little easier strength of schedule. I think these guys, of course, are in the top 4. And I think Jan has already showed
Wait,
us.
C9 plays all the top teams.
Yeah, they do.
But I
That's
still
a-
have faith in Blabber.
You're just calling these other teams easy. They play like all the best teams.
I just have faith.
Makes sense. Some of it makes sense. All right, let's do the next one, though, because we have a couple more to get through here. I think next one's going to be Emily.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, so I changed out some people. Mainly, I had the same thought as Raz,
Yeah.
right? Where I added a few 100 Thieves members. But this guy, I feel like he was still, again, so cheap at the beginning of the year and has been putting up points compared to that cost every single week. So despite, their tough schedule, I still think Thanatos should bring me some points and is a really good top lane option. He's actually, I think him and Huhi are the only 2 players I have not swapped out.
Oh, they've been on the entire time?
Yeah.
Because
since-
Huhi's
since
gone down
week
in price,
one.
I think.
Yeah, it's
Interesting.
unlucky. But Thanatos, Thanatos is not, and I really like the way he's been playing
Yeah.
with C9. So yeah,
We'll see if the
hopefully
strength
he'll
of
give me some
schedule
points.
affects that point. So I'll take a look at mine. I think mine's going to be up next here. Here we go. All right, so
Do you want the pointer?
thank you, Emma. This is my strategy every time. This is a free
I
point
pick
for
the
everyone
number one
involved.
team and
Yeah.
take all their players.
No,
lazy as
not
hell.
that.
You
Wait,
look,
wait,
you
what?
look at the best.
It's
I also
really
like the
out?
New
And you
York
like this-
Yankees
also, I
and
like
the
the
Los
shirt.
Angeles Lakers.
I'm wearing the same
Also,
shirt
the
right here.
Kansas City Chiefs are very good.
Their strength of schedule has to be the easiest. They got C9, their other two, I'm expecting
He's on the
big points.
bandwagon.
Wait, they have C9 and they have the easiest strength of schedule?
Because the other two, it's an average, Azale. It's an average. Free points for everybody else.
God.
Let's see yours. Then. Okay,
Yeah,
you
well,
actually,
talk about
before that,
strength
Busio. Busio's insane, by the way. He's gotten so many points to support. Lions is the only one with more.
You want
But
to talk about easy strength of schedule? Let's
Oh,
bring up
there
the
we go.
strength of
Yeah,
schedule
okay.
for 100 Thieves. This is so last week I actually tried to change it, but I tried too late. LTA South had already started, so I couldn't change. So this week I was just looking at who they're actually playing. 100 Thieves plays only bottom 4 teams. It is an incredibly easy strength of schedule. They play really, really
Yep.
bloody, action-packed games. So even though Sniper, hasn't been racking up as many points, I actually think 100 Thieves is going to have a really good week because they played a lot of their harder teams already. They play only bottom teams, and I think they are going to be cashing in for fantasy.
yeah, and that is the big conversation: is can any of the bottom four punch their
Dignitas,
way
Yeah.
up?
Lion, and Shopify. You want
Yeah.
to talk about
Yeah.
easy strength of schedule?
Yeah.
This is by far the easiest strength of schedule for any team coming into this week.
But if you have FlyQuest beating C9, then I think we have very similar logic.
Sure, but you said easiest strength of schedule, and then it's the top 2 teams in the league.
That's insane. But I still don't like both of your guys' strategy of just 4 of the 5 people on the same team. If
Yeah.
you lose one game, you guys just boom out. This is what
No,
happens
because
now?
then they're going to stack points. Look at the strength of schedule, Raz. Who are they playing?
Look, I trusted Lion in this instance. Lion, do it for me, all right? That's all I'm saying.
That is the big question mark because that's a huge matchup to see. Do we
Yeah.
have a top 4, bottom 4, or is it now a top 5?
The bottom 4 has won
Bottom
0
3.
games against the top 4
Yep.
so far.
So far.
They're currently
Yes.
8, and top teams are 8 now.
But speaking of strength of schedule, let's actually take a
Right.
look at the current standings and also what everyone's weekends look like because we can have this conversation for every single team here. Yes, we've already highlighted 100 Thieves. I still think FlyQuest and
nice.
Dignitas
Yeah.
line alongside C9, but in general, what do we think here? Raz, I want to get your thoughts.
Yeah, C9 with the easy strength of schedule.
Look,
Yeah.
I just had Blabber. I just had
say-
Blabber.
I said
all right?
FlyQuest.
No,
FlyQuest.
he said.
Hey, Blabber was
yeah,
just
yeah.
one of many. But to be fair, Lion, good luck this week. Fly 100 Thieves C9. This is the test run for them. So that's why some of the Lion members have evacuated my fantasy. But if they can win one of these, you can shut this man up and get yourself at least
No,
one
as long
win.
as they don't beat 100 Thieves, I don't really care. That's where all my fantasy points are. They can beat the
Fair.
other guys. That's bad for your fantasy teams.
Oh God, you're right. I
Yeah.
almost got 2 guys. This is not working out well for me.
One other one I want to highlight
my
too.
God.
Dignitas, this guys, they haven't picked up wins yet, but they play each other this week.
Somebody
One of
has
them
to win.
has to win.
One of them is going to pick up a win. That's something. Something to be excited for later on. Yeah. But with every team playing 3 matchups
You're selling
over
it.
this Super Week, there can still be a lot of movement in the standings to finish the positioning phase of Split 2. Those final standings will then establish the groups for the next phase of the split. That's right, we're doing this single round robin best of ones so that we can get to the next stage, which is groups. And this is something that it kind of adds weight to how the teams are performing right now because obviously you're going to want an easier group, but with it being half of the league, I still think there's debate for how that's going to look and if you want that first seed, second seed, third seed.
Well, I do think, right now, at least all the pros that I'm talking to feel that 100 Thieves, yeah, they're in the top 4, but they think they're clearly the weakest of the top 4.
Yeah.
And so if you do believe that, getting the number 1 seed is actually really important because say it ends with, FlyQuest and C9 and then kind of like TL 100 Thieves as the power ranking that most people would have it, then that would mean FlyQuest would have 100 Thieves as their other top team in their group, which
Yes.
is potentially much easier than someone like a C9 or a TL.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm ignoring Lion because they have a really hard
Yep.
defensive schedule.
We
and I'm
don't
just
know where
going
they're gonna go.
based off of what people are kind of expecting it to finish as.
What you see on your screen right now is the hypothetical. If we stop the split right now and just took the standings
Cut
as
the
you see on the
tapes.
left,
Yep.
cut the tape, that's what it would look like, just as a visual example so you can see kind of how that shakes out. But Emily, I do want to get your thoughts because I've been pulling people behind the scenes. Do you think you want first seed? Because then you get 4th and 5th. If we're a top 5 region and Lion and 100 Thieves are both threats, shouldn't you want second, third seed?
You're changing the
No,
narrative.
yeah, what?
He is trying his
No,
hardest.
I still think you want first seed.
All
What?
right. Well, I think it's an interesting
The
conversation
whole
to have
split
regardless.
has been top 4, bottom 4, though, right?
But now there might be that secret 5th. So if you're in that first seed position, you get 4th and 5th.
That's the thing. That's assuming like having a strong pool of teams. If you have like a strong pool of teams, then maybe you would want to be in the second group. But the problem is, to the point that Azel is making, the top 3 is really good. Like FlyQuest, C9, Team Liquid, obviously Team Liquid is a team that's struggling just a little bit, but like once they get it together, they were the teams that were champions prior. Like, don't want to be on that side of the group, especially if you don't have to face C9 or theoretically Team Liquid to like get out of the group stage. That's the big thing you want to take away from it.
Well, once again, we have a super week, right? So like our opinions on these teams can change dramatically, and we have a snazzy tool over here. It's very cool. This was made by our stats guy, Liam, who is a gift in all things. But basically, I'm gonna go over here because we can predict essentially the percentage of whether you're gonna end up in Group A or Group B, and then tied.
I've seen a lot of numbers on there.
I'll go through the tiebreaker scenarios later. Basically, there are no tiebreaker games. It goes through a list, right? So it'll depend on head-to-head, strength of victory, game time, and then if all those things are somehow still tied, it goes to a coin flip. But basically, we can go through and highlight, like I'll go through, spoil my predictions here.
You're tapping with the pointer.
I know. It's because every time my sleeve touches, it like causes it to go insane. So I'm not gonna do that. But like, go through.
So are you just saying like based on your favorites, like your predictions?
This is like my basic predictions right now. And then that would make.
It's looking like a good week for 100 Thieves, huh?
Yeah.
These groups, right?
Interesting.
And that's when the tiebreakers would come in clutch, right? Because you have this as Group A, and then if I'm looking at it, I would still want to end up in this group probably, although you'd have to face FlyQuest, which would be difficult. But yeah, those are my, like, this is my scenario
Can
going
you
in.
Tap things on the left. How much does it change? Will it update live? Like, let's say C9 beats FlyQuest. What happens then, right?
Yes.
Well, that was Dignitas beat 100 Thieves. Azel's not happy anymore. That's really bad for
I
Azel's
just literally
points.
touched one that was closest to me. But yeah, you think Liam would leave you like that?
He wouldn't.
Not have an update?
That's
That's really cool.
Yeah,
It is
it's really
beautiful.
cool.
awesome.
And also something that you kind of illustrated a little bit there was that second series in that second game in day 2, C9 versus FlyQuest, pretty important because like if Fly is able to beat both Lyon and C9, they basically lock first. Like just because of the head-to-head. So that's actually really cool just off that alone.
Yeah.
But we'll be keeping an eye on this all weekend because we have 3 days, super week, very exciting. But let's focus in on today's matchups first and our predictions. So this is the schedule to start things off. There's a lot of very exciting matchups. My eyes immediately go to that C9 versus TL one because that one is like, who's going to be that kind of second hitter behind FlyQuest? They're still undefeated. I think that they should be expected to beat Lyon, but can C9 or TL really step up?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's going to be a really big week for C9 in general. They're playing, a lot of the top teams, and for Lyon too, because Lyon does have the opportunity to prove me wrong and to kind of prove the expectations wrong here. Because if they start picking up a couple wins this weekend, then all of a sudden the top 4, bottom 4 discussion really is out the window. And then to your point, Genghis, it really becomes much more of a top 5.
Especially that game versus Team Liquid. That was such a close game with them having a lead there. So like the faith is there. Forever who has faith in Lyon, like to be able to take it, last game at least gave you something.
So let's see who's got the faith. Let's take a look at our predictions because I think we all have them in here. So we should be able to take a look. So this is just going to be for today. Yeah, we all think FlyQuest.
Yeah.
But again, that second one of the day, we're leaning C9, but Raz, you got Team Liquid.
Yeah, I'm changing it up a little bit just because, I think Team Liquid, yes, they're making individual errors, but you have to have faith in their team fighting that brought them to this point, and also Jan being such a strong AD carry, and of course their bottom lane being such a big boon for them. I'm expecting them to be able to level up to get to that point.
And the freak buff for Impact.
The freak buff is going to do some wonders.
The impact buff. I also think like both teams, even though I am picking C9, I do think they'll win because they've looked stronger than TL. But neither team has looked infallible, right?
Exactly.
So it's a really close matchup.
But before we get into our thoughts on FlyQuest versus Lions, Kobe's on stage actually to get a word from Lyon.
That's right. We have Saint here. Very excited for this super week. You have 3 very strong opponents ahead of you. Quad, Quid, and Loki coming up. I wanted to know which of those mid laners do you think will be the most difficult to play against and who will be the easiest?
I think easiest is Loki, and hardest is today Quad.
Well, is there anything specific that Quad does that makes him difficult to play against?
I think actually they have inspired and I have Odi. This Quads make tough opponent.
Jungle diff does definitely make mid lane very, very difficult. I wanted to ask you follow up as well. What has been your favorite thing about playing with this Lyon team so far?
I think Odi. Odi is really good at mind and good person just.
That's always nice to have in a teammate. Thank you so much for the check-in. I'm going to check in with Busio after we check in with the analysts real quick as well.
All right, awesome. First off, hearing from Saints again, he's had such a breakout performance this year so far here, and he's got some really tough opponents.
This is a crazy week. I mean, you have Quad, Quid, and Loki as the 3 guys you have to go up against.
Yeah. And he wasn't mincing his words. He was like, Loki for him is the easiest. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense if you see the opponents. But, but just how well Loki's been playing, I'm like, this is really the trial run for him.
I was gonna say, it also makes sense because he's familiar with Loki, right, from LCK Challengers as well. So.
Yeah,
true.
I mean, Saint was the more hyped prospect.
Yeah, exactly. And then the jungle diff thing was very funny. I couldn't tell whether he was blaming his own jungler or not. But then he said that Audi was like a great person to have on the team. So. Yeah.
And he said he has a great mind. So I think he meant it like, oh, like Audi's gonna jungle diff inspired. That is how I took it. I think he was trying to hype up his boy.
Yeah.
So I think it's cool to hear he has that faith.
Yeah. Well, hey, he's got faith, and he thinks that they can do it, whether it's through jungle diff, mid diff. Raz, I hear that you have something that you wanted to present to the class on the Telestrator about Lyon.
Yes, so this is talking about the last game that they had versus Team Liquid. I'll first talk about the positives here because A, they have a gold lead, and generally they have Drakes on Team Liquid. Another point to mention is, of course, their composition. What I genuinely love is the fact you have Bard, Ryze, Aurora, so then you can play on sides quite easily. So if we just play this through, this is a good moment for Lyon where they're making a play on this side lane. As you can see in the mini-map here, Ryze is in the top side of the map. He's going to be able to link here. They make a catch on APA. Sure, he makes a mechanical error, but this is something that I like. You get control of mid push, and then you look for a play on side. So that was the positives. Do they do this again? Sadly, no. And I wanted to focus on something that, of course, Azel, you mentioned on the cast, but was just, you take a look at this, Saint is actually moving mid to work with the team. The big fear, of course, you can even see Licorice. He's basically being a human ward to see Umpty on the Otacon, and they're fearful of Otacon. Also, there's been so many scraps. They don't want to be in a position where a fight happens and Saint is not picking up this wave. But APA is able to push this wave in, and Saint is not really there to match. Especially with Saint on Ryze, you definitely want to be able to constantly make that push through side lanes because A, Baron is up, you have TPs available for your team, and so if they go for Otacon, you can make a play for Baron. I just think overall with this composition, with the lead that you have, that is what you want to aim for. Now, what ends up happening here is a mistake because then everyone makes their base, if I just play this through. Everyone does end up making a base through, and Licorice is still being a human ward on the side of the map, and there's a wraparound, Licorice gets caught, and Umpty is able to get a pick on him. Sadly, at this point in time, that makes it an Otacon play. Team Liquid is able to pick it up, and they get control of the gold lead. So overall, I think the positive from Lyon was the fact that they were able to of course, make the plays on side, and they forgot it at some point in time.
Yeah, and I think that's the big difference if we are looking at top 4, bottom 4. It's something that the pros highlighted as well when I talked to them this past week, is side lane play, right?
Yeah.
Like you pointed out how APA had already set up the push in top, Saint wasn't going to match, and then Licorice gets cut out in the side lane. These are the small things that make a difference between even a team like Lyon, who were looking to punch up into that top 4.
Yeah, but this is their toughest opponent, FlyQuest. So actually, let's check back in with Kobe, who's on stage with FlyQuest.
Yeah, that's true.
Hello, we are here with Busio. Now, Busio, I first want to start out asking you, how do you feel about your AD carry betting your life on the fact that FlyQuest will go undefeated this split?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty weird. I thought he liked me, but, it's giving us that motivation and every match matters, so it's good for us.
Yeah, he's just confident in you, right? I also want to know, unrelated, like who's going to get all your stuff, if you lose and you're gone?
Oh, I mean, I haven't really thought about that. I don't want to think about it, but...
I call dibs on your keyboard. Thank you very much. Inspired said that Lyon are the most likely of one of the bottom 4 teams to take a game off the top 4 teams. What are your views on your opponent today?
Yeah, I completely agree with that. They're pretty decent, so yeah, out of the bottom 4, but I wouldn't even say they're a bottom 4 team. I would say they're higher for sure, yeah.
Who do you think is below them then of the Cloud9, Team Liquid, and 100 Thieves?
It's really hard to tell because it's early in the split, but I mean, it could be 100 Thieves, it could be TL. Whoever's just having a worse week than normal, I would say Lyon is better than.
Okay. Is there anything specific that you think about when you're playing versus the bottom lane only, just their lane phase, or just another game?
I mean, they play pretty proper, so just need to play an honest game, and yeah.
All right, well, good luck in the games. I hope that you survive and that FlyQuest are able to keep up their undefeated streak. Back to the analysts.
Is it biased to say you want him to survive because that means
Yeah.
you're wanting FlyQuest to win?
True.
Or is it just like just being a good person because you
Maybe-
don't want him
Kobe,
to
we
die?
need to be neutral here.
Maybe he's covering his bases because he also is very obviously after Busio's stuff.
That was the thing. That razzled him a little
Doesn't
bit.
he want them to lose then? He
Yeah,
wants
but
that
he
keyboard.
has to like make it seem like
Oh, he's playing it
not
cool. He's
wishing
playing
death
it cool.
on Busio and
God, that
He's playing
Busio's
both
being
sides. I want you to
I
die.
just want your keyboard.
But if you can amend your will a little bit.
Honestly, same thing to take. Just the keyboard, not too bad. Also, Busio, I guess you gotta say, doesn't mean that Masu doesn't like you. Just means he likes winning more. You know, he just really wants that win. Really wants that dub. But this is the matchup, obviously, to start the day. I want to talk about a specific lane matchup that we've been talking about for a while, because anytime you talk about FlyQuest, you gotta talk about Bwipo and what he has done in the top lane in this league, because Bwipo's champ pool is so unique, and it's kind of skewed how much FlyQuest went blue side versus red side and how you draft against them.
Yeah, last time I checked, he was getting like 100% counter pick rate, and that was just a lot of it's because of how creative of a player he is. Has me looking on both sides. What are they going to pick today?
Well, there's nothing in the shared champion
they have
pool.
no share.
He's looking around the shared champion pool. He can't find a
Did I
thing.
play anything that's like similar? But no, the Vladimir, the Yorick, like the Yorick game especially was like crazy to watch, and from Licorice, he does the same thing, which makes it that much more fun.
Yeah, whenever I talk to Licorice off camera, he seems to always have like a few pocket picks that he's thinking of for every patch. And I was really happy that we did actually get to see the No Fury top, because that was a fun one.
Yeah.
But yeah, with both of these guys, like, that would be so infuriating to play against, honestly.
It's really funny because I talked to both these guys last week, and I've been trying to sell Mundo to various top laners.
Nice.
And then I was trying to sell it to Bwipo, and then I saw him playing it on the stream and talking about how he thought it was really strong.
There it
and
is.
So I want to see
If we
if
see
anyone
it.
actually brings out some Mundo.
If we see it, I think
Who's your top laner for
yeah.
fantasy again? Did you have
Sniper.
Sniper? Oh, okay.
I don't think Sniper is a Mundo
He's not a
player.
Mundo player.
Well, I was gonna say, if you picked Bwipo and Mundo, then that's some real
That's some
deep-
insider trading.
Yeah.
I'm the Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
All right, and that's all of us. That's it from us here at the lounge. Let's get into our first matchup of the day.
Welcome back to the LTA. It's the final week of our best of one positioning phase, and we're about to jump into a 3-day super week to complete the round robin before we head back to best of threes and fearless mode as the split keeps on. First up, FlyQuest look to remain undefeated as they go up against a Lyon squad still hungry to prove themselves versus the top teams. Then it's the Battle of the Blue. C9 and TL are tied near the top of the standings, but which one of these two long-standing orgs will get the upper hand today? Later, Dignitas continues the search for their first win of the split, while 100 Thieves are looking for strong performances to prove they're the real deal. And finally, Disguise clashes with Shopify as both teams scramble to pick up wins after rough starts to the split. And we've got Ludwig in-house co-streaming to cheer on his boys. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe here for these first couple of games. Kobe, you are doing a full marathon cast in every game here today, putting the Super in Super Week. I respect that.
Yes, sir. Plus some interviews at the very beginning as well. Always nice to check in with them. I really liked Saint's interview last week when he won Player of the Week. So I'm super excited to see how he does, going through this gauntlet of mid laners that he has set up in Super Week. It's going to be difficult.
It's going to be a real test, and he gets to start off. Like, I love the fact that you bring up that interview that we got to have with him, that Raz had with him after he won Player of the Week, because when asked, who do you want to play versus? Who do you want to go up against? The guy that he named was Quad. He talked about how he plays against this guy in scrims. He's a skilled opponent. He's tough to deal with, and he wants to prove himself. Well, here we are, my friends. Welcome to the Proving Grounds.
Yeah, welcome to the Proving Grounds. I also like, too, when I asked him today, he said the easiest of the three is going to be Loki. So we'll check back in on that when they play Cloud9. Will be a spicy one to look forward to. But yeah, he has a lot of respect for Quad as well as Inspired. So excited to see what we get into in this game. Lyon have been on an absolute tear when they were playing the other kind of bottom half of the league teams. And there was a lot of excitement and hope when they were going to play Team Liquid last week. They did not, were not able to get that W, but maybe they still, have a good shot here during this Super Week to actually take one off of the top four. Got some cosplayers as well in the audience. Everybody ready for the Super Week to start.
Dude, I am so ready for this. I really hope that we get to see Lyon make this a scrappy game. Obviously, FlyQuest, our only remaining undefeated team thus far, looking to just keep that going all the way through the round robin here with these next 3 days worth of games. But Lyon has been I think a surprise for a lot of fans with just how well they're coming together. I remember back in Split 1, we were even talking about, like, man, there's so many different languages being spoken on this team. How are these guys going to communicate and play together? And it feels like they're really figuring it out.
Yeah, it really has. Saint said Audi is one of the biggest reasons that he likes playing on this team. So, good comms, good vibes. Let's get into the draft, though, shall we? Because Saint has been targeted already with the Yone ban. Of course, that was, one of those super successful picks that they showed. Yone plus Sejuani synergy, and the melee mid laners that have a lot of playmaking ability. He's really shown on. I will say, when I was up there, for the early interview, he was practicing on Rise, and he did have that Rise game as well. Has been quite popular in the meta, so we'll see if there's some split pushing in their future or not.
All right, so the bans are done for the first half. It's the Yone, the Ezreal, and the Silas, another one of those melee type of picks that you're talking about that you can really pop off with from the mid lane, banned out by FlyQuest. Meanwhile, Lyon removing the Vi, the Callista, and the Karma as Varus is locked in here by FlyQuest. 100% pick ban presence for this champion so far. He is a staple of bottom lane.
Okay, and we get the instant answer, though. It's the Azir lock-in for Saint. Okay. And combined with, I would say, the most popular jungler on the patch as well. So we're going straight down the line, Flowers. We've got most popular AD carry, most popular jungler already grabbed up.
A couple of the most popular bans as well, with Callista and Vi not being allowed to see the light of day.
So if they do the Rumble does pair nicely with Varus. Varus is one of the AD carries that does have CC, and Rumble here, you would want some sort of AD jungle now for Inspired. Assuming they're not, flexing the Rumble, which is very rare, but technically still done in solo queue. So see if they want to get him some sort of AD kind of duelist jungle right now, like Vi is available, or if they want to drop jungle. Inspired has a very deep champion pool, so they can grab support now, and they do go very early for it. Some playmaking here as well for Busio. Alistar at the moment just kind of gives you so much. I guess the only thing it doesn't really give you is like level 1 prio.
Right, yeah. Level 1 Alistar's not the scariest.
It doesn't give you a lot of that late phase level 1 or poke or anything like that, but it does so much as far as protecting your carries and serving as great engage for something like a Rumble ult. Ooh.
Yeah, we have the Galio locked in now by Lyon. They are saying, all right, if Whippo wants to play the Rumble, we are just going to take the counter pick. This is the kind of thing that you would normally expect Whippo to do into someone else. Now Licorice is saying, all right, I can do it too.
Yeah, and Licorice has been the top laner that has utilized a lot of counter picks and a lot of flex picks. We had him flex up the Nefiri up to top lane. Very versatile player and also very comfortable on tanks. He's self-proclaimed very good tank playing top laner. A lot of top laners say, love to play carries only, but not him. Favorite champ is Poppy, but Galio is so good into Rumble because of the magic shield, and we'll see. Since you can pair your Galio and Xin Zhao very effectively, I actually like what Lyon are building so far. And the denial kind of Poppy ban here, very, very important as well. When you are running Xin Zhao and Azir, the Poppy can be so incredibly annoying, even Galio to some extent.
I mean, yeah, Galio has one of the most telegraphed I'm going to run at you dashes of all time. Very, very easy for Poppy to just shut that one down in its tracks. I like the ban there. Talia also banned away as it's double marksman focus here from FlyQuest. They know that they already got the very high value Varus pick, so they're going to try to knock Hannah down on that tier list just a little bit further with the Jhin and Ashe banned away and Xayah locked in for Lyon.
Yeah, interesting. They take away the very safe AD carry of the counter engage of Xayah. But FlyQuest have other counter engage options since Quad is a Cassio player. Very good counter engage champion, and we'll see, can they build around him again? They have done so successfully in the past. Meanwhile, Inspired still looking, by the way, for that AD jungle we were talking about.
Yeah.
And it looks like it is going to be some sort of team fight focus for them as he shifts on through a couple of the options. Goes for the tankier, but definitely way less offensive and way less AD threat of the Skarner after the nerfs that have come through, the deserved nerfs for this champion.
Very strong.
Yeah, very strong. Just doesn't do nearly as much damage and is going to be so much about getting those good CC combos, locking in the Xin Zhao, and seeing what they can do as far as the 5-on-5.
And I really like the combination of Rumble with Skarner's new ulti. If you can get multiple targets locked up in the Impale, sets up for a perfect equalizer to follow it up. And especially with Cassiopeia, we touched a little bit on, the Poppy ban was a great denial because you don't want to deal with how hard she shuts down mobility. But Cassiopeia, one of the few champions in the game with grounding in the kit, very, very strong. Especially now when you're looking at the last pick here for Lyon, it's Rakan. Love this champion, think it fits great with what else they have, but also can be very easily shut down if he's caught off guard by that Cassiopeia.
Very strong team fighting setups on both sides for this one. Excited to see what we get here. So many snap engage options too. When you have Rakan and Galio, they can get into the back line very, very quickly and go lights out.
I love that combo. It's so effective just being able to chain CC everything together like that. And I think Lyon is going to have to be executing on all these combos. They need to make sure that they are playing to their absolute limit if they want to be the first team here in the LTA to take a game off of FlyQuest in this second split. FlyQuest definitely our strongest team so far. And I feel like we've already talked about Saint a lot, but if Lyon's going to pull off what nobody else has pulled off in these first couple of weeks, we're going to need to see a powerful performance from Saint.
We certainly are. Let's get into it.
All right, rock and roll. FlyQuest versus Lyon, kicking it off here. Game number 1 of Super Week. As Inspired and Quad will, they'll find Lyon waiting there in the brush. A couple spells back and forth, but I don't think anybody really wants to full send over this early on here. Not a ton of hard CC available for either side, so just going to walk it all back.
All right. Couple of scratches.
Yeah.
With a little bit of a friendly exchange there. All right. Doesn't seem to be any options for late invades or anything like that either, so should be pretty standard team fighting setups and setups.
Yeah, most stuff looks pretty standard, except the one thing that is kind of jumping out to me a little bit here is Masu with the double mobility summoner spells. I feel like lots of times for the marksman, you'll see obviously the flash, but then usually more of a defensive option with a barrier, a heal, something like that. But going for the full ghost, give him that extra extra mobility in the fights, get away from these big attempted engages from stuff like the Rakan and Galio combo that we were talking about earlier.
Let's see what he can do with it. I mean, Masu has been so good ever since he has joined the league.
Oh, yeah.
Winning Rookie of the Year last year. Let's see about this early start to the lane, too. They get some prio over the brush for a second there.
I feel like Lyon's bottom lane is committing one of the cardinal sins of Xayah and Rakan and not using the matching skins with them together. I feel like every time I see Xayah and Rakan, people are almost always coordinating that. So maybe not the brightest sign here for Lyon early on.
Cracks.
Yeah.
The
Where's
team
the comms?
synergy, Flowers?
Well, FlyQuest definitely have the tools in this bottom lane to make things happen. You were already talking about Masu and just how important he's been for this team. I mean, when you remember back to the series that was so close to being North America's greatest accomplishment in years with going 5 games against Gen G, it was really Masu who just had so many of those moments where you're watching it and thinking, man, this guy is really good. And just seeing this roster stay together, seeing them continue to move forward, and hopefully continue to elevate that level.
Yeah, building on the same roster, building on those synergies, building on that trust between teammates, very, very critical. And like you say, it was so important that he showed it on. Well, Licorice taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Licorice does not like this situation. The Flame Spitter is there, and he even flashes at the very end from tragedy into straight up heartbreak. The solo kill in the top lane for Bwipo.
Oh, Flowers! I was like, oh, okay. I guess he's accepted his death. You know, he's not flashing.
Say
But then he also flashed
to the end of it. All right, let's take another look.
Do we have to, Flowers?
We have to. I'm sorry, because honestly, Bwipo has a really nice step back here. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, that was clean. And then being able to do the chase down with Conqueror, by the way. I think that's a very nice little adaptation with, wait a second, another death and flash as well as he is dying. Flowers, 2 solo bolos plus summoner spells, and that was right after Saint had teleported back during the replay, so the teleport was just used too.
He's dead with teleport. He is walking the long way back to lane. This game could not have a rougher start for the Lyon solo laners. Like, this is not the kind of medicine they need if they want to have a chance against FlyQuest. We'll see if maybe Henna and Lions can try to get something back down here in the bottom lane. They do have this wave shoving up, but Busio and Masu just ready to respond to it. They clearly aren't that intimidated. Inspired hasn't even had to get involved anywhere on the map yet. Kobe, I feel like so often when we're watching FlyQuest, we're saying, oh yeah, Inspired, he's the catalyst, he's the driver, he makes it happen. They don't even need him driving this game.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting the replay right now from Quad. That was a really nice Mazza from him and just chases him down. But yeah, then it always feels so bad blowing your flash as you're dying there. Poison still on Saint, and Flame Spitter range was still there for Bwipo in the top side one as well. That both solo laners being down makes it really hard to play from the jungle perspective. Since you're talking about, Inspired, he is loving life right now. He's got 2 full clears. He's in his 2nd full clear right now on Skarner.
Busio got to be a little careful here. Does not want to walk into all those feathers. As Henna also eats a ton of damage back from Masu.
Little past mid, you can see on the mini-map there. He made a little look towards Saint, and Audi has taken the opportunity during Inspired showing to get into the fog of war, and he wants to make a quick play.
Okay, Bwipo gonna get jumped on here, drops the equalizer, and then tries to flash away. Licorice does not land the taunt, but the Winds of War get it done. That's Lyon finally on the board.
Super smart, and I want to point out for Audi, him really utilizing the small couple seconds that we talked about, we could see on the mini-map that Inspired showed mid. As soon as that happened, Audiland made a beeline towards the enemy side jungle so he could wrap around and get that kill onto Bwipo and get something back for the top lane, which is honestly huge for them. Nice bit of salvaging done. Even though in the reset here we are going to have FlyQuest first up to the top side, and they will be the ones first over to the grubs. They should be able to get those no problem for Inspired, which would mean that the opposite side of the map down there, I mean, it is a Mountain Drake, then that thing takes a long time to kill. We'll see about Lion's opportunities on cross-map plays, but it doesn't seem like they're going to have a lot of time to pull anything off with. Maybe since Bwipo doesn't have flash, they'll still be able to get something done on the other side of the map.
You would hope so. FlyQuest getting away with everything in the early game generally does not bode well for their opponents at having a decent shot, taking them down as they move forward. Quad and Saint both level 6 now. You already mentioned that Cassiopeia being one of those powerful counter-engaged champions, and I really want to see how fast Quad is going to be on hitting those perfect petrifying gazes, making sure that you're kind of winning them against them in that mind game of, is he going to turn his back now or not?
That's always the fun one. Sidestepping feels so good. Turning around for that split second so that you don't get stunned. Meanwhile, we did get the view. The cross-map play was a scuttle crab. It was not an entire...
It's not as good as 3 grubs.
Not very large, but it is a little something there. He did get his level 6 as Busio goes in.
Oh, nicely done. Followed up by the Chains of Corruption there as they will force out the flash from Henna and still going to get a chunk of damage onto Lions.
Okay. Adi, of course, is pathing from top side down to bottom side, and it looks like he's going to follow Lions here.
Okay. But they are still going to see him. Remember,
I mean,
no ulti for the Varus.
Yeah, they both have flashes here for FlyQuest, so not a lot of opportunity for Lion. They could at most probably blow one of the flashes, and that is simply not worth a huge time investment up there. Junglers need to remain efficient, so right back to the clear there for Audiland.
Right, and of course it also just gives a giant green light to the other areas of the map for FlyQuest if they know that Audie's just hanging around up here for an extended period of time. Whippo can push out, do whatever he wants. Quad can push out, do whatever he wants. Both of these solo laners off to nice individual leads early on. You can see largest individual lead in the game, 500 gold up over his opponent for Quad. That Cassiopeia is going to be really scary, man.
Yes, it is. And of course, Rod of Ages plus the Seraph's Embrace, lots of scaling on the champion, and a Dark Seal. So the full set of mage scaling openers here.
Yep.
You can get seal stacks, you can get rod stacks, and mana stacks there.
Stacking, and more stacking as Licorice doesn't seem to be having the greatest time in this this side lane 1v1 that he picked his counter matchup for.
Yeah, I mean, the opener, the solo was really rough, but like you said, it was also a nice side step back from Whippo.
Yeah,
and it is going to be a lot about some of the team play options here that Lyon are going to look for with Rakan plus Galio combinations.
And there is some powerful scaling options for Lyon too, right? Like we know what late game Azir looks like. We know how powerful that can be. Xayah, traditional crit marksman, just very, very good at outputting tons of damage as long as they don't fall too far behind here early. Henna's going to have the opportunity to put some damage onto these turret plates as Masu does not have Busio close enough nearby, knows that he has to pay respect towards this Xayah and the allies that might be very close.
The threatening of the Galio and the Rakan up here, though, is going to cost them a dragon. FlyQuest will have the numbers on the bottom side of the map, and they've got the power to kill that dragon as well, even though, as we said, it is a tanky mountain. They've got the solo lanes, both of them pushing in, so Quad even goes down to help out Inspired, and they'll secure that one.
And Cassiopeia, as her identity as a DPS mage versus just like, a traditional burst or control mage, is so good at burning through these neutral objectives, can just do so much damage to them very quickly, so it doesn't even feel like you're losing a whole lot of time having to take down that tankier dragon. Inspired continuing to just keep on power farming. This is just kind of like the hands-off jungling early game. Sometimes it goes this way.
It's jungle life. Your solo lanes both got solo kills, so his job is to secure grubs, get the dragon, continue keeping his farm up on the Skarner, and he is going for the popular extra Giants belts since they nerfed Heartsteel fairly substantially, just immediately, still rushing into it though. Immediately combines those, doesn't go do the extra Ruby Crystal into one there. So we'll see how many stacks he actually can get. So even with the Heartsteel nerfs plus the Skarner nerfs themselves, him doing less damage, it's still there.
Yeah, getting the thing completed before 11 minutes should be able to provide some good stacking opportunities, especially with that second set of grubs just now spawning. You can see both teams already wanting to commit multiple players to this topside river area, wanting to contest this. FlyQuest, if they can just get one, they're already going to be spawning Void Mites, so they'll be pretty happy about that. But they've controlled every neutral objective so far, so if they could just knock down all 3 of these would really feel bad for Lyon. And it looks like FlyQuest is going to go ahead and start it up. 2 of the grubs pretty low. I would assume, yeah, Inspire's just going to smite that first one. Lions wants to go in, but he does not find the engagement to Masu, who walks out of the heroic entrance from Galio, but now the damage turned right back onto him. Feet of Warfare secured, and FlyQuest pick up a free kill off of a botched engage from Lyon.
The ghost is looking good, Flowers.
Yeah.
Masu is looking good. Pop that little ghost, dodge the Rakan, dodge the Galio, and then he even had extra time, just kind of chilling there. That was a massive counter engage from FlyQuest, and Lions spent his flash to go for the engage onto Masu, who cleanly and calmly relies on his own skills there. Just the ghost popped in evading that one. And we mentioned in Champion Select the counter engage popularity there and power with Cassiopeia on the squad as well. Rumble ult as well. Nicely done from FlyQuest.
Oh no. Saint barely getting away for now. Busio wants to see if he can keep up with him. Maybe lock him up here, but as soon as Audiland shows up, it guarantees that Saint is going to stay alive. But that's the power of the Cassiopeia right there. Catch somebody with the miasma. All of a sudden, they're stuck being grounded. Even though the Petrifying Gaze didn't really work, I guess he's just kind of hoping maybe Saint will try to turn around and ult me or something, and then I can stun him. But
yeah, or even if you tag him on the backside, if you can just get the edge of it there, then maybe Alistar is able to catch up because of it, and they chase something down. But no chase down doesn't really matter for the perspective of FlyQuest. They already have accomplished a significant amount in this game. Licorice here goes right into Blippo again. And Ward goes down, stops the recall, but still going to be priority for FlyQuest in these lanes, as well as objective and gold lead in their hands. So honestly, this undefeated team at the top of the LTA is looking like they belong there.
yeah, they've already got their super boots because of the very early kills and neutral objectives all being fully secured. I feel like it's super rare to actually see all 6 grubs go one team's way as long as the other team is contesting it at all, just because it's so easy to walk up, just smite one of those stupid grubs and then walk away with it. But
why are they stupid, man? Where the grubs are catching strays?
You've seen the grubs, man. They look pretty goofy. They look a little silly. As Saint, oh, he might end up looking silly here. Has to flash to get back over the wall, but Busio and Masu do not want to allow the Emperor away from this one. Busio's just going to walk up there with the trample, gets slowed down by the rain of arrows. Bwipo lays out the red carpet. Welcome to hell. Azir goes down for the second time this game, and they are going to be putting the hurt on the bottom lane tier 1 turret. Now, Licorice is going to do the same up there on the top side, and he should still be able to get it, but still, it's not as fast as what FlyQuest is doing. They're just always there first.
Yeah, and they get the tower down. It's going to be traded back eventually. FlyQuest, they also sacrificed the extra minion wave in mid lane to go for that play because they allocated like all resources almost to that bot side play. So the push from Lyon, the counter was, well, wait a second, Audiland.
Yeah, Audi could be in some danger here as Busio is ready to cut off his escape. Audi jumping back towards the blue buff to try to get away. He is going to lose the Crescent Guard, and he will lose his life alongside it. Whippo picking up kill number 5 for FlyQuest.
Flowers, it's just looking like murder at the moment.
It's a crime scene.
FlyQuest, before the dragon comes up, they go into the jungle. They find a couple Easter eggs in the jungle there. And then they crack one of them.
And turns out there's money inside. About 300 gold. Feels good.
Wow. There's gold inside of that one. Nice. Okay, well, dragon as well in the aftermath. So it looks like it should be an easy path here since they can just reallocate resources towards mid as Masu is at, well, actually, just fully defends it.
Yeah.
Walk on over to his control ward. The rest of his teammates haven't shown in a while, being Inspired and Busio. And even though Busio went for his recall, Lyon don't know that, so they're not going to push the issue and not going to try and lose any lives over that control ward. So it is just going to be FlyQuest continuing to rule the map.
And Licorice just now hitting level 11 versus Whippo already level 12. The situation in the side lane, in the solo lanes, I don't think it's ever really
What's
gotten
the
a whole lot
situation,
better.
Flowers?
It's a bad situation.
Is it a red alert situation yet, or is it like...
The sirens are going off. People are starting to wonder what's happening. Like, the solo lanes are in some pretty dire straits here for Lion's side.
back.
Busio just keeps doing this over and over and over again. He wants to make sure Saint has no fun in this game. Saint is able to make it back to the ruins of that tier 1 tower, summon up the Sun Disc instead. But the Herald is on the Rift. Lion really want to try to get something here as Inspired gets caught out, juggled up into the air. Nice use of the Grand Entrance, but it's not enough. Masu's doing a great job firing back as Inspired is still going to be kept alive, flashing out of the way of the heroic entrance. Adiland needs a little bit more damage, and finally the Skarner will fall. The fight off to the side doesn't even matter. Adi is burning. Licorice is burning. Lion's chances, hopes, and dreams are burnt to a crisp.
Well, all right, that's going to be the Rift Herald as well. All the neutral objectives belong to FlyQuest. Does Saint have a shot here versus Masu?
Nope.
Looks like no. Masu, if Masu gets another shot, you better be careful here.
Masu's very, very strong. Now, this is the, it is like the attack speed, like lethal tempo Varus. It's not the lethality one, so a piercing arrow shouldn't take out just half your health bar completely. Still, obviously, very scary to be dealing with this guy. 2-0-4 on the Varus. Not even the highest kill participation on the team, though. That award goes to Bwipo, who's currently at 8 out of 9 kills. As a top laner, he's participating in.
Yeah, and since he got a solo kill and nobody else got to participate in that one,
that's all it is.
Going to pump those numbers up. But here's a look at how it started, and it was over a control ward, and this one was from the opposite side. Lion, believing with the extra members there, they make the call, they try and make their play with the teleport plus the 3 members, but really good ult from Inspired to lock up 3 by so much time for FlyQuest. And even though Lion do get the shutdown, eventually killing the Skarner because he was able to get the 3 kills. Aww. Yay.
She's excited.
That
was a big ulti combo.
That was a big ulti combo. Look at that. 3-person Skarner ult. You gotta love those, Flowers.
Oh, yeah, it's exactly what I was talking about in the draft. If you can manage to get the Skarner ulti on top of the Rumble Equalizer, which is exactly what happened there, it just feels so bad for the enemy team. Even if you're only trapped in that Impale for, what, a second and a half, it feels a whole lot longer, and they just got completely decimated. This is almost a 5,000 gold lead, not even 19 minutes into the game. This feels like Lion are just praying for a mistake from FlyQuest, but FlyQuest haven't been making any.
No, not really. No, not really. Bwipo himself has a 10-stack Dark Seal, so
it's time for a book.
This Rumble is out of control, man. Bwipo has had some really mega carry games as well, like really mega carry ones. His Volley Bear one was crazy. He had a crazy Swain one. The champions that he has used, like, this is not one of the out there champions, you know, the Bwipo special picks. This is meta. This is straight up super duper
It doesn't get much more meta than Rumble.
And it's like, oh, he can do it on meta champs. He can do it on special champs. Saint is constantly running.
Oh, nice flash to get away from the headbutt, though. Guarantee that he doesn't get caught out there. If Busio gets that angle and knocks him back, the follow-up firepower was there. But they force out the defensive summoner spell from the Lion mid laner, and they do it with only 35 seconds until the next Drake spawns. They've already got the first 2 of those as well, so this would move them to Soul Point 20 minutes into the game. Very scary stuff for Lion, who are just being completely suffocated out of any chance to respond. Bwipo is going to walk over top of the scanner there as Adi's taking way too much damage. Finally going to get reinforced. The team arrives. Bwipo dies. Shut down. Back over to Licorice. But now he and Hina have to try to escape. Adiland's going to take the Hex Gate out. But the other members of Lion can't say the same. Even when Lion gets the kill they're looking for, they still lose out on the trade.
Yeah, they wanted to grab a surprise kill, and I think rightfully so. Like, at that point, you're so far behind. You need to get a surprise shutdown kill onto Bwipo, cut down on the Dark Seal stacks, get some of that money back. But of course, you're deeply invested into enemy jungle and are going to end up paying for it twofold over with the dragon as well during the death timers. There it is. Surprise plays. Of course, use your sweepers, get into the brush, try and pull off multiple people so you can actually get the kill. And they did their combo. They got Licorice in there, but they were unsuccessful in getting Licorice and Henna out of there afterwards.
Esports.
And the thing is, if not for that Galio ulti shield, that would have been just straight up 100-0 onto Audieland. He would not have gotten away from that. The only survivor of the full engage barely held on just thanks to the Galio showing up there to reinforce him. And look at Bwipo's inventory, man. He's got the Leandries, he's got the Riftmaker. Yes, he lost a couple of stacks in the ring, but this is the kind of, like, when you lock Rumble in, being at this point of the game, in your build, in your own progression, 21 minutes, this is perfect.
Yeah, and he didn't just like autopilot. When he saw, okay, they're going to Galio counter me for lane, well, I'm going to make some adjustments. I'll go Conqueror, I'll go Riftmaker, Leandries, I'll have this more bruisery stack up, and of course it went way better than expected. He didn't draw it up like, I'm also going to get a solo kill and his flash at like level 3. Not exactly part of the plan, but we'll definitely roll with it. Here we go in the push mid.
Lucio, first to engage and try to stop him as Masu going to unload into Audieland now. Needs a little bit more damage to be able to take him out, but the Xin Zhao staying alive with the protection from the Crescent Guard thus far. Lions trying to get himself back away off to the side as Licorice wants to make his entry. But a nice shuffle comes out from Saint. Hannah trying to fire in and get something back out of it as Quad is down below 100 HP. Lion finally showing some signs of life, but it's still not going to be enough. The Otacon claimed means that anything that they're getting here isn't really even going to matter. Saint's about to burn down to Bwipo, and Inspired will pick up another one as Licorice dies. 2, 4 dead on Lion's side, and FlyQuest are just racking up the bodies.
The Otacon buff acquired while Lion were still pushing, and so FlyQuest make the call, hey, Lucio, don't let them get out of here. Just keep them here long enough for the rest of us to arrive. And Lion actually played a decent amount at the beginning of that quite well, but with the power of the Otacon revivals and the arrival of the rest of the FlyQuest members, they know they're going to be able to push right afterwards. So Quad also ending up with a nice little blue buff here on Cassio. The Dream, they get to push mid as well as bottom.
This is a nightmare for Lion, man. These guys are not enjoying this current state of gameplay. 5,500 gold lead for FlyQuest. Inspired, looking for an angle there to punish anybody foolish enough to try to defend this tier 2 turret. 6 Void Grubs and a massive gold lead just make it so easy to continue to balloon those advantages into greater and greater numbers. And honestly, man, I think we're at the greatness level of numbers right now where Lion are just crossing their fingers, hoping for some sort of crazy overextension, some sort of silly misplay, but FlyQuest just not giving it to him.
Let's see if they can make some more big plays in defense. Hoping to make one of these plays under tower if FlyQuest decide to go for the dive. Of course, Bucio on Alistar, ready with Hex Flash and Alistar Ultimate. Can definitely tank that tower for a long time, so you have to be careful.
All right, Equalizer drops. FlyQuest going in to make their move as Bucio tries to control everybody, but a nice shutdown over to Saint. Kills off Masu. FlyQuest have overplayed their hand. They are getting absolutely mopped off the map. This is exactly what Lion needed, as Inspired and Bucio are likely to die here next. Saint finally falls, but what an absolutely massive moment for Lion.
So they didn't have Bucio tank the tower. They had Bwipo did first damage, so Bwipo was tanking, and then when he dropped it, it went on to Quad. They're 2 solo laners, two of the big carries here are tanking tower. That FlyQuest, they got too ahead of themselves. Let's take another look. So they go right in. So Bwipo starts tanking it. Then they have the Galio ult on the backside as well to protect Saint, who has trapped them in. And Saint is just getting shutdowns. It's Azir doing so much work. Huge turnaround for FlyQuest. That defensive play at the tower flowers, it actually works out here. Lion are able to defend, get a huge amount back for themselves. They cut the gold lead almost in half.
Yeah, it went from just about 6,500 to 3,500. That was massive for Lion right when we're saying, wow, FlyQuest have been playing really good. They're not giving Lion an opportunity to come back. They're not making these mistakes. Then the tier 2 in bottom lane just turns into pure disaster, but they still have a very commanding position in the game. They're still at soul point. The next Drake is spawning less than 30 seconds from now. So Lion, what you just did was great. Now you got to do it again.
Yeah.
Right now.
And that's big. Saint have been getting chased around this whole game, but huge stuff from him. Audieland gets caught.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption don't find anything there, but they don't don't need the chains. Audie's already down. Licorice in the middle of everybody looking for a nice big taunt, but it ain't gonna matter. Nobody's there to back him up. He'll buy an extra moment here with the stasis, but Quad has found his way forward. Saint drops, and there goes Henna too. FlyQuest might have goofed the once, but they won't do it twice. Only Masu has died as Lions just tries to waste as much of FlyQuest time as he can, continuing to try to run away. It doesn't even matter for FlyQuest that their AD carry isn't alive because you've got Cassiopeia at a DPS down the super neutral objective. This Baron is going to melt.
It surely is. It's almost gone already before you even finish the sentence. And then Dragon's Soul is also on the map, Flowers. So your rewards for that fight are not even just the Baron. They're going to teleport out here, try and trap Licorice and get Dragon Soul.
This is so good from Busio. He's just wrangling Licorice around in the jungle, just keeping him alive, keeping him locked up. That way this death timer is going to be super desynced from everybody else. He's dead for another, 50 seconds here. There is no way they're going to have him available to try to contest this Drake. Audieland only just now getting back out on the map too. FlyQuest just locked in Baron, plus secured the Hextech Soul.
Man. Lyon, they won their one fight, but the rewards were just a couple of seconds away from spawning, so they didn't get much more than all the kill money.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, then FlyQuest come right back, they win the next fight, and their rewards are everything.
It's huge.
It's the whole game, basically. Those two mega buffs, we're right back on track to just them. Well, we're in the same scene here.
The scene of the crime.
So, Flowers, does happen twice. Saint doesn't have Flash.
Let's
but
see.
He does have his Azir ult.
Well, unfortunately for Lyon, they don't have the men,
No
so they
magic
can't
there
even
again.
defend the thing. There's just going to be an easy force on that objective for FlyQuest, who can take their opportunity to go for a recall now, as we take another look at how this fight started mid with Audie getting picked.
Yeah, so it's really nice, just like two sides of pressure there, because Quad was on the top side, so I don't think Audieland expected it to be from both sides, basically, and the critical part was, Quad catching him. This was nice as well because he went for the flash with his ultimate to be able to get both of them, so that was huge. But really, starting it all out and trapping the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao, one of these junglers that has no safety dash, can only go to enemies there. So nicely done.
All right, Lyon wants to go in, seeing if maybe they can find a pick on the Bwipo, but it ain't gonna work. The rest of FlyQuest is already here, and Lions is down. Matsu shoots him to pieces, and Busio finds a beautiful double knockup follow-up, but nobody else is nearby to do the damage to get any additional kills. Now Audie trying to re-engage here with Licorice right on top of him, but the Galio has been turned to stone. A killing spree for Inspired, and FlyQuest will keep the push going. Saint, Henna, and Audieland trying to scramble to make something happen. Saint goes in, and it's a big whiff on the Emperor's Divide. Busio positioning aggressively, allowing nobody anywhere nearby. Henna and Audieland having to go back to the base, heal up back in the fountain. FlyQuest are injured, but they are not deterred. They wait for the next minion wave. It's 30 seconds on both solo laners for Lyon. Their support just now respawning, and it's a 5 versus 3 to defend the Nexus turrets. FlyQuest keeping the push going. Inspired very low on mana. Busio wants an angle here to maybe find an engage, knock these guys up and allow the damage to just pour in. Lions chooses his moment. He wants to go in, but it ain't good enough. The Zai is down, the Rakan is down. There's no way for Audieland to try to stand and fight it. The equalizer's gonna cook him right there on the fountain. 26-6. FlyQuest is 5-0.
FlyQuest with such a strong game. I think it will be a very short review for them of this game. Basically, all you have to review is that one tower dive.
Yeah, you go to the bottom lane tier 2.
I'd be fine with just watching that again. Because that was really the only moment where they gave away anything in the entire game, and then got immediately right back on track, went mid, win the next team fight after picking off the Xin. So really dominant stuff from FlyQuest here. Starting out with those two solo kills, especially hammering it home.
Good start, strong follow through, except for that one play bottom like you were talking about. It was good. And with our first game done, a reminder, LTA North Twitch subs are back. Join the community for exclusive content, including the League of Legends in-game emote, Tell Me Everything, for paid and gifted subs. Plus, get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes like Giga Flowers. That one's mine. Do you have one? You have one too, don't you? There's like a Kobe one.
An emote?
Yeah.
I got an emote in there.
Yeah, there's a Kobe one in there somewhere.
It's not showing, but
yeah,
there's
one of them in there. I know there's got to be one of them in there.
Definitely one.
Subscribe now.
Oh, I think it's like caught.
Oh, yeah.
It's a version of the caught emote.
That's a good one. That's a good one. But this was honestly, a lot of everybody on Lyon getting caught this game.
It's Bwippo and Azael.
Oh yes, they're getting ready.
I'm pretty sure Azael's going to interview Bwippo. Hey, Azael.
What's up, Azael?
Hi.
Good to see. All right, he's giving us the thumbs up.
He's got a mic.
confirmation
I think he's going to do
that
it.
We are going to get to interview Bwippo.
They're going to do it.
All right, they're making their way to the interview zone now. Pathing directly there. They do have to take a little bit of the longer pathing, avoid the ward.
Yeah, boy. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, what we got on the right side there? We got the secret little alcove.
Yeah.
Did you catch what was on that computer screen?
Fancy
We
tech
showed the
stuff.
computer screen there.
That's crazy.
All right, here's the, okay, nice.
Well,
We
let's
got
show
the
this
one
screen.
review. Okay,
Okay.
so let's look. Okay, so how did Lyon pull this off? I'm pretty sure it was Saint doing big play into the backside and getting the Galio ult on him. So yeah, Saint into the back. He flashes with Masu.
Yeah.
And then he gets the Galio ult. So it's just really nice stuff from Saint, as well as FlyQuest starting it out by having Bwippo tanking tower aggro, and then quad. But yeah, just a big Azir play there. Those are the types of plays that you envision when you pick this champion.
Yeah.
And then having the safety of a Galio ult on top of him, quite big.
Really good stuff. But now it's time to join Azael and Bwippo at the fan zone for an interview.
Thank you. I am here with Bwippo. You guys just went 5-0, undefeated so far. Talk to me a little bit about the top lane matchup, because I think you're the first person I saw actually bring out Galio as the Rumble counter, here in North America, and that got done to you, but didn't really work out.
Yeah, I think the matchup is good because you have like full priority. Galio's a very supportive character, so if you let Rumble get an angle on you to try and trade you, you usually want to just disengage his phase rush and walk away. I think he got a little bit cocky because when his phase rush was down, he was still trying to trade with me, and that's his worst timing, and I was able to get a really good trade and managed to take him out.
It's got to feel pretty good to be able to kind of like go up against what is supposed to be a counter pick and take it down. Like, how much enjoyment do you get from being known as one of these players who has this really flexible and deep champion pool and kind of getting an edge in that, with draft and matchups like this?
I mean, anyone that plays top lane like religiously, like myself, I'm a big top lane player, knows that there's no greater joy than getting counterpicked and winning. The only greater joy is if you get to play in the next game, you get to counterpick him in the same matchup and win that one too. We'll have to see if I'll get that enjoyment in the future, but it's just, I think it's always been one of my strengths where I think historically it was actually more of a meta player, so I would play 2 to 3 of the meta characters really well, and you'd kind of have to draft around that when you played against me. I think I actually lost that value when I came to NA. I think I indexed way too much into being a counter picker than someone that's just like really stable on meta picks, and I realized this when I didn't hit Challenger in Korea for the first time ever in my career. I went to bootcamp in Korea, missed Challenger, and I'm like, damn, I must not be good enough at the meta picks. So I put in a lot of work on meta picks like Rumble. He's a staple for everyone, and I'm happy to get to show that, I can play him pretty well.
It's looking pretty good. So 5-0. You guys have 2 more games left in the positioning phase. Are you thinking you're going to be able to get the 7-0? Do you think anyone's going to be able to challenge you?
It's best of 1, so anything can happen. But at the same time, I think we're a really strong best of 1 team. I think all of our players, when we get our picks that we're good at, we are exceptionally strong individually, and you could see it in this game. I mean, we played Lyon Gaming. They're 3-1. Top lane got solo killed, mid lane got solo killed, bot lane was getting owned. Like, we were winning all 3 lanes, and I think that when we're well practiced on the compositions that we're bringing out, we're definitely the best team in the league. So I'm fairly sure in the best of 1s are going 7-0, but I've got my eyes on the best of 3s and the Fearless to make sure that we keep the momentum going.
Awesome. Well, Bwippo, thank you very much. Congratulations. We've got C9 versus TL coming up right after this.
Another Big Mac, baby. Well played, team. I kind of entered this game. My bad, sorry.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%.
Boom! 80%. Winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
You can over ship now.
Kasha not going. You should faster.
Nice. Good job.
Position. I'm on my way for the fight.
Yeah,
Okay.
when Rumble's here, I can go anywhere on front.
Yeah, you can.
ITP, guys.
I'm
peeling.
Go front.
Adri TP somewhere. Adri here. Zin no flash already.
I got the cannon wave, but I think it's good.
Has flash? No flash. Okay, they gave him up. We should go back mid. I want to put there, by the way. Zaya Nawi.
Big ult here.
I'm behind you soon.
Huge, yeah, they're cooked.
You can no flash.
Yeah, we go all of them here. I'm just gonna
Cookies.
One ult. He will die.
My W in half a second. He wants to take a cave.
Nice.
They are going, I think. You can do fast, but they are going. Get up ready.
Welcome back to the LTA North, where we got C9 Kia versus Team Liquid Honda coming up next. Players are arriving now, and while they're walking into the building and getting set up, Kangas, have convinced production somehow, some way to let me do a Telestrator segment. That's right, because today I'm going to talk to you about the most impactful player in this matchup, and that is, of course, APA. All right, so on the Telestrator, let's start off. This is week one. Raz and Emily off screen right now. Look at this. Big play starts off from 100 Thieves, flash from Quid, flash from Ayla, but they get flash out of Yon. So good start for the Thieves. But who saves the play? Who capitalizes on the fact that we don't have flashes anymore? Well, I'm happy you're asking that question.
Yes,
because it's the player with the most impact in this matchup, APA. Look at that, comes in. We said he couldn't play Azir. Look at this man. He convinced us all in this game that yes, his Azir is clean.
This isn't the Azir pick I would have.
This is not the one, but that was the one I think he had the most individual impact. I'm already getting chirped over there, but keep your eyes here, because as we get into the next play that comes up, we'll see the duality of the impactfulness of APA. Because yes, he can win you games, but then he can also sometimes do things like this. Right, this is that moment where he realized he messed up. And this is like turning your report card in to your parents, but instead of a parent, it's an angry coach in Australia. Because, funnily enough, they still got the Baron well after this play, but not a great start.
By the way.
Not a great start there. But then you see plays like this. High impact player APA, look at this. He goes in. Now you might be asking, why did Umpty go on to the Vladimir with Pool and not follow APA?
I did ask that question.
I think APA was asking that question as well. We're not going to worry about that because we're talking about APA and the impact that he tries to bring to every game of League of Legends that he plays in.
Isn't it?
That would have been insane. That would have been a clean play. High impact. Unfortunately, it did kind of lose them the fight afterwards. And I can just keep doing this. Look at that.
Okay, someone take away his powers.
Telestrator.
I thought I did great. Okay, come on.
Boo.
All right.
He actually got
it wasn't
that
that bad, right?
It was all right.
Yeah, first time?
I think...
Do I get to do it again, Raz? Am I allowed?
We'll take it to the council. We're taking it to the council.
Honestly,
I had fun.
Honestly, there were better Azir plays you could have. I'm still stuck on that first play where I'm like, there's actually better shuffles in that same game you could have picked. But I do think you did a great job of highlighting some of APA's ups and downs throughout this split, right? Which I'm assuming is the point because you did not actually give me a thesis statement at the beginning outside of high impact player.
Well, I might have also failed my writing class back.
Okay, that's unlucky.
So high impact, he'll win you games, he'll lose you games, right?
Basically,
Like he's always making things happen, and that makes him exciting to watch.
Exactly. Just don't hand in your report card to that angry Australian as well.
Okay.
I feel like Spawn is also not like this television.
But I appreciated the aspect that you were trying to highlight because his Azir play. By the way, APA is definitely a grinder in solo queue. So then when people were dissing his Azir, the amount of games he put in to make it manageable, and it was great on that day. Now you have to be worried about his Azir play. So like he is somebody that recognizes his flaws and works aimlessly towards it.
That's actually one of the things I've really loved since APA came into the league, and even before that when I was watching him in NACL, was the fact that even though, yes, he does kind of adopt this like trash talking persona where it kind of helps him, he's talked about like how it helps him focus, but he's also very clear and concise when talking about his own mistakes, right? And he owns up to them, and I think that is a really good quality to have in a League of Legends player more generally, and then he's also willing to, again, work on them and grind like Raz already pointed out.
And he's going up against Loki, who, according to Saint, the least intimidating of the top 3 supports. That doesn't necessarily mean he's bad, right? It's still a competition for APA.
Yeah, because Loki has been, I think, having a really good split. He's had, of course, the one Rise game. There's not many games in terms of like pools to pick from, but he has been really solid.
But for those of you who aren't subscribed on Twitch, we'll be back in 1 minute for Champ Select while we go over our predictions for this match. So for those, we'll be right back. But for everybody else, let's keep talking about it because...
You're going to have to continue hear us yapping.
Yes, we can keep hearing yapping. Yeah, Raz, you already backed the TL horse earlier, of course. Yeah.
Yep. Yep, and I made my reasons out there. Strong bot lane, even though they looked fallible, they're still a team that like won a championship very recently. They're a team that were known for being incredibly strong as team fighters. That's why I backed them here.
So I got to hear from Emily. Why do you think C9?
I think C9 have looked better and more consistent than TL in their matches. I also really like how C9's team fighting has improved, right? Because previously when we had a lot of question marks around this team, it was like, okay, they have good laners. How do they integrate those into these team fights? We saw shades of this in Split 1 as well, but I think they've only leveled up in thus far that we've seen from them in Split 2. And I'm really enjoying watching C9 play right now.
And the sad thing is, it's a weird thing to say. When I'm picking Team Liquid, I feel like I'm picking an upset. Because I agree that in a lot of C9's points. I'm just hoping that Team Liquid continues to grow in a lot of their things. What's really just like concerning for me is like an individual like Impact not having his best games where he was like an MVP of this split not so long ago.
Yeah.
He got the buff though.
He got the champ buffs, yes.
He has some patch note buffs.
Time to invest.
Final prediction then. Final prediction. Who's the most impactful player in this series? You already got. I gave a whole Telestrator
I'm giving it
presentation.
To Impact.
Wait, what? Okay,
I'm giving it to
you're
Impact.
going for the pun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use this opportunity to actually shout out Sven. I think a lot of people had a lot of question marks around his play. He had an absolutely stellar performance last week. I still think when you look at the top 80 carries in the league, it's Jan, who he's going up against today. It's Masu. But I really have enjoyed watching Sven play lately, and I'm hoping for a really nice clash between him and Jan in this matchup.
I agree with that one. Now, I will say it's not just the pun. Impact has been the strongest top laner for a long time. He's had perhaps his worst split in a long time now. Yeah. So I do think he is a very impactful player, and I hope to see the consistency that we've seen from him in the past. So I'm just looking at him to see how his lane is versus Thanatos, because last year that was a point of discussion. Like Thanatos, the young gun going up against Impact, he had a lot to prove. This time it feels like it's the opposite way.
Yeah, Impact needed those buffs. Let's put it that way. He's happy he got them because it can help maybe shore up some of the champ pools that he's been playing recently, give him some other options here. We have a slight delay on stage before we get into the game, so I got to highlight the fact that the reason I wanted to hear both of your arguments, actually, before that, what's this?
Umpty Giga fans, all of them. We got a whole line of Umpty fans out here.
Hey, we got some Umpty support in the crowd. I love to see it. I love to see it right there. But I got to say, the reason I wanted to ask
to FlyQuest signatures.
Oh, straight into the Umpty fan cam.
Yeah.
There we go. Make an edit out of that one.
He's doing the power nap.
This is the mental.
It's a League of Legends tradition.
Mental prison? No, it's not a prison. What's
what?
it called?
The mental prison.
It's like a room that you go into, and you have like shelves.
Your mind palace?
Mind palace. There we go. Mental prison. For Umpty, it might be a prison.
What
is
that?
insane.
Yeah.
But the reason I want to hear both your predictions is because I wanted to see if I could be swayed. Because I'm on the C9 side. Raz, I don't know. I'm not convinced, but let's see what the teams have. And also, what the casters think, because we're ready to hop into game.
All right, welcome everybody. Let's do it. It's time to jump into what I think is probably going to be the most exciting match of the whole Super Week.
I'm super down. We get to start it off here, after a very quick game into a banger game. Flowers, let's turn it up. The last game was definitely very one-sided. I expect this one to be a lot closer. I mean, last time that these two teams played was last split in our best of threes, and Team Liquid were able to upset Cloud9. A lot of people were thinking that Cloud9 was going to win going into that best of three last split, but TL, this is when they had their resurgence, on their climb to going to first stand, and they were able to win. It had the final game there with Impact pulling out the Scion and TL taking control. So I'm sure that Cloud9 have been looking forward to this, want some revenge. Against Team Liquid for sure.
All right, well, let's see how we're doing. They're both tied at 3-1 right now, coming into Super Week in that three-way tie with Lyon, who are now no longer tied at that point for second. So one of these two teams, though, will have to join Lyon at 3-2, and neither of them wants to be that guy.
Retie.
Yeah. They don't want to be tied again. They want to break away from the tie. So let's see what we get here with our draft. Bans Varus, Jace, and Galio from C9 as TL ban out Yone, Gwen, and Rumble. There is a lot of solo lane focus in these first half of bans.
Oh, and we get an insta-lock Blabber Vi. The old reliable back there, Flowers. Okay, so probably something for Loki around an Arya, Talia, something like that to play off of this Vi. We'll see how heavily they commit to that mid-jungle duo. Meanwhile, TL might steal away one of those components that you love to pair with it.
Yeah.
Both APA, one of his best champions, as well as breaking up the synergy with Vi. I like to see that. Now, what do you follow up with here, though? I mean, honestly, jungle looks pretty good unless you have something that Jan is really calling for. I like that we got the a little bit of insight into, lane dominant stuff for them. Yeah, there you go. Okay, there it is. Lane dominant, and it's Jan calling for it. He's like, give me something now. We're going to smash this bottom lane. Give me the Kalista. Get the Renata for Core JJ. And in response to try and stay safe there for Sven, he locks in his Ezreal.
I feel like Kalista has a very common spot on first round ban lists, and so when she's not banned away, I generally just always expect to see it locked in pretty fast. The Renata, you called it. This is like her best buddy in lane. The combo is absolutely dirty, but they'll be going up against an Ezreal on the other side, piloted by Sven.
Do they ban like the Karma and Nico type of like poke champions for support? support for their bottom side of the map now here too, because that is something that has become very popular since sometimes you can give up the Kalista and you're like, all right, fine, I'll just run, you know, some double poke lane into it. Okay, so they do at least do one of those, the Karma.
Yeah.
They could also follow it up with the Nico, although the Nico not quite as common with the Ezreal, and you can you know, still look for stuff like Vulcan could still even do an engage like Lyon or something if you wanted to pair with Ezreal. That still does pair very well and would provide Vi some more support on diving too. So they don't have to go with a double poke lane into giving up Kalista. It's just become very common because that's how you try and keep it under control.
Right, it's how you deal with it, how you survive the crazy aggro potential there. But C9 having locked in their own jungler, they're going to remove some powerful options here from TL's potential pool. Skarner being taken away from Umpty as the final ban of the draft for TL. We'll look up back towards the solo lanes again with the Gnar ban.
Yeah, Thanatos has a very, very strong preference for only a few champions in top lane, and Gnar is up there at the pinnacle, so they're just trying to take away that versatile champ. Since Gnar plays so well into so many things, especially with what Impact plays, so they don't really want to have to deal with that. And of course, the Jace and the now Renekton too have also been banned, so a lot of Thanatos' most favorite champions are banned, along with the Gwen. So I'd like to see this, and TL. What are we going to do here? I would assume they're going to save the counter pick, of course, for Impact. He's just trying to get in your head.
It's like, hey, I could. What if I slam Mordekaiser?
I could slam a Mordekaiser on you. Maybe think about that for later. I could do a Warwick top lane with barrier. Huh?
Yeah, maybe just get a little bit spicy.
Think about that, buddy. Think about those hovers.
Well, if you want something the opposite of spicy, how about some Xin Zhao?
Yeah, I mean, Xin Zhao, like I said, it's like #1 or maybe #2 most popular jungler on the patch, plus loves playing with Renata. That is such a good support for Xin Zhao to play with. So here we go. Thanatos opts for the Ambessa instead, and the roam here from Bard. Okay.
All right.
A little bit different of a look. Not quite as poke heavy as a lot of the other things we are mentioning, and opting more for roaming to make some plays.
Exactly.
Interesting. I kind of do like it when you have a carry pick like Ambessa for your top laner. Bard can really help out those lanes and get the Ambessa into a very scary spot for the other team. If you get some early money on that champion, it scales super well. And Impact, just like I said, the last game that we had from these two teams, Impact slammed a Scion as well in that one to TL's benefit, and they were able to play some good front-to-back team fighting. Impact at the front, Impact and Umpty at the front, and you're gonna have a good start to that team fight because it allows the Renata Kalista so much room to play with. Let's see if the much more pick-oriented Cloud9 comp is able to play the map, because when you do have some dangerous pick stuff like a Vi and a Bard roaming around, Cloud9 love to play once the outer towers are down. In the mid game is going to be really, really nice for them. When Ezreal's getting some spikes, when the Bard can put a lot of pressure on the side lanes by staying in Fog of War, threatening with Bard ultimates, and then when you see it, you full send your Vi, your Ambessa, those long range ultimates to get your picks.
I'm really curious how this is going to play out, because I feel like if you're TL, you're like, yeah, we want to play around Kalista and Renata. Let him be aggressive. Let him push up. But if you're Cloud9, you're like, we're not even going to be there, bro. Bard's going to leave. Ezreal's going to farm with Q from like level 3 onwards.
Yeah, see how well Sven can stay safe and how much Vulcan can get done.
This is going to be a fun one, man. I cannot wait to see these two teams go head-to-head again. The fact that they're tied, dead even in the standings, too, I think just makes it that much more fun, because all the evidence has pointed towards, okay, you guys are really evenly matched. Let's see which one can actually pull ahead on this one. Opening up Super Week strong, I also think is important if we're talking about, the intangibles, if we're talking about momentum, starting this week off good. We haven't done a Super Week in a while. It's a little bit... a bit more of an endurance challenge.
It's kind of like an old school. Oh, okay. No, nobody breaks the ceasefire.
Okay, everybody's cool.
Just eye contact.
Yeah. Okay. It's like, all right, I see what you're doing. You see what I'm doing.
I see your ward you're placing. Okay.
All right.
I see it. Give me my 5 gold for pinging it.
Looks like, so last time in the previous game, we got to see the Ghost Varus tech. This time around, doesn't look like we're really getting anything
Not much
out of
tech.
the ordinary. No, it's all just pretty standard stuff. I guess the only thing really worth pointing out is Ven going for the teleport option for the Ezreal to have the extra macro capability versus Yon's just raw combat power with barriers. So
Yeah, plus the extra return to lane is actually, big if you are running this this Bard strategy. To be able to have Sven keep up his farm under some pressure.
Yeah.
Look at this TL. Brush control here early on. Core JJ, nice little dodge to start it out there.
All right.
This has become one of our most common memes. The scrim is going great. Can't wait for.
Oh yeah, that's a classic now, right? How
old is
that?
it?
Was that like 2018?
Yeah,
I want to say like that's
really
like
getting up
2018.
there.
That's like 7 years ago, man. That one's a while back. Yeah, that's certified classic.
Dude, everybody picks Vi for Blabber Fantasy. It's crazy. And then there's just like everyone's tweeting at him, and there's all this social pressure. Try and get your fantasy points.
People take it seriously, man. They want to make sure they're getting all those multipliers.
I didn't think
and
I was going to take fantasy seriously, but I'm competitive at anything. So if I'm in it, of course I'm going to try and win and take it serious.
I remember when I was talking to Jat last weekend, he was talking about how, I just left everything from week 1 the same for week 2, and I'm just going to hope that they all play the same stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, honestly, I feel like there's some viability in that.
I did, but only because you can't change the pick past 9 a.m. on the first day. But just going to have some standard clears here at Flowers, so not a lot of exciting stuff going to happen early on. After your full clears for your junglers, and of course your Renata Callista pushing in on the bottom side. Everyone's always focused on TL's bottom lane, and rightfully so. The bottom lane, the golden children of this team. And, and Jan is the more favorite of the children. Jan is the favorite child on the entire Team Liquid family, as far as the public is concerned. At the very least, he has just done so much for this team when they were doing well, when they had struggles. He's turned into a very, very reliable carry for this team, and exceptional on both the international stage as well as the domestic stage. So I say Jan is just such a good success story of TL. Building him up back through the academy team when Spawn coaching him there as well too, and working his way through the system up into finding success here on the main squad. We got to replace a vision, and APA knows it. So recall interrupt, a couple of extra seconds. What can Umpty do with a couple of extra seconds a lead here? He's going to go back towards the top side for his full clear.
Okay.
For the Krugs respawning up there. Thanatos also kind of trading heavily up here, so he gets a little some, but the vision coverage is already there, is decent in the tri-brush. Xin Zhao is not a very tricky jungler to be able to surprise you with gank paths unless something is super crazy. So just
pretty much what you see is what you get.
Yeah.
He's going to run at you, and then he'll dash at you, and then he'll fight you.
I mean, sometimes the coolest things he does are like W and then flash to move the second part of the W to tag somebody and then get the dash off that. Or if you can do an insect with your ulti, always feels cool, but it's fairly rare.
Or you combine that with use the first 2 hits of the Q on the creep, and then you flash to realign your W and dash, and then you instantly do the third Talon.
Pre-stacking the Q, always critical, especially if you did not go for a Titanic Hydra. But the pop-up there too, we've been talking about and looking at this top lane matchup for quite a while, anticipating this matchup. It just turns out, it's going to be very similar, where Impact is on a tank.
Yeah.
And Thanatos here on the carry, trying to get the extra money and the extra pressure up there. But TL, off of their Callista Renata, are going to start up the Drake and should be able to finish it. And plenty of time here. Still 30 seconds ahead of Grub Spawn.
I like this from TL to make use of the fact that they do have this very powerful bottom lane that's often not allowed through the ban phase. They're hard forcing this dragon before the grubs, like you say, are even on the map. I feel like normally 5 minutes, 30 seconds is when you're starting to see the late lane swap where everybody just converts the bottom lanes up toward the top side. But now Loki getting jumped on here as he tries to shuffle Umpty away. Still standing and fighting, but he holds the flash and stays alive. Nicely played.
Yeah, deals a decent amount of damage to Umpty here, so it's interesting. Now that there's no Azir ultimate and Azir's getting pushed in, Umpty and APA as a duo can go over and at least steal away one of these grubs. Like you're saying earlier, you have a smite charge. Just try and grab one. Azir is actually here and Vulcan's here too. Vulcan is the extra person, so no grub was low enough for Umpty to be able to get that smite steal on one of them off, and Bard zooms on over. So Cloud9 get that early Bard mobility, and that will secure them, all 3 of the grubs. But idea there, you know, I like it from TL. You gank mid first, so try and get some resources, bottom side actually.
You know, we could see the dive come out there, already trying to spend the heal on this. Core JJ likely to drop, gets away over the wall, just barely stays alive. But now Yon bound up into the wall. Nicely fought here from Vulcan and Sven, but they don't have enough damage to follow it up. Sven does not want to risk getting too close and getting the spear to the face.
Yeah, I actually like that from Yon. You know, he was confident. He's like, I have barrier as well, so even if Vulcan goes for this, yeah, I'm not going to be in any danger. Like you said, Sven was really low from the tower dive earlier, plus all the minions there. So that ends up being Vulcan's flash. They don't get really anything out of it. But nicely played from Sven under tower, you know, utilizing that Ezreal mobility, also dodging away from Core, who, like you said, with the heating up of that tower, was close to giving over an extra death there in the attempted tower dive, but nobody does.
Yeah.
Nothing hits the scoreboard, Flowers. So
we're still 0-0, man. 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah. Supports both flashing, though, so maybe supports will be targets, especially junglers love going after these types of supports. They're both fairly squishy early on, and without the flashes will be a bit vulnerable. Vi ultimate is there for Blabber, so definitely a possibility for him to follow up.
Yeah, I'm not really expecting us to see a whole lot for another, 2.5 minutes or so when we get both of these neutral objectives spawning almost exactly on the same timer. I do expect to see more of this as Vulcan just roams around the map, constantly trying to be as annoying as possible, clearing out all the vision, place a couple of hot cocos there for Loki, make it easier for him to play aggressively with his own trading. I mean, 2 hot cocos is the same HP recovery as like a health potion, so feels pretty good on that.
Yeah, definitely feels good for Loki. Who, of course, saved his flash in the last play, didn't panic, as you were saying.
That was really good.
And so still has all of the playmaking ability. A Vi with flash, an Azir with flash. Definitely a lot of possibilities there. Of course, Vulcan with the Bard ultimate now, too. He's returning bottom lane at the moment, but we'll start to see if Cloud9 can make use of all these very threatening pick tools that they do have drafted for themselves. Meanwhile, junglers actually going after different lanes. And with the wards clear on top side, TL know that they've got the advantage here.
Umpty gets stunned up into the wall with the Magical Binding there. Magical Binding is such an interesting spell because of the way that it feels like it doesn't work exactly like you would expect with the binding angle into the wall. But
I've heard some people use some other words to describe it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay polite.
It stuns you a lot. It's got a forgiving, connection. Radius,
the tether distance, or whatever you want to call it.
Sure. But I do think Cloud9's bottom lane deserves credit for how well they have played the defense on this opener of their Ezreal Bard. Even though they are getting pushed in a whole bunch, it's kind of what you expect. And I think their defense has been quite good, surviving as well as getting the Bard plays up to the other spots. And staying competitive down there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they are still down in gold. They're down like a couple of waves of farm, but it's still only a 250 gold lead for the Kalista. But then everywhere else on the map, not quite as big of leads, but still leads the other way for Cloud9.
Yeah. And it's kind of what you're thinking. When you're drafting this into the Kalista Renata, you're giving over to, by the way, the most lane-dominant duo in the entire league, Yon and Core JJ. You're thinking, oh, this is pretty scary, so you got to be careful there. And Sven has been stacking his cull, avoid the death at the very least. I will say, that TL bottom lane, they have just straight up 2-on-2 killed a lot of people. So they avoided certain death there. Void grubs are up, though, Flowers.
All right. We've got our grubs up. The dragon's going to spawn here in just a couple of seconds as well. Team Liquid took that first one. C9 getting all 3 of that first set of grubs. But it looks like TL probably more concerned about the grubs here this time, as C9 will already start up the Drake themselves. Blabber dashing over the wall there with a Vault Breaker to guarantee they have total control over this pit. Nobody from TL is really in the neighborhood. Core and Yawn are going to walk up now.
They're so late.
Blabber should be able to secure this very easily. Yeah, it's just a Vault Breaker and a Magical Journey over the wall, and Core and Yawn just feels like they're wasting their time.
And it's not like they didn't know. There's a Team Liquid ward right there inside, watching the whole thing happen. And so they did waste a decent. Yeah, I agree with that frog. When you're spending time, just walking over, kind of watching it, you never want to walk and just watch stuff in League.
Yeah, you can't be walking around on your phone in game.
Stuff.
Yeah. Got to get involved.
Blabber, though.
Blabber's doing stuff, but not the kind of stuff that he wants. Umpty working together with Yawn and Core here to find the enemy jungler, and Blabber will not survive. He tried to flash to escape there at the very end, but there was enough damage from Yawn, and that's first blood 12 minutes into the game.
Rend him up. That was very nice. Even though TL did prior waste a bit of time walking towards Dragon, Umpty then kind of used that as like route over to camp for Blabber coming back to his camps. So sneaky stuff there, waiting in the brush for him, and a good combination from Core JJ. I would not say it's common, but I have seen Renatas miss the combo of using Kalista and ult knockup. Wait a second.
Uh-oh. Tempered Fate locks up 2. Core and Umpty both immediately flashing, not wanting to get caught by the magical binding right after, as Yawn has to join back up with his team and try to get away. The hostile takeover creates space, but nothing more. C9 doing a good job stepping forward, even after having lost their jungler. Now he's back on the map. They will scare Team Liquid away before they can secure the entire grub set, so it'll be a 5-1 grub take overall for C9.
I think scare is the key word there, Flowers, because they look very jumpy. Yawn throws his spear over the back of the wall and then flashes over, and they're scrambling out. That is 3 flashes blown here for TL. They got 1 grub, so you denied the full 6, but still
does not feel good.
Little jumpy there, and especially after getting a kill.
Ooh, nice shuffle coming out from Loki. Needs a little bit more damage here to kill off APA, but shouldn't struggle to find it. APA just trying to buy as much time as he can, but C9 tying up the game.
Cloud 9. Interesting stuff here. It's looking pretty good. Of course, our big focus was going to be on how many picks can they get later.
Right.
Bard.
That's
roam.
1.
Bard was, yeah. Good. Keep going there. All right. They were on the receiving end of one, with Blabber, walking through, unbeknownst to him in the jungle, getting jumped on, but they get one right back there. Meanwhile, with the 5 grubs, you don't need the full 6 to still have a lot of pushing power. So getting these outer towers down, the goal for Cloud9, the goal from Champion Select, is made that much easier for them to do. And then we'll start to see if they can really bring the full power here of roaming around, Bard forcing people's flashes, Vi following up. There's a ward in Tribrush, so Yawn and Core JJ know that they've got the extra members here, and they call the rest of Team Liquid. There's always the possibility of APA to Leah wall coming down for a counterplay.
Yeah.
So you do have to be a little careful when you're Cloud9 going for some of these side lane trailing moves that Vulcan's been going for.
Well, Team Liquid trying to move into enemy territory here. Plays down some wards, see if they can figure out what C9 is up to, but C9's not giving them a whole lot to work with. I think it's also interesting, the stats that just popped up on the screen, it's 1 plate to 2 over the course of the entire 14-minute early game. This has been a very, very slow game between these two. It's Tempered Fate, another nice 2-man hit coming out from Vulcan, but now the Weaver's Wall to try to defend as Team Liquid wants to make their exit, but a beautiful binding onto 2. Yawn and APA are both just collapsing as Umpty tries to defend, but he's still just hobbling away from the fight. Impact arrives, but it's way too late to do anything. The feat of warfare is claimed as C9 pick up 2 for nothing, and they might just look to get some more. Umpty's only got 50 HP remaining, and Impact won't be able to protect him for long. Thanatos takes the first kill, and another one goes over to Blabber. C9 are murdering these guys.
Flowers.
Yes.
How many picks now? Because the Bard ultimate on
a fistful of picks.
2 champions that Vulcan was the one to blow their flashes. So Vulcan, earlier at the Grubs, he blows both Yon and Core JJ's flashes, and then he's able to hit with the Bard ult. As they arrive, the Talia combo was mistimed on Thanatos, so Thanatos rips him a new one, and after that, it's a scramble. Like, of course, they're just trying to survive, running for their towers. Only Core JJ escapes, though. That was just... That was the exactly. That was the most brutal version of the picks that we had been talking about that this comp is capable of. That right there was the most painful, most brutal, because TL's advantage with their side is, oh, we've got the Scion. You know, we want to play front to back. Our 5-on-5 is good. But when it comes in and the teleports are mismatched and, you know, Talia combo isn't able to interrupt there, then it is a very good job for Cloud9 taking advantage after those pit. TL still, though, on the push out, we can see them picking up another dragon, as well as trading the tower here on bottom side for that top one and the Rift Herald.
And I think a big reason why that fight just seemed so doomed, when you're talking about TL like we have been, talking about the way they draft around this Kalista, this is your point of power. You want to make sure that you have this so that your star player in Yon can be aggressive. I don't think that Kalista got to throw a single spear in that previous fight. I don't think he got a single auto attack off because of how well coordinated that engage was, like you're talking about. And if C9 can keep finding those angles and Team Liquid's just constantly having to try to scramble to get away from this Bard, I just don't see how they're going to figure this out. It's a 4,000 gold deficit now from what was just, what, 500, 600 before the big Bard play?
Yeah, because Cloud9, well, wait a second here. It is still a little dangerous.
Okay, Blabber. Gotta try to be slightly careful on this one. Is gonna take a ton of damage there. The Bard ulti doesn't do a whole lot as Blabber's still trying to get away. Umpty goes in with a win, becomes lightning, but a nice shield from Blabber, keeping him alive for now. True shot barrage over the wall. Blabber lives, are you kidding me?
Oh, he's just tanky enough. Prox's blast shield at the end, sundered, Sky, Blabber barely living. He needed every little bit of HP and shielding there.
That's crazy, man.
To escape. I mean, his ultimate to avoid the initial engage and then flash out immediately. Q, Rift Herald Hero does. All right, Rift Herald is down.
Okay, yeah, not the greatest.
But Blabber survived.
But yeah,
Cloud9 Rift Herald down, but Blabber lived.
Okay, Herald taken care of, so at least Team Liquid got that going for him, but it's still over a 4,000 gold deficit. It's still C9 with the enchanted boots from claiming the feats early. Ambessa is now at the 2-item power spike of Eclipse plus Voltaic Cyclosword. This champion is so obnoxious to deal with on this spike. He will just be a menace in these upcoming fights.
Look at that Sundered Sky and Blast Shield proc that Blabber did. It was just enough.
Oh my!
Click on that champ? How many?
Click on it.
Was that single digits?
It looked like it had to be. That was so low.
Definitely did. Anyways, more invades.
Okay. Ooh, AKA manages to steal away the red buff, so a minor win there for Team Liquid.
We'll take that.
They want to maintain some form of control here on the Rift. They don't want to just continue to allow C9 to roam around and make these picks, because I feel like this C9 comp, Kobe, if they get to the point where you were talking about back in draft, where Cloud9 likes to play this mid-game stage where the tier 1 turrets are down, they're in your jungle, they're setting up picks, they're finding them, like that is so scary if they're doing it from a point of a really powerful gold lead.
100%, and it's always the first step is to blow these flashes. You know, last time it was blow 3 flashes at the Grub fight and then get a bunch of kills later in the second attempt at picks. So step number 1 here is going to be blowing some more flashes.
Okay.
The towers are already down, as you say. So,
nice. Thanatos going in for Core JJ.
Never mind. Just kill him. No flash necessary.
That Renata got absolutely destroyed. Blink and you'll miss it. Core JJ, that'll be his first death this game. But now with the opportunity to keep the push going, C9 wants to continue the pressure here on the mid lane, trying to put some damage onto that turret, but not getting a ton as Team Liquid rallies together to clear the minions away. 20 minutes on the clock now, so we do have Otacon spawning around the top half this game.
Man, TL. So again, some of the strengths that they drafted on their side were mainly going to be around the strong bot duo, plus having a Scion for team fights later.
Yeah.
But because Cloud9 have gotten so much gold, like how Renata and Scion have to be so good in the team fight to make up a lot of this value, because Cloud9 members have all the damage.
Core JJ in a bad spot again. One more shot would have finished him off, but Jan there clutch with the Fates call to save him, get Core out with that 100 HP remaining. That is Muramana Trinity Force Ezreal. One more just basic auto attack in the air would have absolutely killed Core there. So Jan having to commit that ulti, but now Kobe, that's a really big team fighting tool that's not available. 35 seconds until the Drake spawns. The only thing TL's really got going for them right now is that they've at least got a couple of Drakes, but I don't really see how they're going to fight for the next one after that.
Yeah, it is rough. I mean, they've got their single item completions, but Cloud9 members, most of them have 2.
Yeah.
All of the ones that are not support have at least 2.
Yeah.
So
it's pretty rough.
Don't fight that dragon then.
No, stay away from that dragon.
They all have their second items already completed. Do not fight that dragon.
Look at your nameplate. If the first 2 letters are T and L, you stay away from the dragon for now. Yeah, and it looks like that's the call.
Maybe they can make a pick of their own. You know, they've got a Talia wall to work with. They're hex skating.
Okay, trying to get a little bit clever with it, but Vulcan kind of sees what's going on here, and Thanatos still has a full HP turret that he's safely able to take some refuge under as Team Liquid starting up the Otacon. Now, critically, not going to overcommit to this. Otacon just disappeared. Okay, never mind. He fell into the fog of war. I was like, I don't remember him having that ability.
Now he's angry.
Yeah, now he's really... he farmed the minion. Plus 90 gold for Otacon.
Yeah, who gets the gold in that situation? Does Otacon give you a bigger reward now than when you kill him?
That would actually be really funny if he just farms up the minion.
Yeah. Can he store the gold like a dragon?
Yeah, a big party pinata Otacon. Party pinata con.
Because that version of Otacon, it actually gets to stay away from the home longer when it does the channel.
Oh yeah, true.
Really venture out and go farm some of his own minions.
All right, that was great. Otacon farming the minion was that's a good one. But Team Liquid needs to find a way to stop this game from getting further away from him. Man, we're up to a 5,000 gold deficit now.
How are Team Liquid going to recover from not getting that minion?
That's true. That's a lot of money that they're never going to recover.
Even the Otacon is denying them.
Yeah, Otacon. The game is rigged. Otacon even wearing a C9 jersey on this one as Team Liquid trying to see maybe if there's an angle to find something. Loki will clear out the TL vision up around the Otacon pit. And man, this just means if you're TL, you're like, well, we should probably have some vision over that thing. We need to make our way back over there. But look at the map. Yeah, Observer's doing a good job here with the Fog of War, just showing how dark the rift is for TL.
Umpty was spotted.
Yeah, you're not going to hurt that Impesa. Not like that. I actually think that even if they manage to jump on him and hit him with a seismic shove, they don't kill him. Like the amount of shielding and everything is just way out of control. As now Blabber and Loki starting up the Otacon as Sven needs to try to escape Team Liquid back over here in the mid lane. The wind becomes lightning, does not connect. Team Liquid is hoofing it up here to try to bring everybody to the battle. A nice true shot barrage from Sven, chunking a third of the HP from both bottom laners of TL, dissuades them from walking up any further and secures the Otacon for C9. It seems to be going from bad to worse for the Blue Horse boys.
It does seem that way, Flowers.
Looks can be deceiving.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't think they are.
Well, I'm looking at 5,500 gold. And I've played a lot of League of Legends, and usually that's not the best situation.
And they've got Otacon, the int buff. So they've got Bard can turn off towers. They all have revivals.
You can just full send at any given time. Public execution from Thanatos going in after Impact. Forces him to flash. He wanted to use the ulti to make more distance, but it's immediately interrupted. Hostile takeover. Going to find 3 there. End up doing a lot of damage to Blabber with that one, who will spin the flash to get away from the counterpunch of TL. Even if he does have the int buff, he doesn't want to int it just yet.
Yeah.
Man. Weaver's Wall even only knocks Sven over there. Oof.
Give me that. Give me that Krug. He ulted the mini Krugs? He ulted the mini Krugs.
That's
get all 4 of them quick.
You just got to make a statement.
Did that give him enough time to finish it?
Oh, it did. The ulting the baby Kruggies was 400 IQ.
That gave him enough time to finish his channel. Because you can start the ult channel as you kill the big one, and they're falling.
Yeah.
And then it instantly kills them all.
Oh,
That's sick.
speaking of getting instantly killed, APA just wiped out of the river, wiped off the rift. That's the enemy mid laner dead for the next 45 seconds, and even once he respawns, it's not like he has his ulti or his teleport to try to get to the fight. So C9 just see the green light to start up the Baron. They've already got it down to just about 5,000 HP. Thanatos looking to run interference and keep everybody on Team Liquid away. Impact going to soak some damage for now, but he is not tanky enough to do this for an extended period of time. Thanatos continuing the scrap, wanted to go in after Yawn, not quite enough damage to finish him off, as now Umpty is back down in the pit, but C9 have already managed to secure themselves the objective. They'll kill Umpty. APA still dead from before. C9, all they end up losing is Thanatos' false life.
Whew. I mean, that is 100% correct play there for Cloud9, forcing on Baron with the extra lives. Maybe a tiny bit amount of risk there if something is stolen, but nothing is stolen. The death cap is done for Loki. Immediately Sven teleporting back out to push with Baron buff. Let's take a look at the replay. So, Umpty's walking around. The Bard ult from Vulcan was so good to deny him, but he still made it kind of scary.
Yeah.
Hit that Xin Zhao W, got his charge in to be close.
Back to live, and APA is almost dead again. Thanatos hitting him with the public execution as Sven is just free-firing. This Scion is nowhere near durable enough to survive the gold lead that C9 has built. Over 10,000 gold, 26 minutes into the game. Kobe, we didn't have first blood until 12 minutes into the game, and now just 27 minutes on the clock. It's looking like C9's ready to end it, as they've got the Baroned up minion wave ready to crash into the two Nexus turrets. Impact is still dead for more than 20 seconds. Nice catch there on Vulcan, thanks to APA and the seismic shove. They'll at least pick one, but they gotta keep fighting. Core JJ's about to die. The bailout will not save him as Yawn barely escapes away from the shovel, but APA can't say the same. Now Umpty's stuck here on the front line, and there's just too much damn damage. Yawn falls, everybody on TL falls. Impact's not even back alive. 13-3, C9 made it easy, and they're gonna take the dub over Team Liquid.
Nice snipe there from Sven at the end to get the straggler. Core JJ, holy moly, Cloud9 worked quick. That was a beautiful execution of a comp that had a lot of pick tools, blowing the flashes at the objectives first, then going for those targets. Really good Ezreal and Bard game from Cloud9's bottom lane, giving over TL, Kalista Renata, the most lane dominant duo that we have in the LTA, and Cloud9 played it quite nicely to get that win.
They weathered the storm very, very well for a game that only had 3 plates taken between both teams combined, for a game that didn't have first blood until 12 minutes in, to then end up just slamming all of those mid-game fights. Beautiful engages from Vulcan. I cannot praise this Bard game enough. He was all over the map. He was constantly hitting multi-ultis on so much of Team Liquid that it caused so much disruption. It felt like they never had their summoner spells when they needed them, and they could not get off the ground. It was just suffocating what Vulcan was doing.
Yep, definitely was. And you could feel it from the TL side. They were frustrated with that. They could not get a 5-on-5 fight for them. The game just too quickly in the favor of Cloud9.
And since we're talking about Vulcan and these impressive plays on the Bard, let's go ahead and break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring Vulcan's Tempered Fate. The best part is I don't even know which clip they're going to play because there were a lot of good ones.
It was this beautiful one that won them the game, basically. And also, he's the one that did the pre-work on it. That binding was nice. He got a good binding there, grabbing 2. But his binding on the grubs to burn those 2 flashes as well earlier, and Yawn having to use his spear, but then still flashing out of the back of the grubs pit. So he also didn't have his, was just like, it was murder right here. This was so much money into the Cloud9 pockets.
I mean, this was, before this point, we did not even have a 1,000 gold lead separating the teams. It sat around like 500, 600 for a very long time. And then after this fight, after all the kills, after the extra turrets and everything that they get from it, it's 3,500, and it just never really gets back under control. Now, with the game wrapped up, we're joining Kangas and Vulcan at the fan zone for an interview.
Thank you very much, Flowers. I'm here with Vulcan after your victory over Team Liquid, really helping you out in the positioning phase here. So I want to start off by talking about your opponent. How stressful is it when you know you're going up against the reigning champs and a team like Team Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, we had a tough weekend overall, right? We're playing FlyQuest tomorrow, so we prepared hard. We had like good practice this week, so we were pretty confident going into it. And in draft, honestly, we downloaded a bit what they were going to do, and we were ready for this scenario. And we were like, okay, just select the champs that we're going to play. Like, this is an obvious situation. We've been through it many times. So yeah, we're super confident, and I think this was our cleanest game in like a long time, honestly. I don't know if it looked like it, but in the game we were in control the whole time. In a game where I think they have a lot of early game control, but they couldn't really get anything going. You could feel a bit how they're like getting stressed out, and Renato was walking too much, getting poked and stuff. Felt super good to play like this, yeah.
I mean, it looked incredible. We were talking before coming live, your double Tempered Fate into the double Cosmic Binding, an incredible play for you. So talk to me about some of those chaotic moments, because Team Liquid, they were fighting you a lot, but it seemed like you were always ready for them.
Yeah, I think we had like really good tracking of what they were going to do. We were constantly talking about their options, like what are they going to go for, and they didn't really do that much, to be honest. I expected them to like swap maybe with Sion when they're playing Kalista Renato. It's hard for Mbessa to survive in that 1v2, right? But they didn't really look to swap. So super easy game. What was your question actually?
It was just how did the team keep their cool in those chaotic moments? Because Team Liquid is a team that we know can team fight. It seems like C9's been able to lately.
We were just super comfortable in our draft, and knowing that, you know, against Kalista, against Azir, Ezreal, Vi, and Mbessa, it's going to be really, really hard to team fight. Like, they have to play so well and so aggressive early game to be able to win that game, I feel like. So we just were like, all right, let's see what they do, and we'll counter it, and then after a while, we'll just win the game, and that's kind of what happened.
Okay, well, a clean pickup there. You're up against FlyQuest next. Let's get your thoughts on the team yet to drop a game here in the positioning phase.
Well, they're yet to play us, so we'll see tomorrow. But obviously they're, I think, probably in better form than TL right now. That's not very hot take, but they should be a bit harder. But yeah, super confident at the moment, and we'll see tomorrow. I don't have much to say. We'll see in the game tomorrow.
All right, we'll see. I also have a gift for you because I don't know if you saw. I saw on socials that you saw somebody put together a trading card for you. Yeah. This isn't the same one, but we have some LTA fan art going around, so I wanted to give this to you. Whether you want to fan it, give it to, or sign it, give it to a fan, or keep it, that's for you, Vulcan. Up next, though, we're going to throw it to a break because we got Dignitas taking on 100 Thieves.
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
In the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
I can double. Situation. Good job. Bye, die. Oh, bye, die. No flash.
Nice play, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm fighting.
Yeah. I have flash. Okay, we can kill.
Okay. Maybe he dead.
Yeah, he's got him. I give you kill.
Nice. Yeah,
Nice, guys.
Look at me.
They're carries.
I'm looking. It's good.
Close the first, guys.
Kalista.
Okay, so take 1 minute. I really
push
want to
bottom, okay? Push
Okay,
bottom.
kill him. Kill these guys. Yeah, good point.
Bye. High on top. High on flash.
He's out.
I can W. Xin chào. High on flash.
Aggressive, guys. Sign no flash, no ult. Zin's in.
Look, you guys in. You can go look if you want.
Yeah. I'm gonna ult Zin's out, alright. If he gets hit, you can finish.
Okay,
finish.
Look, finish.
Okay. Finish.
He can maybe flash in. Okay. He can get in.
No,
okay.
Welcome back to day 3, sorry, the third match of the day. Raz is getting all ahead already.
I messed him up.
We have Dignitas versus 100 Thieves, otherwise known as the ultimate grudge match.
Yes, it is, Genghis.
Nice.
Hey, that's a nice touch. Oh my God.
I didn't even know we were doing that.
Do you know why it's an ultimate grudge match?
Why is it an ultimate grudge match, Raz?
I'll tell you exactly why. Because it wasn't that long ago that 100 Thieves was at World and they faced a specific individual.
Yep.
Play-ins. Rainbow 7.
Specific matchup as well that we're getting a rematch of now today. Before we talk about that, I want to
Quad.
highlight some of these players as well. Look at how beautiful this art is. Shout out to Ketseru and Kylie for making these ones. Elaine also for the one we gave to Vulcan earlier. I just wanted to make sure we got that out there. But Caney versus Quid. Yes, let's highlight that.
Very fair. Caney versus Quid. It wasn't a great time for Quid. Quid wasn't very happy about this. This was a moment that Quid was for sure marking on his calendar because Caney was the one that Goomba stomped him in the LeBlanc.
Caney's already gave him a thumbs down.
Oh my God!
That's his rating.
Oh
my goodness!
No. This was really heartbreaking to watch.
Make it stop!
If you're an NA fan.
Now watch this guy. I didn't realize how in-depth this edit was going to be.
Make it stop!
Look, Quid did not have a fun time in this match. Caney was constantly killing him.
How many deaths was it again?
It was a lot.
Like 7?
It was a lot. Caney felt it was free, and guess what? He followed him all the way over here right after that match. You could hear from Quid. Overheard 100 Thieves locker room after the game from Rainbow 7. He got me. Quid said
That
to
freaking
Caney,
Caney, man.
So, like, he marked this on his calendar. He made it very clear he wanted to go up against Dignitas. He'd get his chance today. So, pretty crazy to see this.
Revenge.
Is that 568,000 comments? That's a lot of comments right there.
Yeah.
Yes.
This
but
is the ultimate grudge match.
there's another aspect of this grudge match, all right?
What?
There's another one.
Yes.
Tomo versus 100 Thieves.
It doesn't stop.
True.
It's the gift that keeps on giving, Emily.
Yeah, and because Tomo came into 100 Thieves last year, he's like, I'm here to save them. Ended up performing really well, was part of that team that came to Worlds. See, he's like, I'm here to save him. Look at how cool he looks. The call has been answered. They even did I believe 100 Thieves called out Dignitas specifically for dropping Tomo.
Can't believe they did. And now he's back on Dignitas going up against.
They're like, oh, you dropped this.
Yeah.
And now, exactly, right? I'm pretty sure he won Player of the Week before this too, right?
Yeah.
So joins 100 Thieves, is great, wins Player of the Week. Unfortunately, we did have that little Worlds incident, which Raz already highlighted with Caney and Quid. And then, sadly, Tomo tweets out, it's an unforgettable experience. He's leaving 100 Thieves. And now is back on Dignitas.
He's
back?
Yeah.
Back with his old friends now with Dig. So, like, a lot is on the line for this one. You didn't expect for this to be the case, right? For this grudge match to be coming in like this.
Well, and also, like, even if it doesn't seem, it is the ultimate grudge match. It doesn't
Does that
seem
happen
like
every
there
time
are
we say
tons.
that, by the way? I think it's happened every time we've said the words.
Does it?
Ultimate grudge match. There we go.
There we go.
Okay, we have power.
Anyway, if I'm Tomo, I'm pissed. I want to beat my old org. Just like when I was on 100 Thieves, I was also pissed and wanted to beat my old org.
This man's always mad.
It's incredible the history between these two because of the roster that Dignitas was able to pick up. And Tomo as a player, I think he's got his work cut out for him because he's going up against FBI, who, let's reframe the narrative. Yes, he went on to 100 Thieves, but then he gets replaced by FBI. And FBI has also helped 100 Thieves reach very high heights as a player.
He did, and FBI, like, seriously has been such a good player for this team. He's always been, like, a sneaky assassin for me because he's played well for years now, and of course, on the teams that he's been a part of, not a lot has been said for him because he's quite silent, but, like, on 100 Thieves, he has been extremely consistent. In Split 1, to me, he's been the second best AD carry in Split 1, and you want to be able to see him transfer that performance going into Split 2, and that will make 100 Thieves a real threat.
Yeah, and I think arguably, I know I came in very high on 100 Thieves at the start of Split 2.
That's true.
A lot of that was because of how excited I was to see FBI continue to scale. I don't know if we've seen that same highs that we saw from Split 1, but It is still best of ones. We do still have the last week now of the position phase. Best of 3 is right around the corner. But for those of you who aren't subscribed on Twitch, we'll be back in 1 minute for Champion Select while we go over our predictions for this match. But
That's
for everybody
great.
still here, Raz, who you got?
See, we've built this one up for Dignitas to be strong. Then that wasn't the case whatsoever. 100 Thieves is the significantly better team. It's all on Dignitas to be able to find literally anything in their early game. I think they have been finding a lot of struggles. The Rise game that we saw from last week on Surdy was not great. So we just need to see something from this team.
Also, usually when you're looking at a team who has really been struggling, you're like, okay, maybe they can make it chaotic. Maybe they can make it, you know, like back and forth, like a lot of fighting. Well, 100 Thieves thrive in that. Like, it only makes them stronger. So the option that's usually available to teams that are struggling, which is like, you know, lock in a team fight comp, try to see if you guys can all coordinate really well. I think that's also something that 100 Thieves are very prepared to deal with because they love scrapping, they love skirmishing, and they love team fighting.
But I want to be honest about Dignitas right now because they've yet to pick up a game. And while, yes, we still haven't seen an upset from the bottom 4 teams against the top 4 teams, this is not one of those ones I have my eye on. I think the Dignitas are really punching above their weight class here. And again, just full transparency, it's going to be a very tough game for them and a big win if they can pick it up.
They just need to find a way to show a strength that the team has. Because we've seen Caney before. We've hyped it up, obviously, earlier on. He is a playmaker, and he is a very talented player at that when it comes to Leo, LeBlanc, Ione. I want to see something like that where they can play around him and get the other sides of the map rolling.
But that's our thoughts here at the lounge. Now it's time to throw it over to the casters for this week's Ultimate Grudge Match.
Thank you, Deskers. We are here for the Ultimate Grudge Match, 100 Thieves versus Dignitas. First time since we've had...
You gotta say, Grudge Match!
Ultimate Grudge Match! Quid versus Caney.
Oh no, we're gonna spam the screen.
Gonna be battling it out after.
Oh no.
Hey, we didn't even say it that time.
Yeah,
that
I think
one we weren't responsible for.
It queued from the. We both said it at the same time, so they queued too.
There was one in the queue.
That system is too powerful. We have to be very careful with this.
We do have to be careful with it. It's going to be an important match here. 400 Thieves. No kind of pre-power ranked, let's say, top 4 team has actually dropped a single game yet to a pre-power ranked bottom 4 team. So the 4 expected top teams were, of course, 100 Thieves, TL, C9, and FlyQuest. So we'll see if that remains to be true. 100 Thieves, by strength of schedule, do have a much easier weekend. They have 3 teams in the bottom 4, so they would love to be able to, you know, pick up 3 back-to-back wins and kind of climb in the standings.
Oh, I like an interesting Yorick ban here.
Oh.
They believe Dignitas have also been putting some time in on Yorick.
I think he's really strong.
I concur. Also still is a flex pick, but Varus, the unanimous 100% pick ban champion, locked in for Tomo, who I like the analyst desk did a good job going over why this is a grudge match. And Tomo saving 100 Thieves. See, I got around it there. Spam the screen.
Exactly.
Tomo saved 100 Thieves, and then FBI replaced him, and they kicked him for FBI. So let's see what he has to say about it. He got the Varus starting out now. What are they going to follow up? They already know the Jace has been thrown down. And so you opt into the tank matchup.
This is interesting. So he's going to be going in towards the Scions. Considered a pretty good matchup into the Jace because he can kind of withstand the early game. And then you hit a certain point where you are just supposed to be that brick wall. But it's interesting to see that Scion coming out here for Surdy, as well as the Yorick band. Those are kind of some of the champions that Bwipo has been cooking with, and maybe adopting some of that champion pool for himself. Waiting to see what the pick is going to be. It will be Nefiri getting locked in. They were hovering Xin, but 2 of the most popular AD junglers definitely so far this split.
Plus, I love, I mean, since Nefiri got the mini rework mega buff, we'll call it.
The mini mega?
Mini rework mega buff combo is a sweet combo to get if you're a jungler especially. It's usually very good for the jungle champs, and I love the matchup into Sejuani because you run Conqueror anyways on Nefiri, and she is easy times of avoiding the Sejuani CC with your W. It's very easy to time the immunity, but this is a matchup that I always love to see Quid on. When you have a Sejuani on your squad, slap a Silas down there. Quid is such a good melee mid lane champion player. And if you ever get the priority of having engaged from Sejuani and the passive stack up, Silas also has good ults to steal already. on the enemy team, although it can get better. So we'll see as they try and do some protection bans for that Silas pick, taking away the popular Rise right now.
And it's something that is, like you said, quite good against the Silas and also really popular. Kalista going to get banned out in that second phase. I'm curious, so I don't play Nefuri or Sejuani. Is it actually pretty annoying, even just trying to queue into the Nefuri dogs?
Yeah, it is because the dogs are going to block stuff, as well as Nefir being so mobile. You can also just dash away, create distance. Plus, even your passive stun has a little animation swing, so you
can W that.
You should never get ulted. You should never get locked down. It's and you already want to be, like I said, a conqueror, AD champ, and so you kind of feast off of tanks.
Kind of reminds me of, I've been playing a lot of Gragas lately, and Gragas body slam just always gets stopped by the little mini dogs unless you can kind of flash past them, and your ulti always gets W by Nefuri, so definitely a frustrating matchup there. We are going to see the Ezreal coming in here for FBI, so waiting for that last pick for support, try to get a support beneficial matchup. Anytime I see Ezreal coming through, I am thinking, all right, are you going to go double ranged here, down in that bot lane and play for poke?
I didn't understand your question fully, but the dogs aren't going to actually stop the queue. It's just hard because you have the dogs in the way and she's so mobile. So it's not exactly like the Gragas one.
On Gragas, they actually just stop it. Because if you get hit by a Nefuri Q, you can't even body slam away. It actually cancels it.
Because Johnny has to hit the champion to stop it. But anyways, the Victor locked in as well. So very strong team fight there for Dignitas. Locking in, very good 5-on-5. They've got straightforward engage, carry jungler for Shaden. This is one of the things we've been looking forward to since Shaden was added into the league. Since he loves climbing solo queue with hard carry, jungle champions. So we'll see if he can actually shine, if Dignitas can pull off some sort of upset here versus 100 Thieves. And they're going to slam down some support into this. Leona is still available, or you could go defensively like a Braum. Since Nautilus is already locked in, Braum is so good against it in lane. There you go. You get the better team fight option for yourself with the Braum. Do definitely like this 400 Thieves. They have so much Freljord synergy, so much CC from the Sejuani and the Braum here, and all the stuns that can come through.
Yeah, absolutely. The Braum passive as well as the Sejuani passive going to be pretty difficult to deal with. It's interesting seeing that Dig is going for what I would consider pretty standard scaling comp. Generally when you see teams towards the bottom of the standings, they're going to be looking more for kind of high variance stuff, a little bit crazier. But this is definitely just kind of straightforward, standard. You have multiple forms of engage. You have a good front line. You have some scaling carries here, and we'll see how they can match up against 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves always seems to be this team that is kind of getting doubted a bit. Even last week on Pros, we had people talking about 100 Thieves, potentially being that team that could get knocked out of the top 4 by someone like Lyon. So we'll see if they can shut up the haters once again, as they have been doing time and time again. I'm actually a 100 Thieves believer at this point. I do think that they are a championship contender ever since they added FBI, and I do think they are pretty heavily favored in all of their matchups this weekend.
Yeah, especially with comps like this. Very, very aggressive look from the solo laners with having high CC from both jungle and support roles here can be very, very fearsome. Very excited, for the beginning of this one. See what we can get in the early lane phases as well. Sniper's been a bit more quiet this split than we had in previous, years and splits from him. So I want to see how much he can get done in a Jace matchup here on the top side as well. Can he get to that very powerful and threatening position?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the time to step up. You have some of these easier teams in the strength of schedule. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you can do in this head-to-head against Surdy. And we also have, of course, we'll call it triple melee topside because, of course, Jace can go melee for him. But that pairing with the Sejuani alongside the Silas and the Jace is going to be quite strong. And I just always, even though Quid is a really good range player, can play Azir, can play Scalers, I always associate him so heavily with these aggressive melee champs. And I think that's really where he does excel. So I think it's going to be a big challenge here for Cani, and he is taking the grasp to try to answer that challenge here on the Victor. It is going to give him, more of that kind of early laning power. A lot of people do like that Q start on Victor. You just walk up, auto Q auto, and try to be proccing those grass to really tax the HP here from Quid.
Got a little seasick there with the side view. I've never seen Summoner's Rift from the side like that over the river. Let's see about the early brush control, though. FBI here with Ayla. Of course, the bottom lane is a big topic. You know, we are setting up for this matchup. Tomo versus 100 Thieves when he joined them last time, really saved the organization and in their time of need. And Ayla knows him, you know, quite well from laning against him. So FBI will see what the replacement can do.
Also, nicely played there. Tomo actually going Q start. Almost always you do see E start on the Varus, but he did get an auto Q, hit the second Q as well. This is that bot lane history. You know, last year they were playing with Meech. Obviously, they were really struggling. They lost 4 straight series, you know, 3 0-2s as well. And then they brought in Tomo. Tomo really did help them have that resurgence here and was able to help them get to Worlds, was a big part of that. I do think that FBI is an upgrade from Tomo, but Tomo does deserve credit for what he was able to accomplish with the team. And we can see Quid, you know, is taking a pretty big hurting here. Was able to actually connect on his first Abscond Abduct, but ended up going pretty bad for him just because it meant more spells were coming out there from Caney. And again, he is playing that Grasp, which makes it really tough in the early laning phase. And Quid has already used both potions. He's only at 150 HP right now, if that's accurate on the side, just cresting about 200 health right now. So you get hit by another spell or two, and it's back to base. And he doesn't really have a buy at this point. He only got the 10 CS.
Yeah, and he's got Doran's Ring, does not have the shield either to hug and rely on. So Caney doing a good job with the lasers here, keeping that poke up against him. Quid's trying to struggle through and pick up some of the last hits. It's going to be a while, though. River finishing the full clear first before Sejuani would be able to come on over and try and put some or relieve some of that pressure.
And this is the last time these guys did match up. You know, was at Worlds. Caney did actually get the best of them. It was kind of this expected matchup that everyone was looking at and saying, all right, you know, 100 Thieves, the mid jungle, they're going to dominate. But it was Caney who was crushing here. And even on some spicy picks, you know, bringing out the LeBlanc in one of the games, really got the best.
Speaking of River.
Yeah, it could be trouble here. Tomo trying to get out, does use a cleanse, has a flash, gets the first blood. FBI shifting forward, trying to take him down. Can Tomo get him back? Just barely doesn't finish him, but Isles does. It is going to be a 2-for-2 at the end of the day, but it's a 2-for-2 in a 3v2, and Shaden is chasing after Quid here, trying to get another one. You can see that River down there on the bot side trying to crash this wave. Won't be able to fully get it in until after this wave, so we'll see how much they actually are going to lose. And this is pretty smart. They're going to send Surdy down towards bot to be able to actually catch this. Surprised he's not using the teleport because there is a lot of minions there, but Shaden now looking for River. River going to be forced to flash back here. So we'll get the wave in. They will lose a fair bit of it. And again, really surprised that Surdy actually decides not to TP because he's going to lose a fair number of minions as a result, but still will catch a lot of these range minions and get quite a bit of the XP. And Tomo and Isles straight up towards that top side here right after that play. Do really like how they were able to pull that off in the 2v2. Let's watch it one more time.
Especially how aggressive Tomo goes here. As soon as Sejuani shows, they go for the kill, and he gets a very quick pop onto Ayla here. So Ayla jumps in, makes the play to get the stun onto him, but Tomo cleanses off, flashes away from the E from FBI to be able to get off his next 2 spells here before he goes down. So that Ayla can finish off that kill. And as you say, in a 2v3 situation, they go 2-for-2 in kills, and it ends up being right into that swap up towards the top side for Grubs here. 5 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, the price you paid for showing for that gank was the mid lane flash off of Quid, who has been hurting as far as the CS early on, of course, but that did exacerbate the issue as Shaden was able to go get his flash and the Sejuani flash here pre-Grubs. When the mid laner and jungle both don't have their flashes now for Grubs fight, makes it a lot more dicey.
Absolutely, and I mean, you look across the board at the lane matchups, it's CS advantages for Dignitas in all 3 lanes right now. So they are feeling really good about how this early game is going. 2-2, of course, in the kills, but they are up 600 gold because of that superior laning thus far. And Caney, and with that early Ruby Crystal, I'm assuming that he is just going to be going towards the super popular, you know, Roa into Leandries. We've been seeing more and more people pick this up, even on different champions. Some people aren't the biggest fan of it because they feel like it's too defensive, but against this kind of aggressive and low range of a comp, I think it's quite good. And in comes the Sion ulti, and Quid's got no flash, and it looks like he's got no way out, but River's coming in, trying to turn around the play. Doesn't have the damage to finish Caney off. Surdy going to grab a great kill on the roam there, as we see Isles looking for the predict, and River again in this position holding the wave.
And Surdy is going to be able to teleport back to his lane, so that's why he held it earlier, so now he can do his his roam play into teleport back to catch his minion waves while Shaden picks up the grubs as well. That Scion ultimate roam from him was beautiful on a Quid who did not have flash from the earlier play. Very, very nicely done for Dignitas to increase their gold lead and grab their grubs. Dignitas early game here looking nice.
Yeah, it's looking really strong, honestly. Credit to Dignitas. I think this is the best early game we've seen from them thus far by quite a lot. Dignitas and DSG are the two teams that are actually averaging, negative 1K or higher at 15 minutes into the game. So they are by far the worst early game so far in this league. But a great start here. Bot lane looking good, mid lane looking good, and now that top lane getting involved. And you never want to see Jace the Scion getting a lot of gold because he just becomes this brick wall you cannot get through. Of course, Sniper does have the tier. He's going to be stacking up. He's going to be scaling pretty well. But if Surdy gets ahead of the curve, it's just going to be so hard to punish him. River, of course, is trying to stay involved, trying to get as much as he can done. Does steal away the red buff and has been involved in both of those 100 Thieves kills on that bot side. Covering for mid as well, holding the wave to try to not allow that CS to get even worse for Quid.
Yeah, Quid here. Let's see what they can do. Ayla comes through the lane first, but you are going to have Isles roaming around on Nautilus as well, so just try and catch it, be a little bit safe here.
Yeah, you can see Quid 5 and 12 on the Sylas, so has not been his most successful pick by any means, but definitely known as one of those melee players, and we'll see if he can start to right the ship, so to speak. Does have the Nautilus ult to steal, which will be quite nice, and definitely going to be, I think, the key one that he is looking for here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I want to see about this this invade and setup because look at this deep vision. They've got deep vision on the red quadrant as well as blue quadrant right now. High value plant right there does find all three of them though, so they quickly clear it out. Isn't going to see those comeback plays that River can set up, and of course Sejuani with the ultimate ready definitely will be looking for those on the opposite side of the map.
And as we see these two guys matching up in the top lane, Surdy and Sniper have already faced each other a couple times in Tier 2. It's actually the first time they've faced each other in Tier 1 play, so have a bit of history against each other. Surdy was able to 2-0 Sniper in Proving Grounds in 2022 summer, and then Sniper was able to get the best of him the next time around. So they are 2 wins apiece. This would be the deciding game for the best of 5 here.
In our ultimate grudge match.
Exactly. And these are two of the most hyped young NA top laners that we've had in a really long time. Sniper, of course, having a great year last year with 100 Thieves coming in, and Surdy this year is someone that has been talked about a lot. We'll see if River can get out. He's going to have to flash there, as Isles on the roam does force that. River, though, going to be spotted. Not too worried about Shaden. Shaden has just been kind of power farming, does have the XP advantage right now, and Quid, the Nautilus ult was about to expire, so he just throws that down onto Caney, trying to get a bit of a chip. But Caney, of course, does have that resolve primary, has the Aurora, the Catalyst already completed, and does use the Q shield there as well, so the Nautilus ult really not getting anything.
This mid lane priority from Dignitas is affording them so many benefits. Really good usage of the resources that they've sent mid. First, Caney doing it himself in lane phase, but then Shaden, as well as Surdy, making their visits. It's turning into a lot of control for them that get them some big wins as well as some of these small ones, like the flash that was blown. So let's see about the next spawn of grubs here, and they head to that top side to set up for it nice and early.
Definitely don't want to be giving over 6 grubs when you are getting pushed in a lot of these lanes. That would be concerning, but 100 Thieves, of course, sending their bot lane top as well to match. Shaden already up here on that top side, and River is just doing his Krugs right now. So both teams in the area.
It's hard because Ghostblade is so cheap. The spike comes in for Tomo. He skips boots in order to grab it, so you've got the Ghostblade ready on him.
Rather have that than the call?
Yeah. So it's going to be a little bit of a difference there in the damage. Ezreal's also still at tower.
Yeah, maybe he can just try to steal one. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Quid does steal that Chains of Corruption. The hook forward, it's going to connect there onto the Braum, and Ayla's in a lot of trouble. Ayla is just locked down and burst down, and now I don't think they're going to be able to get any of these grubs. River just accepting defeat is going to have to back it up, and it should be 6 grubs for Dignitas. They're going to grab the Feet of Warfare. They're going to grab both of those 3 packs of grubs, so now they're only 1 objective away from feats here. and Dignitas in a really good spot early on.
Yeah, I think the 100 Thieves were not planning on actually fighting that. You know, like you're saying, you just want to always try and steal one away, but it's a good engage there.
Oh, they're going to look for Katie. River going forward. There's the shift from FBI. They forced the flash, but honestly, I don't even know if he needed to. He is just so damn tanky, and he's still sitting at, you know, above 2/3 HP, it feels like right now, but a little bit of pressure there from River at least gets the summoner.
All right.
That's a fast Roa, wow.
It certainly is. It's going to stack up really quick. He's also, the extra kills that are happening are also benefiting him from getting the extra charges. So stack up that passive, get those upgrades, get the stacks on your Dark Seal, get the stacks on your Rod of Ages going, get the stacks on your Grasp going. He certainly is going to be a tanky and powerful victor in this game. Definitely one of the champions that can benefit and snowball off of some of these successful early skirmishes. And since they've got 6 grubs, you know, Tomo's able to get a bunch of extra money here with the Varus as well in mid lane. Another turret plate cashed in. Kaney's going to get more on the top side too.
And bot lane is actually pushed in by the Scion because he got that big chunk on Sniper out of the brush. So all 3 lanes are going to be getting value out of those 6 grubs. And you can see immediately it just pops up from 1.5 to now 1.9. Now Isle's going to find Ayla. Not sure they'll have the damage to be able to get anything more than a chunk here, but does defend the pink ward. And Tomo just constantly putting this pressure on FBI, who's out of mana. And FBI not wanting to give up too much damage to that tower, but is going to be sent back to base now on no mana. So it's likely even another plate that's going to be going over, as Surdy was looking for an angle to potentially cancel Sniper on that base, but not going to find it.
All right, so it continues for Dignitas. I mean, more alone time versus the tower there. Tomo's going to get more gold as Shaden goes to try and invade off of the extra pressure. Even with no one behind you on Nefiri, you can go for these because you have so many escapes with your dash, as well as with your immunity. Holy moly, the mid tower is almost toast already. Constantly under pressure here. And Shaden constantly getting chunks as well. Dignitas, all they have to do... Well, wait a second. As we get another chunk up here.
Yeah, Ayla's trying to get over there. Quid with the stolen ulti. Both ultis overlap fully, though, onto Kaney, and Kaney is just too damn tanky. Isles is in between and throws down the Ignite. Is going to be forced to flash back as Shaden popping the ulti onto Ayla, trying to finish him off, and here comes Surdy. River's in a lot of trouble, trying to get out of there, but is rooted up, and Kaney's going to be able to help to finish him off. Quid now running, but Shaden in the back line, looking to take them both down. Nicely timed ultimate from Ayla, but it doesn't matter, because here comes Tomo with the piercing arrow. The dogs can't quite finish the job, and Sniper's pushing bot side, but they're going to get the first tower. They're getting all the kills, and Dignitas are running over the Thieves.
They are. Are Dignitas going to be the first of the bottom 4 teams to take a game off the top 4? Already this opening early game is so overwhelming. That one, just the flood of extra pressure from mid lane up through the jungle to the roam to top side gets them a bunch of extra kills, plus a lot of extra territory to work with. First of all, here, they've got 3 fights going on. You see on the mini-map the other 2 winning pressure, but they also teleport Surdy up to make the difference here and actually collect on some of the kills. Quid get chunked down so low that by the time Shaden runs over here with Ayla, they already have them trapped under tower. River has no way out. You continue to stack up extra stuff here for the victor as well, and Tomo even gets another snipe.
Yeah, nice Q flash from him to be able to just barely get in range. Ayla timed the Braum ulti as well as he could out of that W from the Nefiri, but not able to do anything. Ends up falling, and Kaney's just looking so tanky. Now has the Merc Treads coming in. I mean, River and Quid, they fully overlapped on their ultis, and Quid just got peeled off by Isles. Isles just kind of stood in between him, rooted them up, and Quid was not able to get much damage down on Kaney. Even when the CC has landed, he has not seemed threatened whatsoever with this super tanky build that he is going for. And Dignitas really starting to run away with it, but 100 Thieves trying to get a dragon back here. Soul may be one of their only win conditions from this point. And it is going to be a Hextech Soul, so definitely one of those prime ones, but it's going to be tough to take the fight. We'll see. They're going to look for it. Tomo going to be forced to cleanse out as Shaden's in trouble. In comes Quid, and FBI's here as well. This could be the fight that gets them back into it, but Tomo's still alive. Quid is low on health. Isles will fall, but can they get more? Shaden's going to go back in, but was that the right choice? As Sniper takes down Tomo on the other side, it's Shaden going to fall as well. It's a bunch of kills for the Thieves, and just like that, they're back in it.
Oh, the Braum doing so much work there, because as soon as Tomo cleanses the initial engage from River, it is immediately followed up by the knockup from Ayla. So let's take another look at it. They already got the dragon. And then River sees the angle. He makes the call. He goes straight for Tomo. Cleanse is used. Boom. Into the knockup. And they're able to get the rest of them through. Quid can follow up. Even though Nautilus Ult kind of buys some time right there. And Shaden decides, hey, I'm going to go back in to finish these kills. He can only get one. Ayla's actually able to jump to the other side of River, and they get the nice little bump there to make sure he can't pop off. Sometimes the Nefiri picking up a couple extra kills off the back end of it would be super scary, but very good recovery from 100 Thieves. And since they got the other dragon, in payment earlier, now all of a sudden they chop down on the big gold lead, and they have the couple dragons in their pockets, leading up to a team that has mega engage on their side, having a very big threat towards consecutive dragon stacking.
Yeah, I mean, they have a real threat at just being able to fight these dragons, where a couple of minutes ago it didn't seem like they would be in a position to do so. 10 members top lane, though, both teams looking to try to brawl it out. We'll see who can land the poke. There's a great hook and the Chains of Corruption both landing on the Sniper, and Sniper is just gone at the start of the fight. Big pick for Dignitas, and the start of the fight is also the end of it. You cannot scrap after that one.
All right. Varus ultimate and Scion ultimate, both very nicely invested to grab another objective plus the extra kill. I mean, I guess you can push the wave on bottom side for 100 Thieves, but Dignitas will be able to collect it with Kani. He's even being cautious here, walking through to the tower. Ludwig, yeah.
Ludwig's
looking over here streaming, getting ready. He's intense.
NA Amumu GOAT there.
Look at that analysis going on, fully invested.
Actually, here is a positional coach for all our junglers today. Mumu lessons will be on offer at the end of the day, so any LTA players who wish to apply.
Where do we sign up?
Oh, yeah, you can sign up right over at the Ludwig booth. Just let him know. He's got a sign-up sheet. As Quid going to be pushing down on that bottom side. It was actually a lot of fun watching Ludwig push all the way to, I think he got all the way to plat, and definitely fun.
Quite quickly. I think the impressive part was the speed.
Yeah, exactly. My goat. Definitely, it's fun to see people picking up League and loving it. Quid down on this bot side does have the stolen ultimate here. We can see the Herald's going to get summoned, though, so this tower not long for the world. They do have Sniper pushing on top side, so likely going to be an attempt at a trade here. But also mid lane again, FBI going to be getting pushed in, and they can even drive this Herald in and get the 12 mini grub spawn because they have those 6 grubs. So if you can actually crash, you get so many of those Void Mites coming out, and Dignitas pushing forward here, trying to get this in. Sniper will claim the top tier 1, so it's a 1-for-1 trade for now, but they are going to drive it in. We'll see if 100 Thieves can find the engage. Chains of Corruption does come down. Kani going to be in some trouble, though. Braum stepping forward and blocking so much of this damage. The teleport's coming through from both of these top laners. Potentially trying to look. Sniper actually not going to teleport, but he does get the snipe. Tomo catches Ayla with the arrow to the back. I thought Sniper was going to join, but it actually ends up being pretty good because he doesn't. He's pushing towards this tier 2. It's going to get the teleport out of Kani, who's now on 2 items. Ayla on this Braum blocked up so much damage, but it just wasn't quite enough. And ends up going down.
Yeah, it was just at the end. Barely gets sniped out. Tomo really making 100 Thieves regret a little bit letting him go there. He's doing his best in this game. He has had a lot of pressure, hit a lot of snipes. Let's take a look at this one because the teleports are actually kind of after a lot of the action. The Scion has been pushing mid lane right now, and it's after the ejection. It is the Braum that got the knock-up to put all the pressure here on Victor to interrupt as he was ejecting from it. And then Ayla kind of think he's okay after the initial engage, but then walked back over for literal no reason towards the Victor Storm and then got sniped.
Yeah, Ayla could be in some trouble now. Going to get chased down, going to get rooted up and burst down. Tomo taking down his former support on back-to-back plays. How do you like it when I'm on the other team?
Probably not a lot.
Not a lot. Yeah, judging off this game, not a lot.
Okay, the only thing going for 100 Thieves is the split push. Sniper on top side, looking at the secondary tower there. That would be a decent amount of gold, but
they're going to try to fight. They are moving down. Is Sniper going to teleport? They have the ward there. Will River be able to find an angle for a steal? Now Sniper coming in here. Isles does spot the teleport. 30's on the side, trying to zone out River. Quid just on the minion wave. Otacon's getting quite low. Sniper has eyes on it. FBI and him trying to get some poke down. Shaden is almost dead to the Otacon. Can River get over there? He flashes in but he can't quite get it. They do get the withdraw. Quid with the Stolen Chains of Corruption is going to whiff, and Tomo is looking to knock him down. Quid so low. Can he survive? He can't, but Ayla is back, and the battle is on. Sniper jumping forward. Katie trying to do it himself. It's him and Isles versus the world, but in comes FBI, in comes Sniper, and they are going to wipe the GAs off the map. Dignitas claim the objective, but that's the only thing that averts complete disaster, because imagine if River stole that, Kobe.
That was so sick from 100 Thieves. River throws out his ulti, and then he places himself to flash over the wall while Quid goes for the engage. Incredibly close, and even though they don't win the flip, they still turn the fight. Quid there at the end. Surdy has to flash to be able to go, finish the kill, and they chase them all down. Kaney had nothing left at the end. Again, Braum locking them up after returning from being the pick. He was able to revive and then run all the way to the end of the fight. Golden Glue is like, at first, we don't get the
Least
flip,
stressful
but
game.
we still got the win in the fight. So they did still wipe all the Otacon buffs off, and now you get 200 gold for each one, plus some flower petals. Bonus for yourself. So
and the third dragon, they're on Soul Point, so that is really strong. And I gotta say, this is one of these cases where sometimes people are just disrespecting the Otacon damage, and I've seen a lot of pro POVs in these situations where they're watching the potential fight and not the Otacon. And Shaden was just tanking the drain from Otacon over and over and taking the orbs. When the fight started, he was at like
so
10% health from the Otacon damage. So they are going to find out Ayla here. Chains of Corruptions does connect, but this time not getting a lot. He does have the Mercs for the reduced CC. Quid trying to wave clear here, steals that Nautilus ult. They're looking. Tomo is very low in the back, but they will knock down the tier 2 and extend that gold lead back up to 1.4k. But we are all eyes on this next dragon. Hextech Soul, strongest one of the game. You got Ezreal Jace, this poke comp that can really apply it. If you give that over, it is trouble. But River's going to take the Hexgate here with Quid. They're trying to see if they could find anyone in the jungle. Not going to be able to spot them, so it will just be a move towards mid and looking again at that outer tower.
That last one, it reminded me so much of a lot of the teams, talking about 100 Thieves and how they will still just take these fights on the objectives. Even down in numbers, they did a good job of flanking from both sides. I thought the timing on the engage from both River and Quid at the same time to flash in, go for the pressure, and even if you don't hit the flip, still being in a good spot in the fight for themselves. So.
Yeah, and
tenacious from 100 Thieves to fight their way back into this game, because Dignitas had been absolutely stomping. A lot of early leads off of the opening of the game, especially around the Victor and the Poke Varus. They've just been racking up gold. And now
KD potentially in trouble. It's going to be Isles getting caught out, but 100 Thieves are going to have to retreat as the teleport's coming in from Sion. Can they get the chase here onto FBI? Looks like no. So 100 Thieves going to be happy about that, forcing out the teleport, and not much of a response, but the game very, very close. Just like it is a bit on a knife's edge here, as 100 Thieves, as you say, have clawed their way back. And I mean, I just can't help but imagine that smite from Shaden came in at 129 health, I want to say it was, right around 100. If that had been stolen by River, you get full wiped, you lose the objective, and they have GAs, it would be potentially lights out. So very, very close. Kaney's still in a great spot here, though. Deathless, of course, did have the withdraw from the GA, as is his top laner, and he is still 2,000 gold ahead, working towards that Void Staff. Does have the expected Leandri's Roa build, so very tough to knock down.
Yeah, definitely so. I think, too, credit to just what Braum brings to these team fights.
A big shield.
A very big shield, but his ults have been very good. He's interrupted a lot of stuff on the ults. And they've either been targeted at either Kaney locking up that Victor or at Tomo, and greatly reducing the enemy carry DPS. So even though he has gone down a bunch.
We'll see if he can jump back over the wall. The sniper is able to do so. And yeah, I mean, it's tough. You do die a lot, but also when you're behind as a support, you still need to fight for vision. You're the one that's kind of sacrificing for the team in a lot of these spots, and I think Ayla is playing it well. In general, obviously, a lot of credit has been given to FBI for how this bot lane has been looking throughout Split 1. They make it to the finals, but Ayla also really did level up and is deserving of that credit. It is the duo as a whole that have been doing well. 100 Thieves now playing towards this top side. Surdy is going to spot Quid here, but River is in the area as well, and Surdy has no flash. Not going to be too worried about a hard engage, of course. He's Sion and is very tanky, and 100 Thieves not going to want to commit to that. Happy to continue playing for these waves, and very likely look towards this dragon that is going to be spawning in 45.
Yeah, have to be very careful here as the objective is approaching. Everybody, Surdy's about to have his flash and will have everyone available, so it is going to get dicey here as we rotate over to it, because Dragon Soul has got to be the full commit. I don't think anyone's going to be like, oh yeah, let's try and race Baron or something. It's going to be fight your way in for vision, look for the engage.
They are a little bit split on the side. Quid trying to threaten a potential flank. River on the side as well. Surdy is going to be getting focused down here, and Surdy is taking a lot of damage. He flashes, but he gets hit by the Chains of Corruption, and Surdy's in trouble. Surdy's knocked down and shut down, and now it's Isles' turn to be in trouble. And Sniper's going to get burnt down to the other side. 100 Thieves are having to kite back from this zombie passive. Shading getting chunked, so is Isles. 100 Thieves have spent a lot of their ultis here. They're empty as far as that is concerned, but the same is true on the other side. Surdy has no teleport when he does respawn. Sniper does if they can make this fight go long. But critically, Ayla and FBI grabbing the honey fruit there, going to be able to heal back up, and Quid will have his ulti here in a little bit, but Shaden trying to pressure him here with Katie, pushing him back on the side as FBI and River do work slowly on this dragon. Nice attempt at the hook there from Isles, but Quid is able to dodge out, and now trying to threaten to take the gate here. Dignitas have kind of grabbed control in this area, but they're getting chunked down very low, and now the stolen Nautilus assault's going in across the team, and it's going to knock up Katie, but it's going to be Quid in trouble on the side, trying to kite back. River and FBI fighting forward here. Katie, Tomo, and Shaden have them really low and do have them on the run. Sniper now respawn. He's immediately teleporting into mid lane, and it's going to be Surdy coming back as well, but River is taking this dragon. It's going to get down to a flip here. Shaden trying to finish him off. River's at dangerously low health, trying to get back in to finish the dragon, but it's going to be taken by River, and they grab the Hextech Soul. Now Surdy in so much trouble. He's trying to run back to Katie. Katie trying to lay down the covering fire, as is Tomo, but FBI is here and he won't let him out alive. 100 Thieves by the slimmest of margins take the dragon, take the fight, and take the soul.
Holy, these junglers must be sweating at that dragon, looking for the smite, and it is Hextech Soul on a team that has an Ezreal and a Jace poke. So incredibly powerful, but I gotta compliment Quid especially. This fight that we just saw at the beginning of here, where you saw him flanking around the top side, and also the previous mid-engagement, Quid played it so well, not over-committing as a Silas, yoinking the ult, and then going back in, but here's where it got so dicey. And they lock up Shaden there towards the other side of Dragon, while River was barely able to gain enough space and stay alive for the smite at the very end. Crazy. And that thing was so close to smite range.
I mean, the junglers had a combined maybe 400 or 500 health between the two of them, and then the smite comes down to a couple hundred health, and oh my god. Oh man, I just love the reactions there.
Everybody who's not even junglers, when the objectives are that low and the junglers are, everybody is clenching at that moment.
Definitely a scary moment there. 100 Thieves still down in kills, but now in a great position in the game. Ayla gonna let the ulti rip onto Surdy. Surdy losing a lot of his health there, down to about half HP now, as Quid is even poking away on the side, and Quid now level 16 on the Silas. That ulti cooldown is gonna be really low. That's where you can start getting multiple rotations out in these extended fights. And 100 Thieves still kind of playing towards that top side of the map, trying to threaten in towards the Baron. If anyone on Dignitas gets too low, they may look for this. KD forced the flash, Chains of Corruptions does connect there, and in comes Ayla trying to block up for Quid, but look over the wall, in comes Shaden trying to finish him off, but he's gonna get interrupted on his dash. They do get the kill. Sniper has to flash out over the wall as they are getting cooked by the Victor ultimate. Ayla low, so is River, so is Sniper, but they can't finish the kills, and they go +1 again. This has to be so frustrating for Dig.
Oh my, I thought that they were almost even able to save Quid. Ayla jumped in like a hero there, almost barely saved Quid, but Dignitas do end up taking him down. Still, like you say, it's only 1 kill for 2. And again, the relentless onslaught of Hextech Soul with this much poke damage on the side of 100 Thieves, just so hard for Dignitas to position. There it is. So Kaney flashes the Sejuani ult, and the edge of his gravity
field. Get down, Mr. President.
Yeah, Ayla jumps in like a hero, blocking for him, but over the wall, they almost knock up twice Shaden to fully protect him, but finish that off anyways in the end. And they got Sniper's flash there too, so Dignitas maybe still with some angles. The Victor certainly is very powerful here. And no flashes now for... Wait a second.
Just barely dodging the hook there is Ayla, and you can see those zaps just coming out constantly now. It's so frustrating to play against with Poke because not only is it the damage, it's also that mini slow that does come out, makes it harder to actually chase down, makes it harder to escape, and they are just constantly getting that procced in onto them. You can see FBI now fully 3 completed items, as is Sniper. Quid working towards his third, still very far behind where Caney is, and he's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting because he's the only one with any sort of a real advantage. Surdy was doing well in the early phase, but Sniper has just been sticking to those side lanes, playing for his individual advantage, and that has really paid off for him now. It's a 3K gold lead up in the top lane, and Sniper is a real threat at this point.
Yeah, and maybe their hope is that now that he does not have Flash in the side lane, maybe they could try and pick him off. Send a bunch of members there to try and punish that Jace, because you're certainly looking for 100 Thieves to overextend and play too much of the map simultaneously, and then kind of make your move. You do have a Scion ultimate ready. You have your Nautilus ult, so the possibilities are there for Dignitas to try and make a quick play. But you do have to be very quick about it.
That was pretty spooky from River, though. He had no flashing. He almost got hooked out of the air on that blast cone. Could have been problematic for him. Might have been able to get out anyway, but definitely could have been trouble if he went down over by that Baron. Definitely one of the ways that Dignitas could look to come back. You can see they're trying to play for vision in this area, but it's so tough to walk in against this Ezreal and this Jace. You're walking through this tight corridor, and you're just getting poked down time and time and time again.
Scion
but they have to fight
from
for
the
vision. We'll see if they can find it.
If you get an open Scion ultimate through the beginning of mid lane, sometimes that can solve poke issues, because you always need that dream hard engage, right?
Yeah, and we'll see if they can find that. Dignitas now kind of looking, trying to get some damage down here onto River, who's getting chipped down the side. But at the same time, Isles is in trouble. But look over at Surdy. Surdy's found FBI, and FBI gets locked down by the Chains of Corruption, killed by the AD carry he replaced. Caney at the same time, though, getting low as well. Sniper's coming in. Caney trying to run here. He's down incredibly low, and the Stolen Victor ultimate takes him down. Anything you can do, I can do better, says Quid, as he's trying to knock down Shaden and Tomo are kiting back and forth, trying to survive. But Quid dives in, and Quid kills everyone, and 100 Thieves get the triple from their mid laner, ace their opponents, and take full control.
100 Thieves are gonna go straight down mid lane after that full ace. What a fight, even with the Scion ult. Getting into the side, getting back to FBI, and him going down, the rest of the 100 Thieves are able to take over and run it through the base. We got respawns already here from Isles, but everybody else is almost 20 seconds.
Yeah, they're positioning like they want to end. Quid looking aggressively in towards Isles. With that miss, though, I think they are going to retreat. They're going to take their victory and back it up. But Quid's going back in. This is going to get potentially risky as people are going to start responding. But Isles is just too far up. Isles going to flash out. He's going to go down anyway and loses the ulti. And now you're down a man for the Elder that is up here, so they probably can't even contest that. River and FBI are just going to start it.
Quid is a beast, and 100 Thieves here with the soul looking to finish off the Elder. I don't think there's a world where Shaden gets over here for another exciting smite fight. It's just too far away. It's burning down too quickly. This game has been full of them, but this is not going to be another chance. And now, with the Elder, you get to move straight over to Baron, and there's no way Dignitas can fight you on the Baron because you have the Elder buff, and then you get to go knock on their door with all of the endgame buffs of Soul, Elder, and Baron.
Yeah, and Quid now very close even to his death cap. Already had that third item, Zonia's, and working towards that death cap. Probably going to have the gold once they get the Baron, and that is going to be a massive spike for him. He's actually now ahead of Caney after being way down for so long in this game. Quid and Ayla on the side here, looking to keep them away. Remember, they have that Elder Dragon buff. A fight here feels kind of like suicide, but giving up both of those powerful buffs feels incredibly difficult as well. That's a situation Dignitas will be faced with here, though. They've got to hope they can wave clear, try to delay until that Elder does expire, but it's 140 until that happens, and that is an eternity in their position right now.
Certainly is. They're doing their best to try and clear out some of the minion waves, but the poke keeps on coming through from 100 Thieves. The onslaught now, once you're inside the base, you can farm all 3 waves as you slowly siege up here. Baron buff is going to do a lot of work. Elder Dragon poke
Yeah, this poke is just so rough. Surdy is just paper. Surdy gets burst down by the stolen Elder Dragon, and now Quid just steals the Victor ult and drops it on his opponents to send them back to the fountain here. Elder plus Hextech Soul doing so much work. Shaden chunking down River incredibly low as well, though. Maybe that gives him a bit of an angle to try to hold on. It's up to Kani and Tomo, but Quid is looking forward. Tomo has to pop the Ghost Blade and run back to the well as in goes Isles, but there's the immediate Zonias from Quid. The Chains of Corruption only connects on to Ayla, but Quid is alive and Quid is fighting. They're all piling in and looking to finish the game. It's just Kani and Shaden now. Quid goes godlike, but then he goes down. 4 members of 100 Thieves standing tall in the base. The supers are coming and they're looking to close this one out. 30 seconds now on the Elder buff. Ayla jumping forward, looking for an angle there onto Shaden. The gravity well is going to get dropped and it's going to stun Ayla up. Kani has got to find a miracle, but I think he doesn't have it in him. The respawn now, though, back from Surdy. Can they focus the Nexus? Surdy's in the middle. Shaden's down. Kani's getting pushed back. And eyes on the Nexus for 100 Thieves. They'll complete the comeback, move to 3-2, and take down Dignitas.
Oof, another really strong Silas game from Quid, but I got flashbacks to last split where he smurfed on Silas and then at the Nexus turrets, they end up throwing and losing. It doesn't happen this time around, though. They finish the comeback. Really nicely done since Dignitas put so much pressure early on towards the mid lane with multiple people going to gank for the Victor as well. Really strong early game from Tomo. A lot of snipes from him. In the end, though, 100 Thieves just too good with their fighting, with their skirmishes, with their smiting as well.
I mean, 100 Thieves, they win like they lose. They will just fight you and fight you time and time and time again. This team never goes down without swinging, but don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champion Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. So 100 Thieves narrowly, I would say, maintains that perfect top 4 versus bottom 4 record. Definitely a very dicey early game. Big credit to Dignitas, I think, deserved for kind of winning all 3 lanes. I mean, Kani opened up some massive advantages, but the 2v3 in the bot lane from Dignitas, you know, Isles and Tomo showing up big. And I feel like Tomo can definitely be proud about how he played against his former team.
Definitely agree there. As we walk down and we see Raz queuing up for the interview, let's take a look at the replay.
Queuing up for some League of Legends. Raz, get back to work. It's the middle of the day, brother.
Surdy there found the sound, engaged, and they did follow up on the kill on FBI, but on the left side of your screen,
if you're a Dignitas fan, just don't look at that.
Yeah, don't look at the other side. Once Quid joined, the flash re-engage there to be able to get the chains, and they get the full chase down. Like the Braum passive doing so much work as they're chasing through with both the Silas and the Jace here for Sniper, just allowing them so much. And then when you realize he still had the Zonia's activation there, you're just like, oh, so good from the Thieves, and they're the ones to win the grudge match.
Yep, I mean, it came down to it. You can see he's not happy, and neither are the rest of the Dignitas fans. Credit to Quid, though, man. I think it is really tough to play out those kind of games when you are way behind on a Melee champion. He made it happen, and we are now heading to join Raz and Quid at the fan zone for an interview.
That's right, I got Quid right next to me. First and foremost, like, that was a crazy game. How are you feeling after that? And did you lose faith at some point that you'd be able to bring it back?
I'm happy that we managed to win, but yeah, I think I played pretty bad today, so I need to watch myself after go back to compound. Yeah.
How are you feeling? Because you guys were clawing it back. Like, you had an insane team fight mid, by the way. Remember when Victor got caught? Like, he died in the topside fight, and then it was like basically you guys were numbered down, but you just were able to like bring it back. Can you talk me through that moment? How were the comms when you guys were bringing the game back in?
I think we had a good angle, even we are just behind in game, and well, if Silas can scaling, then it's really easy to team fight as a Silas. So I don't think I played good. Just Silas is pretty strong.
Okay, I mean, like, once again, Humble King, even though you guys brought it back. But how do you feel about the team these days? Like, this split, you guys have had some really strong games. Even being able to bring back what felt like a bad game and be able to win it. Like, how has the atmosphere been, like the vibe for the team?
I think we still have a lot of things to improve, but as you guys know, our screen quality is not great.
Yeah.
So I think we should just focus on, we just need to focus on screen more than this, so we can actually improve and learning.
Understandable. Next matchup, Lyon. Because not only were you now able to vanquish Cani, first time you're able to, like, I guess, face him since the Rainbow 7 days, but also now you're going to be going up against Saint. Like, really tough mid lane matchups. What are you looking out for most?
Okay, Saint?
Yeah, I guess Saint.
I think he's really good at, like, individually, so maybe I need to lock in lane page, so I don't get dope in lane like this.
Sweet, I'm looking forward to it. All right, gonna head this one straight back to you guys.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Here, fight. It's good. Any fight is good. Any fight is good. Any fight is good. Any fight is good. Good. Guys, I can take over top, okay?
Brom can't fight. Brom 1 HP.
Wait.
Look Sedge. Brom after. Brom no E. Brom no E.
I'm behind you. I'm with you, Jay. I'm with you, Jay.
How about
after,
I'm with you, Jay. I'm okay. I can 3v1 to be honest. No flash.
Just P. Look. Coming. I'm gonna TP back.
Don't flash Varus. Don't flash Varus. Look Varus.
Sign not TPing.
Can we reach Varus or not?
Nado's 1 HP.
Victor coming, sir. Look not free.
Very sudden. Can you guys help? Victor's on me.
Can we flip or not?
I can come right now. I'm looking
we got it.
He's not flash.
Carry the wall, Varus.
Yeah, just careful, Rip. He's gonna die. I think no flash.
What fuels me? Moving to America is a pretty good experience for me. And also new chance, new opportunity for me. It was pretty hard, just try to learn English for me and like living in the other culture. I was looking for a new experience, just try to enjoy any situation I got. That fuels me. What fuels you?
Welcome back for our final game of the day. We got Disguise versus Shopify Rebellion, and we have a special guest with us ahead of this creator clash, co-owner of Shopify Rebellion, Ludwig. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Happy to be here. A little bummed it couldn't be as a competitor, but I'll take this.
No, you weren't scouted? I mean, I know that you were having a ranks grind not too long ago.
Mark Merrill himself said if I went on that stage, he would have me tried as a terrorist, so I guess...
Understandable. I've seen some of those games.
I guess I'm here now instead. What was even that about?
Special. I'm just supporting your own damn statement.
I'm a platinum gamer, and I want you to know I clear at a challenger level.
Oh, clear at a challenger level.
Thank you very much. That's what I said. Yes.
Okay. Well, did you receive any coaching and stuff? I heard that you had some assistance from actual pro players while you were on your grind, right?
All useless. I talked to him. It's just, you know what the issue is? When you get high level, it loops back. Where they start saying stuff like, yeah, you just got to attack. And that means something so much different to Double Lift than it does to me.
Yeah.
So they become, and you know, Double Lift said this thing, I've been touting it. He said this thing, it's been rotting my brain. He once told me, he said the red buff after minute 20 is more important than the mid inhib.
He said that?
He said that with his mouth.
Wow, with his, most people
He said that with his mouth. I know, with his whole mouth.
That's crazy.
But he's a sweet man, and you know what? I did hit plat, so I have to thank him regardless. Thank you.
And you know what, Ludwig, I hear that as a plat player, almost pro, you could be up on that stage.
Yeah, you can just say that part.
You actually prepared a little jungle clear for us on one of your signature picks. So we get to test the same. You said you cleared a challenger speed, a challenger level.
We're gonna test you on that.
Yeah, I said this. I have to do it now?
You have to do it now. We have a little computer set up for you. So let's get you into position.
I feel like the Mark Merrill's holding the puppet string. I haven't played this game. I've been exploring the universe. I haven't played this game in a while.
He's speaking words into our ears right now, so you better get it right.
With his mouth. Enter /
You started me on the wrong side.
Oh, that's not fair. All right, so click enter / unpause, and then you know what? I think we can let Ludwig walk to the bottom.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, go for it.
You can also hold shift and then S and you teleport to somewhere else. So shift S, there you go.
All right, we're ready for this one.
Okay, so first off, you want to suck all these little birds. Then you go 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hits, suck them again.
Ooh, he's got the timing down.
Then you go 1 hit, and you want it to be about 250-ish here. So I was a little late, it's all right. Then we double suck.
Wait a minute.
Got a double suck, that's necessary, folks. All right, I got the E, that was Sly. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah,
Okay, and then we go E, suck, and then we smite that boy.
Whoa.
And then we have to walk over here, hit him with the 1, then hit him with a suck. Yep.
Okay, this is actually pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie.
This is
Wait a minute.
Then we suck. It's all about sucking, folks. You got to make sure as many people are in that as possible.
Okay.
Very practiced.
And then we're gonna start walking over. We're gonna go 2 into W. We don't need our Q. Ideally, you'd be between minion 1 and 2. We're between minion 3 and 4. That's all right.
He's got it down
That's
to
all
the
right.
Yeah,
That's not too bad.
Now, Ludwig, how fast have you, what's your record? Like, what are you shooting for here?
My record, like 3 minutes and 15, or 3 minutes 8 maybe, but.
Okay, so we're 2:35. You might be on pace.
I'm getting close. I'm not doing too bad.
And you're saying this is all you, not on the coaches impact?
No, I just watched a YouTube video. To be honest, if you want to get really good, you just watch. There's a bunch of good parry jungle. You got King Sticks. Oh no.
Oh, what happened?
Well, I was supposed to double suck, but they changed how the rocks look. No!
Oh, it's messing up before
Okay.
We're chilling. We're chilling.
3:15. You have 9 seconds. 8, 7.
So here's what you do. You just cheat and you press the smite button. Because I don't actually have to fight in the river because it's all for broadcast. 3:15. There we go.
Thank you very much, Ludwig. Congratulations. I know you have a coach team to get to, so we're actually going to say goodbye to you now. Wave to the camera.
I'm leaving forever.
He's running. He's booking it back to his stream.
Thank you.
That was fantastic to have him.
That was actually really fun.
I didn't actually see his fiddlesticks clear before. That was pretty good.
That was a good time.
I knew him as the Amumu guy. I didn't even realize we were getting a fiddlesticks tutorial. That's incredible.
And he shouted out all the coaches that he had with him, even though he also said that it was all up in the noggin. Nothing else.
Yep, he said that with his mouth.
Sometimes you're just a natural, you know?
Sometimes. But we do have Disguise taking on Shopify Rebellion right around the corner. Also have Logo here. He's going to be co-streaming from the studio, so if you're here live, make sure to say hi. But we also have DSG, another one of those teams, yet to pick up a win so far in this split.
Yeah, and both teams have, I feel like, the same problems, because DSG at times have been able to string along a really good early game. And then being able to have a solid like mid to late game has been the struggle. Though the last game they got blown out, so that one consistency is key on that one. But then for Shopify Rebellion, it feels the same. It really depends on the opponents they're going up against. But of course, like being able to have consistent games in mid to late games when you have leads has been a struggle for both teams.
Yeah, and I think the big thing when we're looking at Shopify specifically is they come so close, right? Like they have, you see like the thought process, you see how they're thinking through. There were multiple times in their game against FlyQuest specifically where they would make a move and then they just overreach, right? So like, you know, Contracts is looking for a play on bot side. They managed to blow a few flashes. They're like, okay, we're now gonna wait for this redive, knowing that, you know, in your head, FlyQuest can reset. These were a lot of plays that you saw where it's just like, oh man, they're so close, they're almost there, and it's just a matter of not overextending yourself.
So close. But for those of you who aren't subscribed on Twitch, we'll be back in 1 minute for Champion Select while we go over our predictions for this match. We'll see you in a bit. But speaking of predictions, I think this is another one that we have a favorite coming into it.
Yeah, and I still think it is going to be Shopify, even though I just did rip them apart for some of their overextensions.
Sure.
I did think we saw a lot of good things from them in that same match, right? Where you saw certain things clicking. I think their team fighting hopefully has improved as well. And I just think they still, even in their losses, have looked like a much more cohesive team than Disguise.
The best thing about Shopify has actually been Contracts in the jungle, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like, yes, his Neferi games are great, even when he's not been allowed to get the Neferi games. Oh, God, I guess they have
All right.
Toast right behind him.
Ludwig's here live.
Yes.
We got Toast.
Right behind him.
Air quotes here. You know?
Either supporting or looking menacingly at his team.
I was going to say, is he like staring them down?
Yeah, a little bit of that.
We got the double cam on him.
But yeah, Contracts has been a really strong element for that team. Oh my God! Oh my God!
You're looking into my soul.
Don't look back! Abadaga, don't look back!
There's a wild Toast behind you.
But, you know, worst case scenario for this team, not only is Contracts on point, but not only do you have a strong coach that could be able to give you information as to what to do in the jungle, but a strong co-ownership that could do the same damn thing, especially if you're playing Fiddlesticks.
Do you think Contracts was taking notes of the Fiddlesticks clear that Ludwig just showed?
If he was looking at the monitor or screens, but he can't do that. So that's the real nerf to him, is that he cannot watch his own co-owner going through the clear.
Again, very impressive. But you highlighted Contracts. I want to highlight who's on screen right now. Seos has had, I think, also a very impressive debut, because if you remember, we didn't get to see him in the first split, and now that we've gotten our first looks at Seos, I'm very impressed. I think that he's kind of backing up Contracts incredibly well. Those two are attached at the hip right now.
Yes, they're playing alongside each other oftentimes. I've liked it. The only problem that I've had is that sometimes they're not on the same page, Emily.
Yeah, that has been the issue. And then over on the other side, I'm pretty sure these are the two supports with the highest jungle proximity of any supports in the LTA. And I do think Huhi has been able to make a lot of really good plays for Disguised. And he is the type of support that if I am a jungler, like I want, right? Like I want someone like Huhi, I want someone like Seus who's gonna really back me up, who's essentially sometimes going to be like a second jungler just creating chaos. But I think when things fall apart for Disguised, it is when something goes wrong. And then whenever something goes wrong, it feels like they can't always regroup.
But they never give up. That's the thing about Disguised right now. They get a little sloppy, but they keep looking for opportunities, and they've made some games much closer than I think anybody would have predicted.
The FlyQuest game.
The FlyQuest game's the big one that comes to mind for sure. So I don't think that they're a team you can just say, okay, they haven't picked up a win, count them out. I think that Shopify does need to respect that they know how to keep fighting in the late game. can you get a gold lead against them early? I think that's pretty expected. But if you make mistakes late game, I think Disguise is a team that can also capitalize on those mistakes and try and get the snowball back and rolling in their favor.
And, you know, maybe not at the same time, but both teams have also been very upset that their scrim record isn't translating at all to stage. Saw it from a tweet from Palafox, but also coming into the split, of course, we've heard that DSG is like done better, clearly better in scrims than what they've shown here. People expected them to be like the top of the bottom four, whatever you want to call it, right? But it just hasn't happened. And I think for Disguise, a lot of it comes into having strong solo laners, being able to come out of the laning phase, firing, and having a very clear composition that they are playing towards.
And when I see Disguise and their struggles, it's always tough to point your finger at a single player, especially when they're a rookie. But I think that Scary Jerry has had, again, a couple of really rough moments in games that we've seen so far. So Emily, when I'm looking at like where Disguise can look at the easiest fix, Scary Jerry, let's just put him a couple of, you know, character lengths behind where the front line is. Because if Scary Jerry can just stay in position and do damage, he knows how to do damage. He knows how to play his champions. It just feels like he's getting caught out in awkward positions.
Well, it feels like almost an overcorrection, right? And I will say between the two, I would much rather have someone who's overly aggressive than not. That's just my personal preference. Maybe it's LPL brain. But I do think the biggest difference in his play has been, and we kind of highlighted this after week one, we're like, oh, he's actually getting in there, right? Yeah. Like he's really trying to do more damage in teamfights. That was his problem, I thought. Last split, he had some historically rough teamfights. So hopefully he can find a balance between those two extremes.
Yeah, of course. And even like Shopify, I think the reason why I lean to them more is that we've seen so much better early game gameplay. Like a good example is like you mentioned Seo's playing to the jungler a lot more in contracts. It's like, okay, well, they're looking for dives. Yeah. They're playing alongside Palafox pretty consistently. Like all of these things are great ideas, but then it comes down to the execution. And so we just need to hope that they're executing on the plays so much more. Whereas I feel like a lot of the time DSG is just like, you know, like getting picked out mid, or maybe they're on Drake, but then of course like Scary Jerry's walking up to line push and then gets picked off there. It's like, we just need to see much cleaner gameplay from both teams, but I think Shopify is much more aligned.
I'm happy you framed it that way, because now that you say that, it makes a lot more sense. When we see Shopify have oops moments, it's usually them being proactive. It's them trying to make a play and maybe going for something over-aggressive, something that doesn't quite work out. But on the other side, when DSG have their moments in games where it's like, oh, it's over, it's somebody making a play onto them, and it's them just being out of position, not that they were trying to be proactive. So I guess when you frame it that way, I mean, I'm excited for this game. Like, I'm getting sold on this as like one that, first off, Shopify Rebellion, even if they're favorites, it's cool to see them pick up wins. Obviously, Contracts is having a great split, but Disguise might be able to do some legitimate damage here.
Yeah, I did just get a small update on the delay. It's because XU was apparently teleporting around on screen. It has been fixed.
Okay.
And we will be getting into games soon. So just to throw that.
Even better, Emily.
Yeah.
We're getting into game right now. I've been told we're ready, so let's throw it on over to the cashers. So get us in. Shopify versus Disguise.
Thank you, Kangas. Going to be heading into the final game of day one of our final week of best of ones. We're moving on to best of three starting next week, but of course we are in Super Week, so we have games today, tomorrow, on Sunday as usual, and then Monday as well. If you didn't know, LTA North going to be live on Monday to round out the first round robin here of best of ones, but we are getting on in for DSG versus Shopify Rebellion. Mazel here with Kobe to close us out.
All right, let's get into the creator clash on the LTA stage. And okay, so Varus banned out on blue side here, so that allows them to get the Xin first pick, and it's instant answers.
Fall twig.
Some good signs coming through in the audience, but immediately answered by some priority solo lanes here. So, oh, wow, we're just flying through this one, actually.
Galio
we get the second game here of another Galio counter pick.
And it did not work out so well for Licorice.
Right, but I still love the combo of not only counter picking Rumble, but also playing it with a Xin Zhao, because Xin Zhao can buy so much time with his ultimate. Galio ultimate coming over the top is huge, and fastest draft here. So
Got some
they're making up our
fans
time.
in the stands there, cheering them on. And we do have the spicy hot pot combo right there, as we got the Rumble as well as the J4 coming in for contracts and Fudge. So that should be pretty interesting. And yeah, going to be excited to see how the top lane matchup goes. We've also seen Rise a fair bit in the LTA North, but has struggled against some of these kind of longer range compositions. It was played a number of times into not only Azir, but Azir Varus as a combination. Of course, Varus banned out this time. And it was losing kind of all those games because they were struggling to get enough of an advantage through sides, and they just ended up team fighting, and then you're kind of outranged, and it can be tough. And so we'll see how Abadaga can actually play out this game.
Yeah, I think it also can be hard sometimes into Jarvan, because Jarvan frequency of ganks can be very, very high. And using the ultimate, you can traverse a lot of distance.
He's getting the second kitten. You didn't even have a first kitten.
I know, Jesus.
Share the cats. Come on now. Don't be
like
greedy.
5 years behind or something. But yeah, Jarvan can also be decent versus Xin sometimes, because you can like ult him and then EQ out and try and dodge
Lock him in there.
his W's and leave people behind in the arena. But let's get down to the bottom lane, because bottom lane was the one
a lot of AD
left
bans.
up here. And yeah, because they've got the Galio already, you're like, all right, we don't want to Kai'Sa on that or to look at any sort of heavy dive or anything like that. Meanwhile,
I feel like you could just go, like, if you're worried about dive, you just go Ezreal or Xayah, right? So it is interesting. DSG focusing their bans on the support here, targeting Seos, taking away both the Nautilus as well as that Nico. Seos has been kind of just spamming Leona, and that is up and available, but of course, there's the opportunity for Huhi to take it here if he wants. MF being considered here for Scary Jerry, has played it once already and is going to be locked in. Not the biggest MF fan, but I do think Galio has quite good setup, and now you have Galio plus Rakan, you have point and click CC with the Rise as well. So you have a lot of ways to potentially dive in there with the Rakan. The Galio comes over the top, taunts them all up, and the bullet time's ripping out. And that seems like that is a pretty strong combo. Braum seems like a potential obvious pick here if you want to try to shut down that sort of play. So we'll see where Seos wants to go. If he is just going to go towards the kind of tried and true, the 3 games of Leona, go back towards that. It is instead going to be the Alistar here to potentially just be able to play that bodyguard style, knock out the Galio, knock out that Rakan when they are trying to go in.
Yeah, and the ultimate is just so good for playing kind of in the mid-range here, where there is a lot of danger, but they still want stuff to be able to interrupt and put pressure on the Misfortune. So kind of nice on their side. I mean, the DSG comp actually is very similar to what we saw earlier today with the Galio, the Xin, and the Rakan coming in as the final piece there.
Which do you like more?
To have that early access. For me, I feel like I like Shopify's more because their carries are so mobile.
Yeah.
And when you have super mobile carries, we saw in the last one, that if you dodge Rakan well one time, Rakan is really the only guaranteed one, because you need the Rakan to land the charm and the knock up to allow for the Galio time to get in there. But Azir and Ezreal can be very slippery.
Yeah.
The other thing, though, is that there is a lot of side lane possibility there with the Rise as well. And then having a Galio, like semi-global ultimate, maybe they can make some plays and play the map that way.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's definitely going to be, I think, a scary game for the MF and for the Rise. Because when you're looking at Jarvan, you're looking at Rumble, you're looking at Ezreal all over the top. Those are champions that can only get out of the Jarvan ult with their flash. You've got no flash, you are going to be in danger. Equalizer coming through, Jarvan ult coming through, Ezreal coming through, all of that backline access, very easy to be able to coordinate and pull off. So I do think the team that gets the jump first is going to have a pretty big advantage potentially in some of these fights. But we are getting on into it. DSG versus Shopify Rebellion here. And Shopify Rebellion looking to get another win on the board. DSG looking to get there first. They are down at the bottom of the table with Dignitas, who was looking like they were in a good position to actually get a win last game, but 100 Thieves were able to come back.
They were in a good position.
Yeah. And, not even just looking like it.
No, they were
They were
there.
looking like it, and they were.
Yeah, and then they were not.
And then they weren't. And they also weren't looking like it. We have Castle here playing the Aftershock. Interesting because I got to interview Bwipo about this matchup earlier, obviously after they played, because he was the first person that I can remember back, I think when it was LCS, bringing out this as kind of a counter pick in the league. And he was saying that he thinks it's strong because you get prio on push, and then you only kind of play aggressive when you have phase rush. And he was talking about phase rush as the kind of key component of this matchup. And he said the mistake that Licorice made is he went aggressive when phase rush was on cooldown. But we see Castle's actually playing Aftershock.
Yep, he is. And these are my two favorite supports in the league because they are number 1 and number 2 in the most important support stat. The amount of time that you spend with your jungler in the first 14 minutes of the game. Sometimes the reasons can be that because you just want to leave bottom lane, but we've seen a lot of the reasons be that you want to play with that jungler, especially on the Shopify side. Seos, ever since he got here, has played so much with contracts, with his Nefiri games, like you said, 3 games of Leona, always using that Leona, to go play with their jungler, who was on a more carry style jungler in the Nefiri in those couple of opening games, but Contracts is such a playmaking jungler that it does help to have a support that also wants to go with you, and jungle support synergies are, I would say, as important as support and AD carry synergies in professional play. When you're going for vision, when you're coordinating for invades, when you're getting engages off for your team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I think of Contracts on Jarvan, I think of the G2 series back when he was on Energy. Has had some monster games on the pick, so we'll see if he can be able to be that big playmaker that the team wants him to be. As Zavadaga gets 3 first, going to step forward for a little trade. Castle does have the push in this matchup up on top side, where unsurprisingly, the MF does have the push down here on bottom side. Rakan, I would say probably the most useless support in the game. Alistar at level 1. You do have to really kind of get those first couple levels in. So generally when you're playing with Alistar, you're going to get pushed in, and obviously MF is quite a strong early AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, he's a combo champion and can't have a combo at level 1. But now level 2, more options for him. Top side, though, is going to be where the junglers finish. So let's see if they actually fight over the crab, as you said early on. Castle on the Galio, getting the push there. So it should be XU with the top crab, and Contracts having to traverse back.
A little bit of knitting in the audience there. What is that? Like, is that crochet or is that knitting? Oh, okay. Is that a scarf maybe? Maybe a nice little sweater?
What's the difference between crochet and knitting? That's definitely.
I actually don't know. I just know that Joanne does crochet and she doesn't do knitting. So now I know that.
And you know what that looks like, though, because you've seen, right? So was that the same? Or.
Like I said, I know that Joanne does crochet.
Okay.
And when she's doing it, it's crochet.
Yeah, and she's good at it.
She's great at it.
Okay. Well,
she made me a hat, which I lost, and then I felt really bad about it.
Oh no, your
hat. And then she
head.
made me another hat, and I haven't lost that one.
Okay, well,
so I'm 1 for 2.
I've never seen you wear it, so.
Well, it's not usually winter.
What does that mean?
It's not cold enough.
Yeah,
when I travel, hat's on my head. Strap that bad boy on, nice and toasty.
Keep that head warm.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, the bottom lane will be warmer after the swap and the Rumble being back down there. Of course, everybody's been swapping up to top sides. Couple of minutes even before the grub spawn at the early swaps. DSG were up there first with the Misfortune, with the Strut and the Cull as well for them. So they're going to be getting the slow push back out. They're actually speeding up that push to be able to crash it. And look for the extra pressure for themselves on top of it.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what they want to do with this early call here for Scary Jerry. Tier going to be stacking up there for B-Boy as they're just accepting the push in here. Pretty even game so far. It's a couple hundred gold, though, in the advantage of DSG as they have some slight farm leads kind of across the board. And XU as well has been able to grab a couple extra camps for himself. Zin just kind of power farming right now. Contracts is clearing up towards that top side, and we'll see if he can find an angle up there, but doesn't seem too likely.
Okay. Little quick trade there from the Aftershock Galio as he's pushing in once again, but as we said, those junglers are mirrored. No flashes blown early on, though, so it's not like super great target. I guess Seo's here getting brush control first, though, is kind of the first step. And Huhi using his body to retain vision of the tri-brush to make sure Contracts isn't coming that direction. Get an early alert. You do have to be a little worried since Alistar making those plays on Misfortune, even blowing your flash early on is very detrimental, with both of those carries being far less mobile on the side of DSG. And here we go. They did it. Played it safe on the top side, long enough, use the push, start up the grubs. There's a controller in the back, though, so Contracts will be already headed towards Dragon to trade neutrals.
Yep, going to be heading on down there. And you can see Castle was able to grab the Honey Fruit down on bot side, so he's very healthy, and he knows he's weak-sided, so should be playing pretty safe down here for the next couple of minutes until XU gets back out on the map. XU now hitting level 6 as well. Got some nice little experience from the grubs, and then going to be heading down towards that red buff, which will be respawning relatively soon. But again, just trading throughout the early game. It is pretty passive. And I do think this is kind of one of those comps where mostly people are waiting for level 6s. So many of these champions are so ultimate based that I think we are going to start seeing a lot more action in these next couple of minutes.
And if we do see that action, I kind of agree. I want to see it around mid lane, at least from the side of Shopify. Burn the Rise Flash. Contracts get in there. He's very close to his ultimate. Palafox could do it himself first. Sometimes you'll see Azirs, post level 6, go trade and use their ulti sweeps to get the flash out of their opponent, and then boom, next time your ultimate is up, have your jungler come, and they've got the extra resources to be able to punish that flash. So try and get that burning early, because Azir is just such a good play-making mid-lane champion. Once you do have the level 6s coming in, you can try and set up rotations for cooldowns, burn those flashes.
Yep, it's going to be a pretty good game for MR here for Castle. Already has the early cowl. Of course, it is double AP soul laners. Ezreal even has some magic damage mixed in. And it's not like the Ezreal is really going to be just kind of focusing down and burning down Castle here with the Aftershock, as well as the damage reduction during your taunt. So it's going to be potentially really tough for Shopify to deal with Castle if he can kind of, get in the mix of things, really create a lot of damage, find yourself in the middle of a fight, see what he can get done.
Yep, definitely useful if you find yourself there. Raptors stolen away, small but meaningful win there, especially for junglers, because
jungle gap got the Raptors.
That one does tick over. Meanwhile, we're ending up with the roam from Seos to come play, with Fudge and Contracts, and leaving that Ezreal in the 1v1 matchup versus Castle, who, like you were saying, had invested in the early magic resist. I mean, the Cowl still does give you nice regen, but the Ezreal going to have a really nice time down there. And so I kind of like the little switch up that they've done, and Seos still playing on behind here as they finish the push.
Yep. And DSG just has a lot of vision up on this top side. I mean, they have 3 pink wards up there. They have a couple wards as well over the wall. Right before the Raptor Pit is one over the wall that was able to spot Contracts earlier when he was doing the Krugs. So a lot of safety gained by them on the top side. And Castle, tough to be able to actually pick on. So he's just playing pretty safe on bot side. So has just kind of resulted in this farming game. We'll see if Shopify wants to actually challenge on the next grub spawn that is going to be up here in a minute 15. I likely do not want to give over those 6 grubs. Especially because Dragon was a bit delayed, so it's not like there's a Dragon there to be able to spawn and trade for or anything like that. So we might start seeing a little bit of action actually around that next grub spawn.
Yeah, you have to. The one thing you really have to be careful about is Misfortune ultimate during that fight too, if you get locked up by the Rakan. So flashes do need to be used at that grub fight if we're going to fight it, to make sure you don't get hit with that combo.
Good thing we got 10 of them then.
Yep, everybody has their flashes ready. We haven't had our bloodthirsty game just quite yet.
The flashes are, it's like that safety. You got it in your back pockets. Like remember to wear your helmet when you're out for a bike ride,
Yep, everybody has helmets on.
Yeah, helmets on. Right, they're ready to go. And we'll see if they can make it happen here. 25 seconds now. Shopify taking some vision over on this top side. They did clear out those 2 pinks up towards the top of the river. Ooh. Now going to clear out this last pink here.
That's a good ward up by the wall there, though. That doesn't get spotted, and we'll stick around.
As Hui getting a little bit of chip damage there in on Seos, then just replaces the pink that did get cleared out, and DSG now going to move in and try to reclaim some vision here. Fudge does have his teleport, but Castle's actually just moving up right now. He had push, and they're actually going to look for Seos, but here comes the teleport. Scary Jerry immediately has to flash, but here's the follow. Scary Jerry is down incredibly low, and he's going to be first blooded by Contracts. The spicy hot pot going to be landing on Hui. He's gone. In comes the Galio, but it's a little bit too little, and it's a little bit too late as Castle ults into an already lost fight on a target that's not even being attacked.
Seos, the support goat of Brazil, him playing with Contracts, gets the kill on the enemy AD carry. He goes straight for Scary Jerry. He's like, yeah, nice ward. Scary walks way too close up into the middle of the river, so Seos headbutts him closer to Contracts and then follows the flash, already knowing Scary Jerry only has one place to go. It is flashing over the wall, and Seos immediately answering there. Shopify Rebellion, when they look their best, a lot of these players, it is no hesitation, immediately snap plays there, and the flank was just very, very good. Seos on one side, side, Contracts on the other side, in the river, and Scary Jerry headbutted right into the middle.
I mean, that was so well played by Seaus. Not only the headbutt to kind of alley-oop for Contracts, but then he instant Q flashed over the wall.
Instant, because you know there's only one place for him to go, so you're expecting it.
And he was right there.
Yeah, those types of plays, it's always so much better for you to think about what's your opponent's next move. And then preempt it, and that's why you look like the genius, right?
Exactly.
And
that's why I flash into the wall there, and then the outsider looks like an absolute idiot.
Exactly. Yeah, that's nice. You
never let him know your next move, Kobe.
I got to try that sometime, buddy.
You got to keep him guessing.
Some good advice. The intentional face plant.
Exactly. That's what happens. They respect you too much, you know? I'm not going to do what's good. I'm going to do something stupid.
True. Well, they did try and do what's good, and so Shopify end up with the extra 2 kills and the extra money there, which will be so nice, and it has funded a fully completed Leandries, a fully completed Sundered Sky there for Contracts, and they actually look like they're going to rotate on over a little bit. Wait, Seaus is recalling
for Fudge. The flash forward there from Abadaga is matched by Fudge, so not able to get the Rune Prison down.
Fudge does have ult.
And Fudge does have ult, as you say. Contract's in the area, but it looks like they're not going to commit to it because B-Boy is pretty late to the play. He's just now walking out towards mid lane. Palafox had no TP. Of course, Castle does have teleport, so it would have been really hard for them to commit to it. I think they were just kind of fishing around, seeing, is anyone going to be out of position? Is there an angle here? And there was not, so DSG do grab a dragon here. And it is now 2 objectives apiece. Shopify 1 kill away from that feat of warfare, as one is 1 objective away from getting that one. So getting pretty close to the feats of strength, and we'll see if DSG can do anything to kind of slow them down, because fighting without flashes now on both Abadaga and Scary Jerry is going to be really hard for these next couple minutes.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's the doomsday scenario we were setting up from Champion
No
Select.
helmets.
So at least Scary Jerry has the Bloodthirster.
It's like some knee pads, you know?
Okay, so no helmets, but knee pads.
Got
and then
the knee pads.
It's not a lot of safety.
No, you might have brain damage, but your knees are not going to be scraped. So it's all good.
Is it? Okay. let's see if those knee pads will keep Scary Jerry safe, because Misfortune Power Spike is real to have your Bloodthirster done, at least. I mean, that was the reason that B-Boy had recalled earlier. It was Trinity Force Power Spike for Ezreal, so even though he was not going to be there for the team fight, you know, getting that Trinity Force is so huge. It's kind of similar for Misfortune in mid lane, because your sustain is just so amazing. You can push the wave and then use your strut to run over to the other objectives or the other side lanes there. Once you get this item, you can slide around the rift on your knee pads.
There you go.
Okay, you just have to be careful not to hit your noggin.
Yep. And has that flash back up here shortly, so he'll be ready to go. Oh, yeah, I mean, it is so nice once you have the BT, because you just get full mid lane control, right? Like, no one can push you out. You can take any trade. So the enemy AD carry basically just has to sit back and not trade with you at all, since you have all that lifesteal to shrug it off. It means you get full push, and like you talked about, then you have the strut to move first to these side lanes to be able to look for those plays. And DSG was trying to do that on Fudge, who was then just going to drop the equalizer to stay safe down here on this bottom lane. But it does mean that this time around, no equalizer, no way for Shopify to walk up to this tower, and it is going to be first turret taken here for DSG, so they're going to be able to claim that, and now means they are just the 1 objective away from feats of strength for themselves. And DSG, you know, going very even here with Shopify. That slight gold lead, not going to mean too much, but I do think Shopify have the kind of easier to execute comp, and DSG is going to have to find a way to really get out to those side lanes, which we've seen a lot of teams, especially the lower level teams, really struggle to do. You know, if they can get Ryze on that side lane and getting push and be able to make these plays with Galio ult and, you know, find dives and open up the map in that way, it's really great, but it's hard to pull off.
Well, thank goodness that Scary Jerry has found his flash helmet and has come back.
He's safe.
Safe again. Okay. It is going to be the swap, too. The Ryze that they do have to play a little bit safer around because the cooldown is still coming back. Coming up to help out. That was very close, as the smite timing, Q timing are kind of close, but steals away the second blue buff, or picks up the second blue buff for himself to go collect the rest here and play quite safe. Shopify, though, they really want to make a play on him. Again, you have to keep track of that timer. It's coming up pretty shortly here for the flash for Abadaga. And look at that. He is staying in their jungle with wards around him. Not going to expose himself to any sort of early play from the Alistar Jarvan Bruiser combo here. And they're looking for it again.
Yeah, they're going to be looking here onto Exu, who's a little bit too far forward. Is going to have to pop the Crescent Guard immediately, but in goes Huhi. Great engage, but where's the follow-up? Not there just yet, but Palafox going to get CC'd up and burst down. Seos going to have to flash over the wall, as does Contracts. Great split-second engage there from Huhi.
This time around, it's DSG who do not hesitate. Exu pops the ultimate. Huhi comes in over the top with the flash on Rakan, and they take down Palafox. Even though he got his Azir ult off, dies right as it's happening. So he goes down, and the rest of Shopify have to evacuate. Let's take a look at the setup because it is lightning quick here. Exu in the middle, and Huhi, he does use his dash over to the side right there. Then Exu's like, okay, we fight this. He ults, chases them into the pit, and Huhi immediately follows so they can get it. Palafox right in the middle as the Misfortune ultimate is going over the top. It's just beautiful for them. Complete deletion.
Yep, it's tough. Find yourself in the middle of a team fight like that.
Yeah.
Not a lot you can do on the Azir.
Yeah, Palafox, you gotta get out of there.
Yeah, I mean Castle as well. He instant flash over the wall, gets just a really short taunt down on Palafox. They lock him down, and they set up Scary Jared and knock him down with the ulti. And now Contracts looking for Huhi there, but he is able to dodge the flag and drag and get out to safety. Slight lead is still maintained here for DSG, but they have the feats of strength now. So they're getting those upgraded boots in, which is going to feel pretty nice. And Scary Jerry just going to be maintaining his position here in the mid lane. We'll see if Fudge and Contracts can kind of find a good combo. Because again, I talked about this in draft, but I just feel like whoever gets the first engage has such an advantage because you're so far on the back foot since both teams have really explosive engages. You know, if Contracts able to find that big combo and you get the equalizer down, it could be trouble. But the same is true as we saw from Huhi there. As Seos, they're trying to force out his ult, won't quite be able to do it, but he is chunked down low, and now the Herald going to be summoned up.
All right, Herald will get charge off. I mean, it's interesting they're doing this trailing play on top side. I guess they were thinking there was going to be some, sort of offensive play up there, but it's Dragon taken for DSG. They're not trying anything on top side, so kind of straggler play there where Fudge was hovering behind Palafox. Doesn't really find anything for Shopify, and they're just going to lose out on that Dragon. The side tower starting to open up, though, on opposite sides for some looks at the split push.
Yeah, Shopify is seeming like they just weren't super comfortable to actually take that fight. You know, maybe missing a couple of these key flashes on their engagers. You know, they don't have it on Contracts or Seos, so maybe feeling like it could be tough to actually find the fight. Also, something we haven't talked about, Hui's actually playing Spellbook Rakan. So this is pretty interesting. So he's now swapped over to Ghost. So he's on Ghost heal right now while he doesn't have that flash. Haven't seen Spellbook tech in a long time in Pro. It used to be popular, way back, but this is pretty cool if you feel like it is going to be kind of an inactive early lane and you're saying, hey, I don't actually need Guardian. It's not going to be that impactful. Maybe being able to swap over to Exhaust and Ignite and Ghost and things later on could give that additional value. So we'll kind of have to track how it does for him in these fights.
Yeah, that will be interesting with the Ghost. Maybe he gets some cool engage off soon. Huhi has had a successful record on Rakan throughout his very long career. See if he can continue it today with some new little tweaks to it.
I feel like no one plays Spellbook at all anymore. I was trying to think about when's the last time I even saw Spellbook in my games.
You know what the last one I saw was a Fiddlesticks using it, and they were doing the.
Were they cooking?
They were not cooking. He wanted to do the teleport thing. It's just not good anymore.
Yeah.
But DSG back onto the map, and they are going in tandem here to get the deeper vision to set up for these top objectives. Castle leading the way with the support jungle duo, but yeah, we've definitely seen it in this game. The stat we showed at the very beginning of it with these two supports having the highest jungle proximities for themselves, and now they're going to do a wraparound here. They're actually behind Shopify.
Scary Jerry's kind of split from the rest of the team. We'll see if they can find any sort of engage. Huhi is looking. But meanwhile, they're dropping multiple waves bot, and they're giving up the free tier 1. They're trading that for the tier 1 top. But both teams are just kind of dropping one side of the map and playing only through 2 lanes. Playing through mid and bot here for Shopify, as well as mid and top for DSG. So it is that exchange of gold. But I tend to favor Ryze getting gold probably more than the Rumble in this situation. As long as the Ryze can continue putting that pressure on the side lanes, it is going to be really tough to deal with him. But if he is just grouping for fights, then I think it's a lot harder for him to actually find that value in these fights without getting CC'd up. As Seos goes forward, it does take a pretty big chunk of damage, but nothing too bad.
Yeah, they just kind of agree to trade the opposite side lanes. What it really does is, yeah, open up the map for more room to play with here since teleports are ready. Galio ultimate is ready. They're teleporting behind into that deep vision they placed earlier.
X2's going in. He's going to pop the Crescent Guard already. Castle is coming, and in comes the Galio ultimate, and Jarvan is gone. Contracts is just out of there. Seo's trying to run on the other side. It's Abbedagga in trouble. It's going to be Fudge and Palafox taking him down. They get the shutdown. Seo's going back in. Scary Jerry's got a flash, but here's the flash follow from Fudge. Fudge is going to cook him up. It's Scary Jerry for dinner. His Castle's trying to run, but he's got no real way out. Flash is going to try to take the blast cone. Does he have any way out of here? Looks like he might have just created enough space, but they're going to lose the Otacon. They're going to lose the 3 kills, and DSG are going to lose control of this game.
DSG, they go for the teleport play into the back, but let's look at how it started and how they got separated. So starts out early here. We're going to see the Galio teleport in. He's just going to use that to get closer, to get in range for his ulti, though. And Contracts, as you say, he does get deleted in there, but now there is no Misfortune ultimate or Galio ultimate. And then here, the Realm Warp for Abbedagga, he goes in while the rest of the team was going the other way. That Realm Warp into the hands of Palafox and Fudge completely changes the whole story. That Realm Warp was into the fountain. Good as into the fountain.
Yeah, I mean, I think he just must have lost track of who else was over there. Maybe he thought it was just one member over there, but he Realm Warps into a 1v2, dies, loses his flash, and you can see Ludwig going to be pretty happy about that one. Huhi in trouble, back to live, is going to be pushed back here. They do have the Otacon GAs here and now have opened up an over 2,000 gold lead. Fudge getting very strong as he's now done his Riftmaker plus that Leandry, 7 stacks on that Dark Seal, and Scary Jerry just constantly getting focused. This Contract is on the side. We'll see if they can find a window here to look for this dive. Fudge does have his equalizer back up, so if DSG mispositions with these Otacon GAs, you know they're going to send it.
Yeah, they are. I mean, there's no flash on Rise, no flash on Misfortune. Contracts has his to go for the engage. Like, that is a full send with revives. Fudge currently down pushing on the bottom side, so at the very least, Shopify will also get the bottom lane pushing, but they very likely will be calling for a more aggressive play. Minion wave does get pushed up by Fudge and Dragon spawning, so I guess they are going to call it at that.
Okay, well, not going to be able to be challenged here at this Dragon, so they will be able to secure this. Interesting little tidbit. Last person to play Spellbook Recon was actually also Huhi. It was back in 2023, so has been a couple years since that has popped up, and it was also him with that tech. He has swapped out the Ghost now for Exhaust, so he's going to be on Exhaust heal for now, and we can see if we can find some good value from that. Scary Jerry just trying to clear out the wave, but there is no flash for him, and he is in so much trouble. In comes the Galio ultimate, but will it even get anything done here? They're just tanking up the tower. B-Boy's going to withdraw. Everyone is kind of withdrawing right now here. Abbedagga is cleaning house, and yeah, you have the GAs, but you're still giving over gold. DSG are going to Realm Warp in and look for even more. They get all 5 of the GAs for only their 80 carry. That is not even close to worth it.
No, even with the old Otacon before it got nerfed, that probably wouldn't be worth it. This is so deep into the waiting arms of DSG. Even with them getting their kill target, as you say, chasing them through, yeah, they're just getting melted on that side. So it's 200 gold for each person that has to withdraw with the Otacon buff. Plus you get the lasting buff of the extra flower value. So it's like, that's 1,000 gold with 5 of the withdrawals, plus a little bit of extra stats after in exchange for 1 kill on 1 misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even finish off the tower before they did it. That tower was fully heated up and got like, I don't know, 6-8 shots of a fully heated tower. That is more than an extra member at this point in the game in a team fight. And they got absolutely cooked by that. That was a huge overforce, absolutely, from Shopify. Gonna wish they had that one back, but unfortunately won't be able to. They are still, though, 2,000 in the lead.
Otacon is a hell of a drug.
It is, man.
Do some crazy stuff on that buff.
That's why I like the flowers Otacon much more. My team doesn't do that. When they get the flowers one, they just peacefully pick the flowers, as they are going to be able to drop the equalizer here, push back XU, finally claim that tier 1 tower, and just move forward in the game with that slight lead.
All right. The dust has settled around mid lane, and they finally took care of the objective. Okay, so after the craziness of the Otacon bender that they went on, they calmed down a little bit. They still have their gold lead, you know.
Dust has settled. They lost their wallet, but you know.
Yep, everything's fine.
Yeah.
They still got their 2K gold lead, split on Dragon, split on Grugs. They do still also have that like mini blasting buff that is very, very. Or actually, no, they don't even have that one because it was the other kind. Wait a second, the teleport flank onto Palafox, it's very long, and he has flash.
And ulti. Seos is around here as well. Seos just going to combo onto Abbedagga, and now they're going to counter TP in comes the Rumble. Seos just buying time with his ultimate. Looks like there's not going to be much of a fight. They're just going to accept the trade of TPs and take the ulti from Seos.
Okay, walk back out. Still have vision of them, and isn't going to have a spawn soon for anything to actually happen. So just a little bit of side lane possibilities down. I'd say it's probably a bit more worth for, or more useful for Ryze, since Ryze such a good split pusher. But I mean, the Rumble is so fed that it also is pretty big for him.
Yeah, he's on 3 full items already. He already has that Bloodletter's Curse in, so has the triple mask items coming in already. Who he going to be getting pushed back. Did use that exhaust in last fight, so he's back to his original summoners right now. And we're just kind of waiting for this next fight. Looks like it's likely to be around this dragon, as both teams would love to move towards Soul Point. And with how explosive the engages are, Mountain Soul is definitely high value.
Yeah, definitely is. That renewing shield, very big for a lot of these positionings preemptively towards the 5-on-5, since we're going to get a lot of 5-on-5s in this game, it seems. How close are we going to be to that death cap, though? Because a minute out on Dragon.
Well, Ryze just grabbed his, so
there we go.
He's got one. We'll see. How much gold does Palafox have? So he needs about 800 more gold to be able to actually complete his. So I don't know that he's going to get it. I don't think he will. He just came out of base, so not going to have that, and that is going to be a pretty important difference for Abbedagga. Bloodthirster is done for B-Boy now, though, so he can shrug off all of the poke and is doing a lot better in that kind of mid-lane 80 carry duel right now for Prio. You can see Fudge not quite 16, very close to it though. Would actually probably like to see him get in range of these minions, because a wave or two he'd actually be 16. You definitely want to get that before the fight. You can see he's at like 95% of the way. So if he actually just walks up to some of these minions, he will have it. But DSG posturing here, just trying to clear out vision around the Baron right now. Are going to be able to grab the scuttle and clear out the pink in the back of the pit.
I think Abbedagga should be pushing the wave right now. I mean, he's got Realm Warp.
Yeah.
Even though you don't have Teleport, you have your Realm Warp. You have Galio ult and Realm Warp. So it should always be Galio and Ryze pushing these waves, because they can join the fight so quickly.
And this is something that we've seen, you know, from a lot of our teams that are more of those bottom teams, is that they struggle to utilize the split push advantage when they build it, because there's always, I think, that nervousness of, well, what if my team gets caught, right? And things often aren't working for you on stage, so you don't have that kind of built-in confidence that your team will stay safe as a 4-man squad, which causes you to overgroup, which, quite frankly, takes away a lot of the value from the pick, right? So definitely agree, want to see Abbedagga and Castle just kind of committing to that side lane, being able to find those picks, but they're going to be going in here hard onto B-Boy. B-Boy shifts out, flashes out, and now it's Seos potentially that's in trouble, as he's in the middle of the team. Seos, though, flashing out as well. They're going to try to re-engage here onto Contracts. Good equalizer comes down from Fudge, and it's cooking up Ectu. Ectu is ignited. He is burning down, but he will barely survive. The problem being the Dragon is now live, and Shopify can just go right to it.
Interesting. What's going to be more worth? Because the Ezreal has no barrier or flash, and both Abbedagga and Exu using their flashes in this one. With the ultis down, it looks like it's going to be burn down free Dragon for Shopify.
Yeah, this is nice. You just have two people doing that while Contracts and Palafox staying up here, making sure there's no sort of a cheesy Baron play that they are looking for on the other side. So they are able to eke out this advantage. And it's like you say, you know, can you find a punish? Yes, you lost flashes on 2 people, but B-Boy, if you can catch him with a flash engage from, you know, Castle or Huhi, maybe that can really be what turns the game for DSG.
Yeah, they definitely need to actually find a way back there. They've had some pressure on him, but haven't been able to take him down. And the death cap roar, at least now, has been evened up. Palafox has caught up in that one at the very least. And everybody with pretty similar inventories here, evening out. I would assume Fudge still has a decent amount of money to spend, though, and since he also had the Dark Seal early on and stacked it up, he still has a bunch of this advantage, this Rumble that got so much out of the river fight, flashing forward and getting the extra kills there. I mean, we've seen these Rumble ults like that. Those things have absolutely melted.
Yeah. It is really tough, and I mean, he also was the beneficiary when they were doing this kind of tier 1 trade on either side. He was the one down in bot lane collecting that gold, collecting those minions, and as a result, Castle obviously a fair bit behind, you know, in that 1v1, does at least complete his Seekers, so it doesn't have the Zonias, but Seekers obviously very valuable for that one fight. So we'll see if he can kind of find that big one fight impact here to be able to try to turn things around. Scary Jerry now also has his IE, which is, of course, a really big purchase there for the MF. Now has that kind of trifecta of heavy AD items that really make the ultimate incredibly powerful. As Palafox and Contracts just trying to maintain vision on that side. XU going forward here, trying to get some damage down on Seos, but it's XU that's in so much trouble, and XU's just dead to start the fight. Hui flashes in, does get the double charm. The bullet time is connecting on nothing, though, as Abadog is fighting Fudge on the side. Palafox goes forward, in goes Castle with the taunt. Scary Jerry has to flash from the engage coming in from Seos, and it's Scary Jerry on the run as B-Boy and the rest of them are chasing him down. Scary Jerry, late barrier, doesn't matter, barely survives, but the fight is not even close. XU never even used the ulti, goes down without it. Shopify crushed the fight and will take the Baron.
Look how much damage he takes here right off the bat. So it's going to be him walking up, going for the W, but immediately as he charges in, knock up. Ezreal is hitting him. Azir is hitting him. Doesn't ult as he's running back, so Contracts punishes him. Goes in with the Jarvan to lock up and make sure they can get that kill. And remember, his flash plus Abadaga's flash were two of the ones that they used to try and get B-Boys in the previous fight. So no ult, and flash was not there from the last one. He just got completely melted. Then Shopify can just run over the team fight, move forward. So I feel like the people that had their flashes blown in the last fight played very differently. B-Boy on Ezreal has Arcane Shift, but he also was at the back and also not exposing himself. So that was very risky to charge in there, but as you also correctly pointed out, you know, no ult going down and the damage coming through so quickly. Now Shopify, with their Baron buff, have everything they need to push in. Huge gold lead has ballooned off of that, so now you just have a nice calm siege from Shopify, and they can slowly take out secondary tower here on bottom side. DSG, not a lot you can do in the face of this. Just try and play a little bit more defensively near your inhibitor towers. But even then, the Baron buff gonna do some lasting work here.
Yeah, I mean, we really got to see Scary Jerry and Hui on the same page. I mean, Hui flashed in, you know, with that ulti, and Scary Jerry just wasn't quite in range of those key targets with his ulti. You know, when you're playing MF, you got to do it, but they're going to go for the Realm Warp, and they are looking for Fudge. Fudge does have to use his flash, but that is all he will have to use, and now they got to rush down towards that bot lane to try to defend this wave as it is coming in. Nicely timed play, though, from DSG, as there are those desynced waves, so they kind of committed to bot, clear that out, go towards mid, force a flash, but now this wave comes in, and it's going to mean the end of their first tier 3 tower falling down, and that mid wave will be arriving here pretty soon. We'll see if DSG are going to try to force an engage. Looks like they will just accept at least the one inhibitor loss. The question is, will you defend the mid lane tier 3? As DSG are moving over, but so are Shopify, and Palafox in a good position here alongside B-Boy, just kind of poking over the wall, making things difficult for DSG.
Very difficult. I mean, you've got bottom lane pushing by itself. Everybody's still with the Baron buff, sieging up here. So much poke coming down. The extra range advantage is Shopify's. B-Boy's got his flashback. Only Palafox now has to play safer. So you kind of like rotate your positioning of your carries. In the last fight, Palafox could play more aggressive, and B-Boy was a little bit more safe. Now this time, Palafox is hovering by the dead turret that he can raise up with his passive, and B-Boy is playing very aggressively, poking people out.
Look at where he is. He is on a long, deep flank here. He does have
and he has
heal and ignite. It is going to be this dragon spawning here that DSG definitely do not want to give over, but they feel like they need to find some sort of a pick to be able to have a chance to stop it. They're not really in position. It's already spawned. This will be Mountain Soul going to Shopify unless they can instantly force a fight here. XU trying to walk in is going to get comboed, and XU is incredibly low. This time pops the Crescent Guard. Hui going in on the side is going to be able to land the charm, but the Equalizer not getting much done. It only connects onto Castle, so maybe there's a chance for a re-engage here. XU, though, has lost a lot of health. Hui did use his ult as well as the heal, and there's a great engage over onto Abadaga. Abadaga not going to get followed up on. on, though, because Scary Jerry was laying down covering fire, and it's now Contract's in trouble, but he's able to get over the wall, and Palafox goes in, gets a kill. In comes B-Boy. On the side, Castle is going to get knocked down as Fudge goes godlike. Shopify, it's a closer one than last time, but they still take the fight. They still take the dragon. They're TPing down towards bot lane as B-Boy's finishing off Scary Jerry. He's going to get that kill. They're going to grab the Mountain Soul, and they are going to try to push for the win here. It's XU and Huhi alive, but they have got nothing to say about this. Shopify will claim the game and their second victory of the split.
Kill this motherfucker!
Whoa! You guys ruined my 100% KP, bro.
Sorry.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Can we get a Ludwig check-in instead?
I love that, man. The emotion, they're pumped up, they take them down. Great to hear the players there as the Nexus is falling. You gotta love it, man.
That's the passion of the game.
High. It's the passion. Take
of the
them
game. And don't ruin my perfect KDA.
Yeah, that is important.
Don't do that.
Yeah. What are you thinking? Who did that? Was that B-Boy getting the kill over on Scary Jerry?
What?
Not sure. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. It was Contract saying don't ruin my perfect KDA.
No, but who ruined it?
Oh, who
ruined it by getting the kill away from him? Shopify are able to get the win. Second win here of the split for them. Taking down a DSG. Going to be feeling good about that one. Fudge with a monster game, honestly, on the Rumble. He was really a problem. You know, Castle brought out that counter pick. Didn't work out for him, but we're going to be joining Emily and Seos on stage for an interview.
Thank you very much, Azale. I am here with Shopify Rebellion Victoria support Seos after an amazing All-Star game. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Looking at a lot of these team fights, it seemed like everyone wanted to jump onto you. You just kind of survived and made plays with your team. How has it been integrating yourself onto the Shopify team? And talk to me about your role in this game.
I think in the start was a bit hard, right? Because a new team, I never play with any of the members, so I need to like adapt of how they see the game. But right now I'm really happy. I think we are understanding each other really good inside the game. And about this game, it was a really basic front game. They have Rise, MF, they want to kill first target. And we have Azir Ezreal, we want to do the same. But Alistar is a bit strong because he has his ulti, so he's really hard to die. So.
Around about 10 minutes, you had an amazing grab onto Scary Jerry to kill the MF. Talk me through that, and like, are you just going and calling for that play and the rest of the team is following you?
Yeah, I think at that time we are seeing someone on top wave, and I recognize MF was kind of deep on the river. He didn't have like anywhere to go. So I say to my team, let's just go on MF because he's too deep and everyone follow.
And then I actually watched you in CBLOL a lot, and I know you had this reputation for being a really, really intelligent player. Like you said, coming onto a new team, it might have been kind of difficult. How are you feeling now, having played a lot more games with them?
I think right now I'm really comfortable with everyone. I'm the type of guy that needs some time, you know, to like be friends with everyone, and for me it's really important to like talk not only about league, about like life and stuff. So I think right now I'm really happy with everyone on the team, and I'm feeling comfortable.
Nice, I'm so happy for you. Well, welcome to the LTA North, and we will toss it to Kangas and Raz to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Emily. Always fantastic hearing from Seos. That was our first time getting him up on stage chatting, but that was really cool. I mean, like, again, that's the big story for Shopify Rebellion is he's here and looking really good.
And also a big kind of like moment for the Brazilian community that's like Seos, and one of the best supports ever, being able to like get on stage and be able to say his piece, especially like one of the cleanest games they've had. So well done to Seos for his incredible Alistar performance. Proved to a lot of people why you're bringing him on.
Exactly. And it happened basically how we expected it to with these two teams. Very entertaining game.
Yes.
And we got to see Shopify go a little over eager, maybe throw a couple of plays. That one dive on a Scary Jerry mid when they all had Otacon revive.
True.
They lost a lot of gold there, but also DSG were, getting caught out a couple of times. So it seems like both these teams kind of sticking along those lines, but I'm happy to see Shopify able to close it out at the end of the day.
Exactly. I mean, even heard from Palafox talking about how look like not similar or any like at all to their scrims, But that one I felt like must have been closer. So they're cleaning it up. They're getting closer and closer to the actual group stage.
Yeah, eyes will be on Shopify going forward. But before we close out the day, we want to ask the fans at home for your help. Tomorrow's waiting room with myself, Raz, Emily, and Kobe will be driven by you at home. So make sure to send us your burning questions and topics that you'd like us to cover on X, Discord, or Threads. And we'll also take some requests live in chat. So make sure to tune in and hang out because we have more League of Legends LTA action. It's a super week, Raz!
True, but that's true. We got a lot on the table. We got a lot on the table. I just want to know who the Pogs are for the day.
Let's take a look. Who are all the Pogs? Okay, we got Vivo, Vulcan, River, and Seos. I think no surprise for Seos at the end there.
But also, I don't think we've had this many supports in a day. Vulcan, Seos thrown in there. That's insane.
That is, I think, well-earned from Seos, well-earned from Vulcan. The River one, I think, is the most contentious. I voted River. I know that a lot of people are thinking Quid based on the second half of the game. He had a couple of really clutch team fights. I still like that River picked it up because I think consistently he performed. But there we go. Player of the games. And I believe we even have an updated leaderboard.
Oh, let's check out the leaderboard.
By this point. Do we have many duplicates yet?
A lot of FlyQuest up there.
3 inspired. Well, they keep winning, so.
Yeah, that does help. That does help. But Inspired being able to pick up so far the most is, I mean, that says a lot. He was Player of the Week last week. A lot of his games, especially Sejuani games, have been super impactful, so there's a lot to praise him on.
Exactly, but let's take a look at the standings as it shakes out. We have 2 more days of competition, so there is still room to move around here. But FlyQuest looking very comfortable at that 5-0. But Raz, their next opponents, they have probably their biggest challenge so far right around the corner.
2 more games, and they get the undefeated split. Or, I mean, for the placement sign.
Yes,
or,
yes.
Somebody in the bot lane is gonna go. Somebody. Whoa, what are you doing over there?
Emily.
What are you doing?
We got the hidden Emily cam. I don't even know if she's mic'd up or not. I mean, at that point, we might as well just bring her in. Yeah, model it out. We also still have 2 teams at the bottom.
Oh, what's she doing
right now?
She's attacking us. We just invited this.
We just invited this. All right, we can get Tibbers out of there. But here's the schedule for tomorrow. We have a very close match with this Disguised and Dignitas. We talked about that earlier. Somebody's walking away with a win, Emily. We got you a hand mic. You can talk now.
One of these teams has to win.
One of these teams.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Has to win.
I will say, I liked a lot of the early things I did see from Disguised in this game, so hopefully they can bring it together.
Hopefully everyone at home could hear what you were talking. I don't think they actually could.
Actually,
Emily made a really good point, and I heard Raz start to laugh. It was that good.
Personally,
Doesn't sound like me.
Personally, I love the fact that she can't be correct, like that we can't hear her. I think this is great.
Oh, no. Well, of course, the C9 FlyQuest is also going to be a fun one. But that's it for today. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific with Lyon versus 100 Thieves. Make sure to tune in. What was that?
Yeah, something dropped over there.
Something just dropped over there?
Yeah, something just dropped.
I don't know what it is. What did you...
Oh, I should probably send this one back. So yeah, tomorrow, 12:30, be there, PST, and also Mondays. Guys, it's a super week. Be here for the Mondays. Take it easy, guys.
Zion, are we?
They're big. Big ult here.
I'm behind you soon.
Huge, yeah, they're cooked.
You can not, no
yeah, we go all of them here. I'm just gonna
Cookies.
One ult. Can Casio. He die?
Casio die.
Rebel die?
We need the kill roll.
Yep. Another Big Mac, baby.
JJ.
Well play, team.
Nice, guys.
26-6. FlyQuest is 5-0.
Bye.
Fight on top. Fight on flash.
He's out.
I can W. Chinchao. Fight on flash.
Yeah, maybe. Can wait, mine. I'm ulting, tower flash.
Looking tower,
I'm gonna die, but maybe you guys can win. Here front. No flash on that. Let's go, guys, let's go.
Nice, guys.
Nice, guys.
Nice. 13-3. C9 made it easy, and they're going to take the dub over Team Liquid.
Looks on.
Gas dead. I'm coming.
Still buy on that flash, guys. Buy on that flash.
It looks good. I'm going down.
Victor flash.
I'm looking, Victor. Nice, guys.
We can get threat.
Guys, this is really, really good.
We need I missed.
Can you ult?
Kalunga in position.
No flash, no flash, guys. Can we do underconnect?
I flash, guys.
It's fine, it's fine.
I'm going, baby girl!
100 Thieves, they'll complete the comeback, move to 3-2, and take down Dignitas.
Look at Rakan here. Look at this here. Ah, just there. Nice.
Really hard. Zen.
Galio.
Rakan no flash.
Hit front.
Set.
Yeah.
I'm
Rise.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at Galio.
Rise dead.
AMF no flash.
Ah, don't kill me.
Mountain Soul, and they are going to try to push for the win here. It's Exu and Huhi alive, but they have got nothing to say about this. Shopify will claim the game and their second victory of the split.